found a way out of here. So they're talking to the thief. There's too much confusion, and I can't get no relief. Businessmen, they drink my wine. Blind men, they dig my earth. No one ever undermine the body I feel is worth.
Welcome to Drama Watchtower number 21. And I know many people have been highly anticipating, especially the hate watchers, this video. But the thing that needs to be understood is you work on my time, not the other way around. I actually have a real life. I do real things. Meanwhile, the hate watchers live in a fantasy world, somehow deluding themselves, thinking that they say mean words against David. He has to go away. Why hasn't he gone away? No, my job here on this planet is to humiliate those that are inferior to me. And that's a simple fact. Now, as always, let's start off the show by showing our gratitude and appreciation for all those who've chosen to spend their time with us here today. If we go up to our list, way up, we got Lord Danny. I've seen his papers. They do check out. We have the lovely Ms. Vanna L., the arm charming lady of Michelin star chef of the community, Gabe Rodriguez. Hopefully he's doing well. Cooking up a storm. We've got Latino Heat. We've also got J Diz, whose birthday is tomorrow. So happy birthday. A preemptive J Diz. Happy birthday for you. Who else we got? We got the Junebug Experience, whose birthday is today. So happy birthday to you, Junebug. Let's continue to scroll down. We've got the man with two first names, aka the Fleischer Superman. He's got good eye on fashion. Let's just say that, okay? And the lovely Ms. Cora. Well, thank you for joining us here today. Now, to summarize, for those that have not been around, apparently yesterday, Tony was a little bit perturbed about, many different things. But it started off with YR making a video yesterday, exasperated that he needed Ken's affirmation. And he was sad that he said something on Joe's show, which apparently pissed Ken off. And, again, this is perception of YR. Everything, like, the guy's like a fucking squirrel. Like, you know, a little sound and he's like jittering. Okay. So he thought that there was some bad things going on with him and Ken, which, well, you weren't too wise there when it came to that sort of thing there, YR. But regardless, you said what you said. And made a video playing the clips that he was referring to and then apologizing to Ken. Didn't sound very professional because he had a sound changer on there. And that always confirms that your balls haven't dropped. Just look at Tony. So he made that video, and Tony, who was planning to go live, instantly changed his title to include that. Now, I was watching football with the boys there on Nikki J's channel. And, I was advised, Tony's live. Ken called in. This and that. It's just like, yeah, I'm watching. It's Sunday afternoon. This is what we do. This is our fucking, our pattern. We join up on the Discord and we watch foosball. Just how we spend the Sunday afternoons. Or watching Nikki feed the country. But, because of that, Tony went live, YR. He talked about YR's video and stuff. And then eventually Ken called in. But it certainly wasn't a balanced conversation. In fact, Tony did try to maintain control of all narratives and certainly, I guess, revealed himself for being the pussy that he is. And you can hear this. Now, Tony, don't bother taking the video down. I've recorded it already. So, no videos, just audio. But that just saves space and so forth. But I've got it recorded. Don't bother taking it down. I'm going to play it through my audio player. So I'm not playing actually from the stream. So you can delete the stream if you want or hide it or do whatever you want like a coward like you would do with Ricketts. But I don't do that. Again, you also said in this clip that, oh, Ken, you don't know about these hours I've done on these videos that I've made private or unlisted or whatever. Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we got a great show for you ready today. And I will remind you that donation lines are always open. And just remember that people like Tony, that you will have actual evidence from in the clip that we will play, is extremely jealous. Extremely jealous. And see, unlike him, my voice isn't cracking here. I'm actually raising it. But there's a clip out there where his voice cracks. But yeah, extremely jealous of the donations that not only Joe receives, but Ken receives as well, including me. Even the donations I've received. Oh, you don't deserve that. But yeah, a lot of that that was prevalent in the statements that you're going to be hearing. So there is that. But hold on a second here. Let me just confirm this message that's being sent. Okay, cool. So this is up to you. Oh, shout out to Clambaked in the chat. I am fighting for Clambaked as well to get his Twitter account restored. I might have to call my buddy Tony Khan so that he can contact Elon and get him to finally get all these accounts, including Joe Cronin's and my old account, restored. But glad that you can join us, Clambaked. And congratulations, my friend, on that joyous news that you shared. I'm not going to say it because then you're going to have somebody like Tony be like, I've got nothing going for me in my life, but like, look at this loser, like announcing this joyous event. Yeah, you're a loser, Tony. We all know that. And your voice apparently cracks. And you smoke the cracks, apparently. We got Jade. Says, oh, he's talking to Cora. All right, I won't get involved in your little private conversation that's now public, but that's fine. Well, you want me to do it? Okay. No, that's up to you. You can announce it in the chat if you wish. You have a wrench, and I will praise you regardless. But you've got losers like Tony who would look at that and actually think that you've ruined your life, when in fact that seems to be the purpose of life. But I won't say too much more unless the Punk King would like to speak about that. And again, he knows punk much more than these people who are changing their names. There's a punk band that recently changed their name because apparently it insulted or it offended people, but that's not punk. It never was punk. In fact, you would choose names to particularly offend people. Man, punk has gone soft. And I know that fucking that Clambake can talk about that. Now, for the point that we've all been waiting for. Also, before I continue, it doesn't count. The numbers don't count, apparently, but now I've got 23 viewing and Tony has 14, so I don't know what the fuck that has anything to do with it, weird, bizarre, unknown, something, rather. But, yeah, let's actually go to my audio clip here. Let me just put it in the right position. And, well, there's a fair bit to go through. But I can tell you this, people. I'm not the only one planning on going live tonight. That's right. Ken Kringle, Santa Ken. Just a little tap on the nose there, but he's going live tonight too. But until then, I will keep the audience captivated. 25 viewers, look at me, I'm so great. But more importantly, I'm better than you, Tony, and you know it. But let's get started here with my sound clip. Take your video all down all you want, Tony. I've got more than what I need. And here we go.
Like, 7 years now, 6 years.
And basically, at this point, Tony starts. Well, it starts earlier actually. This is 30 minutes in, but he is basically reviewing Ken's show from Saturday, I believe, and eventually YR calls in, and so does Ken. But this is the pretext here, so you understand that you're hearing Ken right now, but he's not live on the call. He is basically being reviewed by Tony. Let's continue.
A knock-on computer, right?
I hope it don't break, dude, because I've already had to replace.
Comfortable if that was my wife.
I want to come.
He was like, he would like say something, and he'd be like, Ben Shapiro's mother still reads him, you know.
God for you, and Sith Negan, thank God for
Yeah,
you.
man, Sith, thank
That's
you.
all I gotta say.
Thank you, Seth.
Yeah, that was
You're the man.
out of nowhere, man. Thank you. We haven't had shit in the longest time here, bro. And you guys know I barely ever mention my shit.
Thank you, George.
Everybody knows that, but that was
Keeps
like,
the lights on for
dude,
you,
that
like
was a
Motel
blessing, bro.
6.
Because that, dude, I cannot even tell you how fucking financially fucked I am right now. Like, I can't even like begin to. And you know what? I'm the type of guy that I don't come on here and tell all my shit. Like, I don't come on here and have a tell-all about everything that's going on in my life.
Fuck you, Ken. Show the receipts. Show the receipts. I'm such an asshole. I'm going to ask you to show your receipts. Oh, wait. There is somebody that is going to do that later on in this clip. Guess who? Let's continue.
Like, because to me, this.
Shout out to It's Bullsy in the chat. No, Bullsy, I am reviewing Tony's show from yesterday, where he was initially reviewing Ken from Saturday, and then Ken calls in to address the situation. So I explained that earlier, but just relax with the cockswax. Just sit back, enjoy the show, get your popcorn. It's all good. Open up your wallets and make donations, because let's just be honest, nobody does it better than Dave Rose. Tony can try to steal that line, but let's just be honest, nobody does it better than Dave Rose. Let's continue.
Certain things that you just shouldn't bring on air with you. You know what I mean? And
You gotta leave it home.
to me, like, my financial state is not like if I'm in a stressful moment, it's not like the first thing I'm thinking about is like, let me get on the internet and tell everybody. I find that embarrassing, to be quite honest.
Supposed to beg.
Huh?
Joey,
You're supposed to beg.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I feel like begging
Come on,
because
donate, people.
no, sometimes I feel like begging, but I won't bring myself to that because I've called people out for it,
Yeah.
and
Well,
I can't
it's like
see
That's right.
turning
I think
around and doing that myself. You know what I mean?
You have pride.
Now listen, if I never called people out for that shit, then maybe I might do it more. But since I called people out, I think I lose that. Right.
But there's a difference between like doing it once in a while and then doing it all the time.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
well, that's true.
Like,
Yeah.
like you mentioned, that like, oh, donations are open.
Yeah.
No, then you'd be like, that's cool. But if you get like, oh, nobody donated to me in a while.
I like
know,
the joking
if you
about the
don't-
donation.
Yeah, dude.
you don't
Sometimes
donate-
like.
if you don't donate to me, my family's gonna get
Well,
fed.
dude, like you're saying right now, like I've seen some crazy shit.
Oh, Bullsy, you haven't even gotten the gist of it yet. Just wait. Just wait until Ken calls in, and then you're gonna hear this. It's about to happen in a bit.
Like where certain people like I've heard like crazy shit, man. I can't even go over it because it's like
Yeah,
it's
it's
just
a little-
like some of the shit is just outlandish where you're just like what but it is what it is.
If I can only write a book.
And people know they could always donate whenever they want.
Exactly. Especially the OGs, they know where it's at. If they wanna, they know what.
Where's your head at?
It's not necessary, but it's appreciated.
I mean, listen. At this point, it's almost necessary because I'm that fucked right now. But I don't make it. This is not what this is for me. And that's a plus. Anything that does comes in like that, I really fucking.
And Ken's not the only one who's hurting for money, but yeah, I remind people they can donate, but you don't have me like saying, woe is me, blah, blah, blah. Somebody buy me a fucking steak salad. I actually have a flank steak marinating for tonight. So yeah, you don't catch me saying, oh, poor, woe is me, woe is me. Could I benefit from donations? Absolutely. Do you need receipts for that, Tony? I mean, I can show them, but that's something he's actually going to say later and try to criticize Ken about. Well, let's continue. Shout out to Jacob RP in the chat. He's a drama whore.
You don't know how much it does for me. It does. It like blesses me to be able to do what I got to do and not stress out and be able to come on here and do this shit.
He could buy his dildo now.
Because trust me.
Wow.
I'll tell you this right now.
I wish I had that kind
If
of
I
support.
was to the point where
I thought you did, Tony. Well, I wish I had that kind of support. So now are you indicating some sort of jealousy here? Is this the green-eyed monster showing itself?
I couldn't, like, I needed more money where I had to get like a second job, I would go out and get it in a second. Like, I would have to do that.
That's great for you,
And
Ken.
Sometimes we're like almost to that point.
You know what,
where
though, Ken?
I will have to go
I
out
can't
and,
do
like,
that.
do other shit.
Why not?
I can't do that, Ken.
Why not? Why can't you do it? Please explain. And please stop eating. You know, that it's easier for us to understand.
I don't have that ability, Ken. I can't do that.
I'm just a moron. I have no self-control. Is that the translation of that statement?
They go, if you work anymore, we're going to take everything from you.
Well, hustle harder. What can I say, man? There's always ways to get around this shit.
So either take this and don't, or don't take it
And do? Like, what the fuck are you saying?
and good luck.
Nobody's going to take any advice from you, Tony, whether it be financial, social, nobody's going to take any advice from you, Tony. What makes you think that fucking Ken, of all people, is going to take your opinion into consideration?
So, that's great. Yeah, you get Sith bones.
That's great. Finish eating facts or put in your dentures, but, like, come on. And now he's mentioning Sith.
Bro. That's crazy. I'm here every day, bro.
Okay. I shit every day. It's important to have a regular bowel movement. I shit multiple times a day. Do I deserve an award for that sort of shit? Or what?
Like, maybe it might be here and there. It's not like a set, like, oh, you work every. It's like a side job type of thing, which so you never know when you're going to be working. You know, because like I would be doing painting and like, drywall,
Like
shit like
handyman
that.
work.
Yeah, like stuff like that.
Yeah, you're not getting no receipts there because that's all cash. Under the table. I was paying Joe under the table. No, you weren't. Stop with that shit.
So I
Yeah,
don't know
see
when
what I
exactly
do?
that would be.
What do you do?
In the winter, is I do plowing.
It's winter, not winter. And you do plowing? Doubtful. I mean, unless you've rent a truck or have an additional vehicle, we know you drive a sedan. What are you going to be plowing with that? Are you going to fucking tape a fucking broom to the front of the fucking sedan and plow that way? Go on. Come on, Tony.
But-
Go on.
I can't drive for too long because my back gives out. So it's not even worth doing it anymore.
Maybe it is if it'll pay for all these things that you need to buy.
And I've done that through the time that I've done this YouTube channel. I've had side jobs that I've done a
I've
million
done
of
that
them.
too.
Let's
Yeah,
smoke
I've
it
done
up,
a million
guys.
of them. You
Nobody
know, put
cares, Tony.
sheetrock up, painting,
smoke your
all
weed.
that shit.
Yeah.
A lot of
What are you, Drew? You need permission to smoke your fucking weed or drink your drinks? Just do it.
stuff.
No, you
So-
haven't, Ken.
I'm
No, you haven't, Ken. I'm just going to say this arbitrarily, but no, you haven't, Ken.
have to start doing that again, which wouldn't affect me that much on YouTube.
Actually, I remember the time where basically he was working Corrupted, and he had to leave Corrupted. Why? Because he needed to make money. What was he doing? He was fucking a bouncer at a bar. Okay, so Mr. High Kicks and I jumped on Ken's back like it was a backpack. The guy was hired as a bouncer. Do you think he was just a fucking, I don't know, what's the colloquial term? Flower on the wall? Like what's, just a statue? Like, or do you think he was hired because he's actually capable of tossing you like a fucking salad? Tossing you like a rag doll? Seriously. Just look at the guy's hands, man.
Putting sheetrock up in your own house, Ken.
What's that? You would certainly know about where Ken lives, wouldn't you?
He's like Joe, Megan, his wife.
There's that laugh again. Is that how moles laugh?
Fucking paint the porch.
So Joe apparently forced Leah, I guess at gunpoint, to paint the porch.
But it will because I'm watching.
Also, listen, Mr. Ricketts, you do know that painting is not a big deal, right? Painting's not a big deal. It's time consuming. You know, you've got to go over it sometimes depending on the material you're using. Very good always to sand your surfaces. Primer is good, but not necessary because you have paints with primer already included. But yeah, that's not difficult at all, dude. It's not difficult to paint a porch, just like it's not difficult to paint a room or a kitchen. Like, are you this fucking pathetic?
I'm watching after my parents and all that shit too, so it's like I have to throw that into the mix. It's just a lot of shit.
We're just fucking around, Ken.
You know?
don't
So
know
it
how
helps
to
me
paint.
out. It helps me out tremendously when something like that comes in, or even like $20. It fucking helps me, and I think people know that. They know,
Yeah.
you know the deal. You know?
Yeah, every little helps.
Yeah.
And they know that you appreciate it too.
Yeah, and I don't, you know, like I definitely put it back into the channel, you know, because I always make sure if my equipment's
Ken?
fucked or
Do you, Ken? I didn't see the receipts, Ken. Do you, Ken? Do you really, Ken? Oh, I mean, as much as people hate it, yeah, Ken and I are friends and we still talk. And I'm certainly well aware of the expenditures that he has to do when streaming because he's shared those with me. So this whole idea of like, oh, well, Ken's not paid. Are you stupid? Or just from Winthrop? Yeah, I guess we know the answer to that. Let's continue.
Do you, Ken? You really put it back into the channel, Ken?
I've got a $350 belt that Ken sent me. Shipping was also substantial. I believe it was Heistman that won that first competition of the hip hop, the raps, you know, whatever it was. There was awards that were purchased there. There's been multiple times where, for example, someone went to Ken and said, I think this was last year or the year before, but like, yeah, things are really tight. Like, could you help me out with something? Like, you know, I don't want anything for me, but my kid, you know, I really want to get my kid this. Ken's response was like, don't even say anything more. And that was it. And the kid had a good fucking Christmas. There's times where somebody was going to end up homeless. What did Ken do? He rallied the people who support him. And he was able to help them out. You want receipts for that, bitch? You want receipts for that? For him just being Ken? This selfless guy whose heart's way too big for him. I've already warned him about this. He knows this. Because he gets burnt for it. You know, with you, for example. But are you going to try to take that away from the guy? His heart's too big, so therefore, you got to prove this to me? Who the fuck are you? You want to, what, you want it notarized?
I mean, listen, Ken, I love you, brother, but listen. Ken,
Listen. Ken, take the fucking phallus out of your fucking mouth. Please. Have some fucking respect.
you had the same camera for 7 years, brother.
Wow, you had the same camera for 7 years. Maybe because it worked? What, is he constantly supposed to upgrade his... I mean, what are you, a first adopter here? I knew so many when I was working in IT. These idiots, like, oh, I'm going to buy the first version of this. It's like, douchebag, you might want to wait a bit because that's going to come out with problems. No, I want to be the coolest kid on the planet. It's like, oh, you bought it a month ago and it's already fucking fucked up. I warned you about that. I told you because I know this shit. Yeah, that circuit board's going to fail. This is going to happen. Blah, blah. No, I want to be the first. No, I've used the same type of mic, basically the same type of mic, USB Logitech mic, made for Rock Band, since I'd have to say, let's see here, 2016. So I worked with Joe for about a year or so, and Tommy C. Had various mics that just really weren't cutting it or would just blow out. And eventually, I got myself a USB mic, $14.99, GameStop. Bought one, it died. Bought a couple more. I'm still using number 2. I've got a third one as backup. Ladies and gentlemen, Foulmouth Ken.
What's up, Dave?
I'm having fun actually, and we're just getting started on this. Just getting started.
Yeah, it seems to me like he doesn't. Well, obviously, he doesn't watch me enough to remember, or he doesn't remember, or watch me enough to remember that there's other things besides paying for equipment that you would do with money that's donated to your channel. Meaning, like, I've taken my whole entire crew of guys to WrestleMania before. True. And paid for a whole weekend at WrestleMania, hotel room, food, the fucking show itself, tickets, where all of us from the channel went, all 4 of us. I've spent money, you can vouch for me yourself, paying people that come onto the streams with me numerous times.
Yep. Generous, very generous.
And I feel I always leave people happy with working with me on doing this shit. So he doesn't take that into account. And, another thing that I just heard him say that was like, wow, does this guy forget? He obviously forgets a lot of things that he says, because the other day I was in your chat and somebody was talking about, people trolling this guy and people trolling that. And somebody made a comment about Tony being a troll, trolling people in their chats. And there I was at the bottom of the screen, and I said, I don't think Tony would troll people like that. I don't think he would do that. And he reviewed that on his own stream and said, well, there's Ken saying it right there. Thanks for sticking up for me, because, there's Ken saying that, oh, no, Tony wouldn't do that. But yet, tonight on his own shit that he's reviewing everything I've done now, because now the focus is on Ken now. Now he's on his own stream saying, well, he hears me go and say something like, well, I wouldn't go and troll people in their streams, and I wouldn't do that. And I bet you Dave Rose would even tell Joe that I wouldn't do something like what he's accusing me of doing. And then Tony stops the stream and says, yeah, but you wouldn't do that for me. You wouldn't do that for me. But so what do you call 3 days ago when I fucking said it in a chat? So, like, obviously he forgets things and then goes off of, like, what in the moment, living in the moment, I guess.
It's very convenient that his memory is affected by his fentanyl-laced weed. But that doesn't mean that just because he believes it, that it's true. We've got better memories than him. So he can delude himself all he's want, drug himself all he's want, but he's still wrong.
And, he thinks it's like this big fucking secret, like I'm trying to keep, or maybe he thinks this way, or he's just doing it to fuck with me. And I think he just thinks this way. I don't know why, but he thinks like that I'm hiding the fact that I converse with him and I talk with him, right? And I'm friendly with him, that I'm hiding this fact from all these people that I was friendly and conversed with him, and which we barely converse. The guy is very rarely on Skype. Okay. So we very rarely converse. When we do, it's always been funny, fun, cool shit. That's it. It's never been about anybody. It's barely ever been about anybody in this community. He doesn't come to me and talk shit about anybody in this community, let alone you or Danny or anyone else. So we never really mix it up that much about what's going on or the beefs that we have in the community. So, but he still at the same sense thinks like, oh my God, like if he tells people that I spoke with him and I actually respect him outside of YouTube, oh my God, I'm going to have such a bad blowback. I'm going to be, put on a cross and crucified for it. But in reality, no, I've made it very clear that I don't go down the road and fuck with him. I don't bring him up in a bad light or shit on him. What he's saying is, well, why don't you just bring me up in a light, period? Like, why can't I be unblocked in your chat? Why can't I be on your stream every once in a while? Why can't you call into my stream every once in a while, type of thing? And it's like he already knows the question to that answer. You know what I mean? It's like, number one, I don't really converse that much with anybody anymore where I'm on streams with people on a regular. I called into your stream for the first time in how long, Dave? the other day?
It was probably at least 2 to 4 months that the last time you actually called into my show.
Yeah, it was a while. So bottom line is I haven't been able to do much of that. He thinks like, I'm bullshitting about like the job I work and the amount of time I work and what I take care of. And I'm not saying I'm a better person.
Weren't you fucking sleeping at your parents' house trying to take care of your mom, and then like at 4 a.m. you go to work? Like, weren't you fucking pulling those fucking hours, and then your wife's also helping you?
Yeah, I still am. And like, for some reason, and that doesn't make me better than him.
Actually, I'll say
he's on there right now. But dude, he's on there right now reviewing me saying things in generally speaking, and making statements. And he's going, I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't fuck. And you know what? That's not, I'm covering people. I'm a YouTuber. I'm allowed to do that. And I'm like, I'm not even speaking about you, bro. I'm not even, when I'm making these statements, I'm not thinking Tony from Revere. I'm not thinking anybody in the community.
He's obsessed.
Well, he sure as hell does. He sure as hell does think I am for some reason. Maybe he feels that way. Maybe he thinks, oh, Ken thinks that I'm that type of that like this is who I am. You know what I mean? And it's not true. If I wanted to say something to him, I would hit him up and say it to him. I have in the past. I hit him up and said, dude, gotta stop eating. Gotta stop eating when you're live streaming. Please stop. Because when I hear you eating cookies, I got cookies. When he gets his cookies, I can't listen to him talk while he's eating. It fucking drives me up the wall.
Look, I just got like Taco Bell delivered. It's cold, but like it's Taco Bell, dude.
That was like a pet peeve thing from me, and I'm cool enough with him enough that I could drop him a line and say that. You know what I mean? But like, you want to maintain and be cool with me and want me to respect you on air like you do off air. Well, it's like, dude, how can I sit there and fucking have your back or respect you when you're fucking doing what you do every day? Like, look at the people you're mixing it up with. Like some of these people, like I heard this guy who was in jail, right? Not the guy Cuzzo he covers, but some other dude threatening his life and saying he'll come to Boston. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, like, I don't want to get sucked into something like that. So that's why I stayed away from, interacting and mixing it up with that shit and getting myself involved. Number one, to respect him because it's his thing that he found that community and he knows those people. And I would never try to step on somebody else's feet in the community that they're involved with. And I'm not. Like, I wouldn't play myself out like that, number one. And I wouldn't be riding his dick like that to try to be like, oh, look at this community found. I want to become friends with the new people and broaden my horizons and, and start fresh somewhere. Like, no, I wouldn't do that. That's playing yourself. I wouldn't do that. And that's number one. Number two, I wouldn't do that out of respect to him. If I'm cool with him, what am I, some kind of backdoor snake that I'm going to go start being friends with people from that community that he's, reviewing and talking about? No. So I never did that. And I kept it separate. And that's always why, like, I mention him on my streams. I don't have a problem saying his name. And I don't have a problem playing clips and shit just like I do with anybody else. You or anyone else in this community that I've got clips on. Like, treat him the same way I treat everyone else in this community. And it's like, I don't know what more he wants out of me.
Actually, you've treated him a lot better than you've treated him a lot better, actually, than many. And you've tried to help him out.
It's funny, he says I never call you out. And it's like,
times.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
How many times have I called you out on air and off air?
Multiple?
For certain
countless?
Yeah, for certain things that I felt.
But I'm fine with that. That's the thing, though, is that pussies like Tony will think, oh, my God, these guys can't be friends because they're critical of each other, they're harsh or whatever. It's like some of my best friends, I became best friends with them because we threw down. We fucking got into a fist fight and shit. Those are the best fucking friends that you can get with. But like this guy can't accept the fact that, oh, they had a disagreement. Oh, Dave said this and like, oh, and this and Ken responded to it. And I'm not on fire anymore. So
like, Dave, I could see if I was speaking with this guy and I was saying, hey man, the stuff you're saying about, Tony, Tony, the stuff you're saying about Dave is true, man. Like, fuck Dave. That's fucked up what Dave is doing. Or like, hey, Tony, yeah, that's fucked up what Danny MT said. And then him turning around and going, well, how come you don't say this type of stuff on air like you say to me behind the scenes?
But you have.
But I would say to him, like, oh, well, like, oh, man, that's fucked up. That's two-faced if I'm doing that. But I haven't done that. I haven't went to him and said, like, and got involved in his beefs with people.
No,
like,
but the thing is, though, he's pointed out, oh, what about Dave? It's just like, first of all, douchebag, that doesn't involve you. But second, yes, Ken has. Privately and publicly, very vocally, for everyone to know. And the repercussions, again, this guy's never faced repercussions, but hey, one of the repercussions is there's no Friday Night Fire anymore. There you go.
Yeah, that whole crew is wiped out. But like, I haven't said that. I haven't been talking to him. Like, I have contacted him and talked to him about like people that he's talked about in that jail, in the prison community, and that guy Cuzzo, who I thought he was justified in, like, bringing up certain things about and saying certain things about the guy. If that's what he does, he says he's a blogger, he's a YouTuber, and you know what? Like, who am I to say he is or he isn't, right? To me, none of us meet the standard as being a YouTuber, really. But maybe Joe, that's about it in this community. But to him, he's a YouTuber. So then if he's a YouTuber, so then why? And so are you. And so are a lot of other people then. So why, why is one thing allowed to go one way and one thing not allowed to go the other way? Like, so, it's like
he's consistent, dude. He does 850 hours a week. So he's consistent. So therefore, that's why it's more important for him, right?
Yeah, that seems like that really fucking, like, I was talking to him today and he's like, telling me like, he keeps talking about the 60 and 40 hour thing. And it's like, I at one point was like, dude, are you for real? Like, are we arguing over whether you do 60 hours a week or not still? Because you don't. And I'm not going to sit here and get into an argument with you over magical fake, math that you do. So like, maybe this week you hit 40 hours. Maybe last week you did, or maybe the week before that, or 3 weeks earlier. But no, you don't do 60
Dude,
40 hours.
5 times 7 is 800.
And for some reason, that pisses him off tremendously.
Oh, we'll
and that's
hear that.
fine.
We're not even there yet. But
dude, if he wants to think, quantity is better than quality, well then, hey, that's fine. Go buy a Toyota and drive around in that. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to think like not having quality, because I know people that could do 3 hours in a month, right, on a podcast, and they'll have billions of views. And then, you look at somebody who's doing fucking 60 hours a week. It's like, okay, so if you're going by that concept of quantity over quality, you should be a top tier fucking YouTuber with billions of views then.
If it matched up that way. Meanwhile, fucking Nikki Nines does a stream once in a blue moon, and people are fighting each other to get on there. So, again, what are you going to do? Clamor over a fucking Toyota Camry or drool over a 1 out of 50 Ferrari Enzo? Well, they made more, but regardless, I'm trying to make a point here. It's a big difference.
Listen, that's my opinion. That's my opinion. If he thinks, hey, what I'm doing is good, then maybe it's good, and two or three people like it. But listen, it is what it is. I don't understand why all of a sudden, because I went and defended myself, and it's like, you're telling me you're my friend, but yet you're on there reviewing me and saying, oh, these donations that go to you have the same camera for fucking 7 years, dude. Like, what the fuck? Like, really? Really? What about all the variables, that go into it? And obviously he doesn't give a fuck enough to say anything about that, or just wants to go by one fucking thing. And for some reason, he thinks every statement that I'm saying on my streams are about him. I don't know why.
Because he's delusional and obsessed and thinking that he is the center of the universe. That's what a narcissist does. So he actually thinks that any little, you could burp and he'd be like, that burp was about me.
Yeah, I mean,
Seriously.
listen, man, I've done nothing but have been honest and upfront with him. And like I said, I was cool with him for a while. When I heard, and now if he would have let me finish what I was saying,
we haven't gotten there yet, but yeah, you guys are going to hear what Ken's talking about.
He cut me off and hung up on me.
Multiple
and he said that, oh, you're yelling over me. And it's like, no, dude,
honestly, we're yelling over each other at that point, which I really wasn't even that animated. Maybe I was worked up a little, but nothing to the point that had to like ruin a phone call over it. So he hung up on me, and if he would have let me finish saying what I was saying, I would have said to him, he's sitting there, and what he was doing was he was saying, why are you guys bringing my family into this? Why are you bringing my father into this, right? And he kept saying, well, Dave Rose didn't say anything about my father. And I'm like, yeah, I know that. That's not what I'm debating. If you let me finish saying what I'm saying, you'll understand that you're answering a question nobody's asking. So I said to him, blah, 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 and he hung up on me. What I would have said was, dude, the reason that, and this is confirmed now, the reason that Danny MT brings your father into it and said all the things he said, which was vile and horrible, right, was because about 2 weeks ago, when no one was arguing with each other and saying a fucking word to each other, you all of a sudden talked about Dave Rose's father one night and sat there and giggled and laughed about the guy having fucking dementia or being senile, whatever the fuck he called it. And you laughed about it, and you smoked your weed, and you forgot about it, and you live streamed for another 2 days. And when it was brought up, you sat there, and when your father was brought up, you're scratching your head and you're saying, why are you guys, and he did say that because both of you and Danny were live streaming on your channel, and he was reviewing it and said, I don't know why these guys got to bring my family into it. He did say that. He denies saying that, but he did. And I was going to answer him why and tell him, yeah, it's because that night you said shit about Dave's father, which was fucked up, and it really was fucked up, and he was giggling and laughing about it and must have forgot about it.
And I've never even heard this stuff. But I've heard that he said it, but I've never actually heard this stuff. But I believe the people who told me this stuff because they've got no reason to lie. And then again, Tony is the type of person to do this.
Yeah, I knew you would catch wind of it, or like somebody would tell you. And he did that. He did what he did, and it was like maybe for a minute and a half out of like a 6-hour stream, 5-hour stream, right? No big deal. But he forgets about it, right? So then he asks the question a couple of days later, like, why are these guys bringing my family into it? And I was going to say to him last night, I bet you Danny MT heard that or was told that, just like Dave, and said to himself, well, fuck it. If Tony wants to go down that track, I'm going to go down that track. And then went after your father and said this shit he said. Now, Danny MT has confirmed that already and said, yeah, I said that because I heard what he was saying about Dave's father, and I wanted to fucking give it back to him what he was saying about Dave's father. And I knew that without even speaking to Danny, because if Tony would have let me tell him that last night, he would have understood that's probably why this guy's going after your father. You know what I mean? And that's all I wanted to tell him, was because honestly, you don't remember saying what you said, but you kind of like kicked the dead dog when nobody was saying shit about nobody. You come on for a minute and all of a sudden have to go on to Dave's father. And I bet you that's why. And sure enough, like I said, Danny confirmed, like, yeah, that's why. And when Danny said it to me, he goes, yeah, well, I heard him saying this shit about Dave's father. So that's why I was like, fuck it. And I was like, I knew it. I fucking knew it. And that's what I was going to tell him last night. But he cut me off because I think that, like, he's saying I was yelling over him. So that's why he had to cut me off the phone call. But who knows why, bro? Because number one, I wasn't yelling like I normally
Well, we're going to
yell.
review that. We're going to hear that. I'm going to analyze it, and I'm going to break it down psychologically.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I was like halfway turned up. Maybe to him, I came off like I was fucking going berserk, but I wasn't. Anybody who knows me can hear that. When you review it, you be the judge. But no, I wasn't like to the point, because I even said, like, relax. Like, I know you're not doing that. I know it's not this. I know it's like, relax. Let's just talk. And it just got out of hand. And I felt like it wasn't on my part, but whatever, man. I really don't care. I try, like I spoke to him today and I told him, like, dude, he's like, I'm live streaming about you. And I'm like, that's fine. Do what you got to do, bro. Like, and he's like, who are you kidding? You're not going to go back and forth with me? And I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not going to go that route, man.
Ken doesn't need to do that. He's not worried of the opinion of sheep.
But he goes, well, I mean, listen, he goes, well, you do that with Joe. You spent 10 hours on him the other night. Dude, I spent 10 minutes on Joe.
God. Dude, stop doing that fentanyl fucking weed, because I watched that. It was the end of the show. It was maybe 10 minutes at most, but it wasn't all Joe. And Ken actually said Joe's name once. Other than that, it was like the other guy. And it's not like Joe hasn't said the other guy. And I'm there fucking too. And in fact, the other day, he made a fucking joke because, again, It's jokes. It's funny. But he's like, oh, you say that K word again, I'm going to have to drop you from the call. I laughed. He laughed. You know, look, we all understand what it is. But what I tried to explain to YR the other day is stop pushing Ken and Joe to get back together. If it's going to happen, it's going to only happen organically, and only them can fucking figure this out if they wish or choose to do so. Other than that, stop pushing. And I told YR actually on a private call, I said, stop fucking pushing. And I'm serious now because, and this is how I was sounding. It's just like, dude, leave it the fuck alone. This is tiring because all you're doing is trying to stir shit up. And then, oh, I'm not getting the attention I can get from Ken. What does YR do? Pops up in the fucking Tony show.
Yeah, but you want to know something? Like, I know, like, when he called into Joe's, right, I got pissed because it's like, I didn't get pissed at what he said. I didn't get pissed that he called into Joe's show. He knows that. Like, he could call in anybody's show. It's his, you know, it's his life. I would never get mad at that. But what I was pissed at was, like, I'm not around. Like, why do you got to bring me up for? Like, you're calling in to show Joe that you with Dr. Earl. Yeah, it's a cool thing. I don't blame you for wanting people to see it. That's great, you know. But why? And I know he'll tell you, and my wife even kind of stuck up for him in a sense where, you know, it's like, oh, he's doing it because he's putting Joe on the spot. And I get that. It's a meme. You're going to put Joe on the spot. Hey, what about the fat guy from New York with the Jets? Blah, 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 blah. Right? But, like, why bring me up?
That's exactly what I told him, and apparently Danny told him as well. It's just like, dude, you could have done that on fucking, like, look, you did it the wrong way. You did it on the wrong platform. You shouldn't have fucking brought it up. Like, you just were trying to start shit, and you just made it worse for both parties.
Yeah, so I understood why he did it, but I was just like, you know, because he hasn't been on much. He's not covering drama and shit, right? So there's not that whole thing of like, oh, well, you know, YR's covering you every day and talking shit about you. You better, and then it's like, oh, I got to defend myself or contact him. I still stayed cool with him and talked to him, and we conversed just like I have with Tony or anybody else, and still maintain a friendship with him. And that's the part that got to me a little, because it was like, all right, obviously, you know, your value now is as a friend, because you're not live streaming every day. I don't have to interact with you because you're talking shit or you're, you know, doing this or doing that. We're like simply conversing because we're cool with each other, right? Same thing with Tony, right? And it's like, but now you take that and you want to just snap it in half and say to yourself, well, you know, Ken, I could consider a friend at this point, because, like, I don't live stream, I don't talk about him or do this shit, and he still still contacts me, still interacts with me. So, like, let me maintain that friendship. And it was like he wanted to throw that away for just a fucking funny little thrill to get, you know, to see if he can get Joe going and see if he could troll Joe a little bit.
And claim that he was supporting you. Because that's also what he tried to do. It's like, I did this for you, Ken. But first of all, I didn't ask for that. And second of all, you did was just make things worse.
Yeah, I don't hate him. I'm not against him. I'm not talking shit about him. I really haven't said much of it to begin with. All I did was mention it to Dr.
No, that was the problem, Ken. You didn't respond in time to him apologizing for this. So what does he do? He makes that video, coax Tony to fucking review it, and then calls into the Tony show and fucking not only talk normally, which is prior to the clip that I started to play, but he calls in afterwards acting black, I guess, and like, oh, motherfuckers, and like, and it's just like, but you're now going to a channel. This is like when he wanted to be cool with me and you, but then would go on to Scott's channel and talk like, you know, he was totally on side with that. It's like, you gotta decide, dude. You gotta decide what it is that you want.
Yeah, like, I don't care if he called into Tony's shit, honestly, bro. Like, I just
care.
No,
but the point is, he can't be doing this shit. You gotta, again, if you're gonna be aligning with a certain side or another, or playing the whore, well, you gotta expect that people on either side are gonna say something.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he like, you know, he makes it bigger than it has to be. Like, I don't have a problem, like, fucking talking to him eventually. It was just like, I was like, oh God, man, like, why you got to bring me up? So fuck off. Like, I didn't want to talk to him, so I just blocked him for a little and moved on. I blocked him a billion times. He's blocked me a gazillion times. Like, get over it. I'm gonna get over it. It's not a big deal. I'm not your enemy. I'm not fighting you. I'm not throwing you under the bus. All right, I'm not hating on you. I'm not telling people your business. All right, everything's cool. I don't have a beef with you. All right, if I did, I'd go on air and say it. You know, so, like, relax. Everything is good. God bless. Have a Merry Christmas. You know, it's not a big deal.
Well, apparently to some people it is, but
So I don't know, man.
Well, I've got more to review. I mean, you called in right as we were beginning, so there's more to review. And again, please pay attention because there's stuff that I will be breaking down and analyzing. Which, again, the way that he treated you on the call, I'm going to break down the logic when he tries to tell you that he already answered your question when he clearly didn't. I'm going to break this down to an infinitesimal subatomic level. So please stay tuned. We will be taking more calls.
Hey, before I leave, I don't understand, publicly, what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to, where did I fucking go wrong? I'm not showing enough support publicly. He said,
He said it. He said it, and it's in the review. But he basically said that if you're not constantly praising the guy, it's not about fucking not saying shit about the guy on your streams, despite the fact that you might be, for some reason, talking to him behind the background. But, it's not just not saying shit on your own streams about him. You got to call him out and say, this guy's great, call into his show, and you got to allow him to call into yours. So that is basically the requirements that he set up on you. He's like, oh, well, if you want, I deserve respect, and therefore you've got to be doing this for me. And it's like, that's a fucking tall order for a fucking short round like yourself.
Well, let me tell you this. All right, so number one, the reason why I don't really go on his shit and I don't have him on mine is because if you look in each one of our chats, right, there's people that talk shit about him in my chat, right, whether they're rightfully so or not that doesn't matter. There are people that don't like him in my chat. There are people that don't like me in his chat and talk shit about me every day that he live streams, right? I don't go to him with screenshots. I don't go to him and complain. I mentioned it one time that somebody said something in his chat in the last 4 months. I mentioned it one time. So I don't really go to him and say, hey, Tony, you got these people in your chat talking shit about me. Why don't you set them straight? Because I don't expect him to. Just like he shouldn't expect me to make people like him in my chat. So when he sits there and he says things like, well, I should be able to be in your chat and be on your program. It's like, okay, well, make these people convinced that you're a good guy and you should be in that chat and nobody should be.
Well, what about Dave? What about Dave? He'll always point to somebody else. It's called a tukakok logical fallacy. But, yes, always pointing the finger to somebody else. It's like, but we're not talking about you, bitch.
I was just simply being fair about it. I have no right to go to him and be like, yo, why you got people shitting on me in your chat? Because you know what? There's people shitting on him in my chat. So I just said, hey, I'll let it go. He lets it go. He don't come to me complaining, hey, Ken, you got these people shitting on me in your chat, man. I should be able to. He hasn't done that to me. So I'm not going to do that to him. But now, if you want to turn around now and start saying, well, how come I'm not allowed in your chat? How come I'm not unblocked? How come I'm not on? Well, this is why. Because there are people that don't want you there that I live stream with every week and I respect and I'm friends with. Right. So
there's people that don't want me there. But you don't see me making a fucking big deal about it. It's like, yeah, I know what I did, and, these are the repercussions of the fucking situation. Is that so hard to fucking accept your lumps and just be like, well, this is me. I did it.
And the same thing with him in his chat, dude. It's the same thing with him in his chat. I don't go to him and go, well, dude, I don't want to come on your program because, all these people fucking hate me in your chat and they shit on me all day. I don't think they want me to be on your program.
Or people that you're associated with.
Yeah, I don't say that to him. I just mind my own business. I know that there's people in his chat that don't like me, and I can deal with it. If he can deal with it going on in my chat, we're good to go. But if you're going to sit there and complain now, well, why can't I be unblocked? Why can't I be? Well, then, it's like, well, okay, well, how come I can't on your side? Why are these people not like me? Make them like me. Make them not block me. Make them like me in your chat. I'm not asking for that. I wouldn't expect them to do that. These people have a set opinion on me, and there's no changing their minds. Same thing with those people in my chat on him. So if he can't understand why things can't be that way, well, then there you go. Things can't be that way because there's people who don't like me in your chat, people who don't like you in my chat, and that's just the way it is. Period. There's nothing I can do about it.
Just accept it. Why can't you just accept that fact? And you even were telling me the other day, it's like, don't feel bad about going to my chat. I'm like, yeah, but you know what? Some people aren't too pleased with me. I'm not going to be fucking starting shit, even though I watch you and enjoy your shows and stuff sometimes.
bro. Plenty of times where I've seen people who were not liked in chats, not only mine, but your chat, other people's chats, Joe's, all kinds of people's chats, that I've seen that normally wouldn't be able to be in that chat and hanging out and conversing with people. They got an opportunity to go in there and act like a fucking human being, and then all of a sudden people change their opinion a little bit and say, hey, you know what? So-and-so's not that bad. I could,
Yep.
he's just here to have a good time.
Yep.
And that's how it happens. I'm not supposed to do it for him. And I don't expect him to do it for me in his chat. So, like, I don't know what to tell you, bro. If you're mad at me because people block you in my chat, and you're mad at me because you haven't been on my stream, well, you only called in like once or twice to me in the first place, and you've never asked to be on my show to me. You've never said to me, hey, I want to come on.
No, that's the entitlement. That's the entitlement of a narcissist. Is that door should always be open, because apparently you get the same idea that I can easily call in when I want, that Tommy can call in whenever. Like, no, actually, in fact, there's times where Ken's like, no, Tommy, you're not getting in. So, like, he just thinks that he should be able to waltz right into your calls.
But with Tommy, it's different because I am very, very close to Tommy. I spent time with him personally, all this.
Well, then why aren't you close with me? Like, weren't we friends? Like, I apologized after threatening your parents and endangering their lives, but, like, I apologized. A simple word clearly, apparently, makes things better.
Dave, do you remember when I met Tony?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
All the shit
I've seen
that I
videos.
got, the shit that I got for meeting up with him was a ton, right?
Yes,
And-
I was
and
one of those.
Yeah, I maintained it the whole time and said, no, I don't think it's fucking weird or crazy, stupid shit of him making a doll. It's just like he appreciates what I do. He likes what I do, and he's just trying to support me, right? That's the way I took it, because that's the way that it looked like to me. But like, like moving forward, you would think that guy would say to himself, like, oh, like, and he has said it. He has given me props before. He has given me props on his live streams where he's like, no, Ken has a good heart, or Ken knows better than this, or, does that or does that. And I've done that for him too. You know what I mean? Like I said, he's out there calling me out and saying, oh, you'd never say that for me. But 3-4 days before, he was thanking me for saying the exact thing he said I wouldn't say. You know what I mean? So it's like,
Wait. Does that mean that I've got to be praising you, Ken, on every show? Just like, do I have a set of time apart? It's like, oh, let us praise to Joe Cronin and foul-mouthed Ken. Like, do I have to like start doing these alms now? Like fucking, like videos praising people that associate with me? Like, oh, this person who supports me and isn't even known in the community. Like what? I'm going to advertise this shit now? What the fuck is that?
Yeah, listen, man, I don't understand why he would at one breath be like, no, this and that about me. And then the next breath, I'm such a bad guy where I'm lying about the donations that I get. And oh yeah, I put it back into this channel a lot. I do. And then all of a sudden it's like, no, you don't, Ken. You got a camera for 70. You don't, come on, stop the shit. No, I'm not Cuzzo and all these other motherfuckers that lie about everything they say. That's not me. I'm sorry. You might think everybody's bullshitting everybody in this world, but no, I'm not bullshitting nobody.
But adults don't rush to go prove themselves to children. Again, could you collect all the receipts that you got from all your purchases? Of course you do. But do you owe it to Tony? Absolutely not. So you're not going to go, as soon as Tony says, oh, you got to prove it. It's like, oh, Shannon, where are the receipts? We got to photocopy this, get a notary, and like make sure that Tony believes that this is true. You're not doing that.
Dude,
you don't have anything to owe to the guy.
Well, dude, like I mentioned, please don't dox me, man. Like we're going to mix it up and go back and forth with each other over this tedious shit, like 60 hours, 40 hours. And like you hang up on me and it turns into an argument. Now you're reviewing me. Like if we're going to go down this road, please don't fucking put that anguish on my mother and father like you did last time. All right. I know you apologized, said you'd never do it again, but who knows if we go down this road is what I basically said. And the rebuttal to that is like nothing happened to your parents when I did that. It was no skin off of their back whatsoever. And I said, yeah, there was pain and anguish over it. And he's like, you fucking fake liar. How dare you try to create some scenario that where I fucking put your address up on the screen, your parents' address, and it brought no pain or pressure to your parents at all. Because you want to know something? That's bullshit. You want to talk about receipts and proving stuff? Well, yeah, I had to obviously, and I've told this a million times, I had to contact the police because they told me to contact them the next time somebody doxed my house because we already had the house swatted 3 times basically.
And
That's a lie, Ken. That's a lie. That I didn't get the receipts for that, so that clearly didn't happen.
I had to tell my parents, number two, because they had to be aware of it in case something did happen. Number three, if people remember and go back and listen to that point of when we were all arguing and that was all going on, there was a brick that was thrown through my parents' window of this guy who went through the neighborhood, which I could show receipts to, went through the neighborhood banging people's glasses out and fucking with people. And I said originally, like, holy shit, we didn't know where it came from. It could be connected to YouTube. And that's what I thought originally. But then the cops told me what happened. They caught the guy and everything went down and this is why and blah, blah, blah. And I made it public like, yeah, thank God it had nothing to do with that. But my parents, once they were told about the latest doxing that happened, which was the last time it happened to us, which was Tony, I told my parents about it and they weren't fucking worried watching the fucking front yard. My father sat in a chair for like 4 nights watching the front yard, worried that his house was going to be torched. So yes, you did bring anguish and pain to us. And I was willing to fucking shake hands and forget about it and move forward. And I did. And I've been nothing but honest with the guy. I don't lie to him. I don't talk shit behind his back. I don't dog him out. When he sits there and says things like, well, you don't treat me with respect on air that you do off air. Well, yeah, I don't want to be involved with this shit that you're doing on air because God forbid, the first thing I'm going to do is protect me and my family. And if I think that people are fucking around with you and that want to hurt you or harm you, that you've been to jail and been actually, you know, incarcerated for doing fucked up shit to people, yeah, I'm not exactly going to be on air saying, come right on my stream, buddy. Hey, buddy, my best friend, come on my stream and let's hang out together, buddy. So these guys start fucking talking shit about me too now. And maybe that would have never have happened in a million years. But I've been through the ringer so many times in this fucking shit that we've been involved with for fucking 7, 8 years that no, I don't want to take chances like that. So I'm sorry if I couldn't exactly embrace you like you want to be embraced, but you're tangled up in some crazy shit. And if you don't think it's crazy, that's fine. You don't have much to lose, I guess. And you even said it yourself. He said it. He don't have much to lose. So that's great. I do. So I protect myself. So if you're fucking around with people that I think might be detrimental to me or my community or my parents or my family, anything, I'm not going to fuck with it. That's why I didn't get involved. That's why I gave my opinion on shit that he was doing because you know what? There are a couple of things that he was doing that was valid. He was calling some valid shit out. But that's shit that I'm not involved in, that I don't want to be involved in. Yeah, I was like, hey, you know what? He's really fucking, this guy really is a deadbeat. This guy really is taking advantage of the system. This guy really is lying. This guy, you know, he really was calling serious shit out. But it's not my business. I don't want to fucking be fucking doing that publicly. That's not what I'm here for. I'm not on YouTube to blog or vlog or whatever the fuck he's saying.
It's certainly not to make a career out of it.
No, and I'm not here to review people all day. I don't do that. I'm on here to talk about what I find interesting. And if I found the prison community or anything interesting with that, well, then I wouldn't be able to talk about it because I don't want to get involved in that shit. You know, even if I found it interesting, which I did, I still had the respect to be like, yo, I don't want to step on his feet. Even when the guy New Age Plug was in your chat. And you know, like, it was like, you know, oh, yo, what's up? Hey, how you doing? Hey, I'll sub to the channel. Hey, this, hey, that. I made sure that I wasn't involved with anything like, you know, hey, let's get together. Or, hey, let's fucking do an interview. Like, I wanted nothing to do with it. Out of respect to him and out of respect to, I'm not going to put myself in this position of linking up with people that, because like I told you, there was a couple of times where I heard these prison dudes make videos basically telling, Tony from Revere, that they were basically going to come and see him and fucking shoot him. There was one guy who basically hinted towards shooting him. Right? Yep. So, like, if you're not going to, like, I don't take most people serious on YouTube, but, like, if I'm going to take anybody serious, it's going to be dudes from a prison community. Maybe. So.
That would be a smart thing to do, but then again, he's not very smart, so.
So, listen, part of me, and I'll close with this, and I'll let you get back to your shit, but part of me does like Tony. I don't have a problem fucking saying that. I know that, you know what? I don't like when he goes after people that I respect and love. I don't like that at all. I don't like when he fucking goes and accuses Sith Negan or fucking the Bullsinator of shit. Like, I don't like when he does that. I don't like when, you know, but that's his business. I don't get involved. You want to sit there and dog those people out? That's your business. I don't agree with you, but that's your business. And I've stayed out of everything. I kept my quiet on everything. It might have been a couple
couple of things that I brought up here and there. But this guy reviewed me like 3 weeks ago.
Oh,
and
you
said
play a
some
sound
shit.
clip? You play a sound clip of somebody's voice breaking? Because again, you'd think that in
that's
their
that
30s
bad,
it
like-
wouldn't happen, but now you get a week's worth of content on you? You were such a bad boy?
I guess so, man. You know, so I mean, you know, I can't answer why he would be this focused in on me after what I've said and done. But
Because
hey,
you rejected him. He said so. You should be having me on your show. He wants and desire. He says, I don't care. No, he literally explained, and we're going to hear this, where he wants you to take him into your show, like to take his call. He's blocked from the chat. He's not allowed on. Well, you know, God forbid that actually has anything to do with his previous actions, but no, that's how he sees it. He deserves to be on there. He's owed that.
I mean, I didn't hear all that, but
Well,
like, you know,
we're going to break it down. Break it down.
Yeah. yeah.
So
I'm gonna
we
get
still got
back
much
to
more to go. I know that you might be going live tonight, right, Ken?
I'm gonna try to, man. It
All right.
depends on when yeah.
What time do you think, if you know?
What time is it now? What time is it right now?
The time right now is 6:00 p.m. Eastern time.
Oh, if I go live, it'll probably be at like 9:45, somewhere in there.
All right.
hopefully.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. 9:45 or later on the Foul Mouth Network, where Ken will be able to speak his own mind. But that doesn't mean that he's not going to call back into the show, because there's much more to go. And you know what? I think I might be able to pull off stretching this fucker out for 3 hours until you're fucking ready to go live. So again, pass the baton between two OGs and give you guys the greatest shows ever. So Ken, thank you for calling in, giving your thoughts on this situation. Skype lines will always, well, you've got the red line. You can call in at any point, you know, to address anything that's being said. But there's a lot more to be reviewed. So, you know, just hold back a bit, you know, and listen, because I'm going to be breaking this down to the subatomic level.
All right, man.
All right. Thank you so much, Ken. There goes the
All
king
right,
of
bye.
New York himself, Foulmouth Ken. And Danny, patience. I know that you want to have your say as well. Things were said about you by Tony, Antonietta. But we have to listen to a little more here before we can continue. We only got, how many minutes in? 10 minutes in? Yes, let's continue.
And don't even show you your whole face, bro. You sit in the dark.
So Joe, it's Joe, Ken. See, I love them both. That's why they're always. They'll be always on my mind. But I'm not pushing either to try to get back together. So you know, wire, take a note from the master. But yeah, so apparently Ken has not bothered to buy anything to make his face more visible on his stream. Interesting. Now, granted, it's very easy. I mean, he could go to a dollar store, buy himself a $2 fucking USB flashlight or light that basically just, you know, it looks like a snake and stuff, and you can mold it. You could do that if you want. You get one of those lights that's like a ring almost. You'll see a lot of these influencers try to use it and such. And, you know, it's a round light, and it's like a disc almost, and it provides some good light. What, he's got to spend on that? I mean, really? Are you that infatuated with Ken that you need to see his face all the time? Give me a second, people. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Just had to take care of a little thing. But, well, let's continue.
That really putting it back in your channel? How are you putting it back into your channel? I can tell you
that the internet isn't free, so there's that. To power the internet, you need electricity, so there's that. Ken, he certainly likes the visual arts. And, well, if you look at the effort that he puts into his shows and such, you can certainly see that he puts that time in. And plus, I've actually had interactions with him, good interactions like you, Tony, where I know, A, that he's using a certain program. And, hey, if you ever were a graphic artist like myself, you'd understand that nowadays a lot of companies require a monthly fee to ensure that you can continue to use their software to do simple graphic editing. There's that cost. These are ones that I'm just observing or have personal knowledge on, but do we need to keep going here? Do I need to continue to itemize a list of exactly what is required when it comes to putting on a good show? Yeah, you could get shitty internet. You were complaining, apparently, in this clip that Ken had a very bad phone connection. Well, maybe instead of buying a new phone, which apparently you think will fix the problem of all the interference from where he's calling from, maybe instead of buying a $1,200 phone that's a piece of shit anyways, it's going to be outdated next month, you spend that on making sure that you've got a higher tier internet connection. Is that not logical? Of course it's logical. Of course it is. Now, you require a brain to understand whether it's logical or not. And yes, you are missing that key component when it comes to this entire thing. But regardless, let's continue.
With receipts, exactly how.
Oh, Feslov says in the chat, the simulcast has begun. Tony, how you like this great content? Coming from Feslov. And, yes, all those that are trying to start shit in the chats by making a troll account of Feslov, oh, I saw you from a mile away and you've been terminated. So, again, I have a shiny wrench. And in fact, Mjolnir I have. I am the only worthy one to carry it, after all. And as such, it shall be yielded without any mercy. So, first love, watching out for you, brother. Let's continue. Also, I sound much more masculine than Tony does when I say, let's continue.
How I put it back into my channel. Can you do that for us, though?
And when did Ken owe that to your audience? To your audience alone, just rejects and losers that nobody wants around, so they've got to congregate there. But since when did Ken owe them that explanation?
Your computer got donated to you.
That was one of them. Initially, I believe Shell donated a computer. He did buy other stuff as well. Remember helping him out with suggestions for software and just simple things that you would have no understanding on, optimizing your system. But yeah, I certainly remember that well, he started off actually with his own computer. Look, you smoke crack weed, of course you're going to forget this shit. But I don't smoke crack weed. I remember. And I remember when he had his own computer, yeah, had problems. Obviously, you weren't even around for keeping it 100. I was. You weren't around when fucking this guy was working on Tommy C's show. I was. So there was that. Then Shell donated to him. Got himself a new laptop. Great. Then he moved on. Then he got upgraded. But do you need... What? Is Shell going to provide you with the receipt now? Is Ken going to demand a fucking receipt from Shell so as to prove it to Tony? Let's get serious here. Let's get physical. Let's continue.
Well, bought for you. From your supporters. So what have you actually...
Actually, before we even continue, Out with Cows makes a good comment, which I was going to comment later, but might as well do it now. Out with Cows says 40 hours a week. Tony says, but when you subtract all the dead air, and Ken Joe streams, he just lets play, he does nothing. well, I spoke to several individuals this afternoon who convinced me to go live. Yeah, and I was not planning on it, but some people are very good in their persuasive manners. Although apparently a lot of people in Tony's chat thought I was immediately going to jump on this fight and just start the stream. And no, see, you fucks work on my time, not the other way around. You are my pets, my little treats, and I will play with you as much as I want to. So, yeah, it's hilarious that you say that out with cows. I said that to several people who spoke to me today about that. That if you were to subtract the dead air from Tony's streams, it'd at least be 50% less. So if he says that he streamed, say, 60 hours a week, it's got to be 30, if not less. Because again, all the dead air really amounts to a negative gain, really, if he even understands that term. But that is, in fact, the case. Also, what I really want to bring up is this was also brought up to my attention. Okay, let's walk through this, people. Okay, 31 viewers, but let's walk through this. Yeah, I saw that you made a video. Maybe I can play it later. But we got to keep on this flow here. So, brought to my attention earlier today. So, he's claiming at minimum 40 hours a week, if not 60, and in the call that you're going to hear as I review it, he'll say, I may have even done 70 hours, or I did 70 hours this week. Okay. But the bigger question everyone should be asking is, before this guy came into this community 2 years ago, having 60 hours a week, like, you know, he replaced whatever he was doing prior to now streaming supposedly 60 plus hours a week. Let's just go with what he's saying. Okay, fine. So prior to encountering the Joe Cronin community, prior to, just streaming, what the fuck were you doing with your 60 hours a week? Like, what were you doing? Like, if you had all this time before you encountered Joe Cronin, before you started streaming, what the fuck were you doing with your life, dude? Were you just on the corner there with a fucking heroin needle in your arm, just like, what were you doing? And, well, another thing that was brought to my attention earlier today is that he's currently supposedly streaming at least 60 hours a week, if not more. And he's only getting paid $100? That's, is that really his only value? I mean, is that the only value that he has, I should say? It's just so limited that he's going to get $100 for 60 hours a week? I mean, shit, I think people in India, slaves in India, make better money than that. The Paul brothers stream 2 to 3 hours in 1 week doing a podcast. They get millions of people watching them. So, yeah, that should be examined and addressed, is that if you have all this time right now to do these streams, what were you doing before? What the fuck were you doing with all this time that you had available? And on top of that, now that you do have that time available and you're doing those 60 plus hours a week and you're not getting paid, I mean, you might break 100 or something, and all that effort for naught? Yeah, that's why all these people are tuning into you, right? Let's continue.
Put back into your streams, Ken.
I need those receipts, Ken. I know you're listening, Ken. I want those receipts. Triplicate, notarized.
Could say championship belt. That's
there was 2, actually. I was commenting on this earlier, but yeah, there was 2. Well, actually, now there's 3. Okay. But yeah, that's part, like, if it was Foul Mouse Network LLC, those would be considered business expenditures. It's part about, and just like the awards for the rap stuff, it's part of the aspect to keep the audience intrigued, involved, and enjoyed.
one, right? That's something good. But you do have something, like $150.
My belt is $350, dude. $350 that fucker cost. Okay, Ken doesn't skimp out on this shit. He could have easily done that. Gone to Walmart, get a fucking cheap little belt, like sprayed on FMN, and then be like, that's your fucking belt. Take it or leave it. He didn't do that. He gave people fucking custom belts. Well, at least Drew did. Drew got one. I could have, but, you know, I did it for the people. I said, you know, we got to get through this done. And, yes, get through it done. That's how we say it up here in Canada. It's also called Ninja Gaiden because it's gay. But it was about fucking pushing forward everything. It's as simple as that. You know, certain people, and you know what I'm talking about, say, Dave Rosa didn't do anything in 3 weeks that he had, you know, the title. Okay, that's fine. You know, maybe I should have just neglected my father and all that, let him die. But, yeah, you know what? I'm more happy that at least there was a resolution to something that had been waiting 6 months at least to determine who a champion was. And Ken was busy and stuff. You know, push this guy? No. He was busy. I took the fall, you know. Maybe if I did more promos or I kept my mouth shut, you know, I would have won. But regardless, it is what it is. I got myself a beautiful fucking title. And you're going to see me at fucking wrestling shows with it. Simple as that. But that's where people are going to make an issue on and just ignore how much Ken actually puts back into his shows. Come on, continue.
But you made some money, Ken, on this shit, bro.
The green-eyed monster rears its head again, i.e. jealousy. For all those that aren't aware of that very archaic saying. But yes, green-eyed monster means jealous. Let's continue.
A lot more than I have.
Well, now you're showing the victimhood mentality. Oh, Ken, you made so much money. A lot more than I have. I could say the same thing about Joe or Ken. But I don't take it in the pooper. So I'm not going to say that. Let's continue.
Shit ton more, and I bought a new microphone with.
Oh, because I expended all this money to do a show that nobody's gonna watch. I deserve those donations more than you do, Ken.
My donations. I bought a computer monitor. I bought tablets.
So now worship him because he spent that money, right? Oh, we're still getting to the point where Ken calls in. We're almost there. But just wait. Just wait to listen to this guy's lack of logic. Shout out to Meow Meow.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages.
I think this is him calling in right now. Also, yes, I deleted you off Discord because you was hacked. Yes, that is the exact reason. This is first time we're actually able to talk about this. But, yes, that's exactly why I had to remove you from the super secret server. I don't know, man. You're going to have to clean up whatever it is that's going on your computer and ensure that I'm not going to have to deal with that shit again because I don't want a fucking Discord account being sent to me that's trying to infect me and stuff. So I had to do what I had to do, man.
Is the man, the myth, the legend himself, Kenny Boy.
Now listen to the disrespect. Now it begins. And I'm actually going to pack the last of my fucking weed into a bowl and smoke this and listen while you guys enjoy it as well. And donation lines are open. I could certainly use a donation. Not only does it make all the haters mad, including Tony, but I could actually really use the money as opposed to Tony, who's probably going to waste it on delivery on really shitty food when I make my own food better. And, you know, don't spend 60 hours a week just fucking doing nothing as opposed to actually taking care of people. But let's continue.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Can I ask why this is about you and me? Like you're comparing yourself to me? I can't do that stuff because I can't sit down for long enough time. I can't. Like, why are you comparing yourself to me? I'm not judging myself to you by what I'm saying on my own stream. So I don't understand why you think like you have to put yourself up against me in a judgment situation where you're like,
Oh, yeah. Well, do you really put that stuff back in here? I could show receipts. I could show,
like, am I sitting there and telling you, oh, I got all these receipts, bro. I put it all back into my show, bro. I mean, I really do, bro. I could prove it. I could show you receipts. Like, why do you think you have to measure yourself to everybody you review?
There you do. You just answered
Okay, first of all, I don't hear any tone in Ken's voice that he's angry or that he is upset. He's simply coming to Tony and speaking his mind, being fair, not yelling. And, well, this is the response that we get. So, hold on a second here. Let me just create a new graphic. Hold on. Oh, that should work. Actually, hold on. Let's do that. Oh, and I'm going to have to rewind a bit because listen to the lack of logic here because it makes no fucking sense whatsoever. None. So transition and rewind slightly, maybe. I don't know how far is this going to go, but all right.
Dude, like, why do you think you have to measure yourself to everybody you review?
There you do.
There you do. You just answered. So he asked, why do you think you need to measure yourself towards others? Okay. So think, again, you're going to see the destruction of his own logic as he tries to speak it. So he's telling Ken that the question was already answered.
You just answered your own question in your question there.
Answer in that whatsoever. There was no answer in that whatsoever.
It's because I'm reviewing people.
So he has to compare. Okay, so this is how it's like. The question is, why are you comparing yourself to others? His answer is because people are reviewing me. Okay, think that again. I'll say it again. Why, Ken says, why are you reviewing people? Why are you comparing yourself to other people? Please walk through this with me here, okay? Think smart, even the hate watchers. Why are you comparing yourself to other people? His response is that people are reviewing me. That answer wasn't responded in the question that Ken asked. But let's continue.
Because you're reviewing people.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to judge yourself up.
Confirmation. Ken repeats. Okay, so the reason why you're comparing is because they're reviewing you. Confirmation from Tony saying, that is to say, correct.
Against the people you review.
Oh, no, it's not. I didn't say that.
You literally just said that, douchebag. We're going to rewind it again so that everyone can fucking hear this. But that's exactly what you fucking said. That's exactly what you fucking said. You agreed. You agreed to it. So we're going to listen to this again.
Dude, bro, I could prove it. I could show you receipts. Like, why do you think you have to measure yourself to everybody you review?
Measure yourself. Compare, measure, same thing. Why do you think you need to do that? Response is because they're reviewing me. That's his response. Not Ken's response. That's his response.
There you do. You just answered your...
No, he didn't answer his own question. And more importantly, why don't you just answer the fucking question?
Your own question in your question there.
Answer in that whatsoever. There was no answer in that whatsoever.
It's because I'm reviewing people.
Because you're reviewing people.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to judge yourself up against the people you review.
Oh, no, it's not. I didn't say that. You did.
No! No, you just said that! You literally just fucking said that! We've played this twice now! Oh, no, that's what you said. No, it's literally what just came out of your fucking mouth. That's why he just repeated it to confirm the ludicrousy of your fucking statement. You literally just said that. Yes, literally. Oh, you're so creative with the name. But he literally, not figuratively, literally just fucking said that. Is it so difficult to understand? Are you that stupid, Tony? Oh, don't answer that because I guess we know the answer.
But that's what you do.
Yeah, because I'm just providing an
Oh, but now he says he does? Oh my God, I'm so confused.
example that
You
you're saying.
literally put your.
Come on, Ken.
Hey, look, it's New York City, man. It's fucking surrounded by buildings. What do you fucking expect?
Fix your
You literally watch a person.
Isn't your internet constantly going down there, fucking douchebag Comcast? Come on.
You review them, and then you judge yourself against that person.
Depending on what the example is.
Oh, of course. It all depends on how I choose. It's called moral relativism. You know, I can just randomly choose what's important to me.
See if they're a good
Dude,
person.
you gotta fix your connection, brother.
No, he actually invests the money that could go into that phone into the show. So there you go. Let's continue.
Dude, you sit there and you ask the connection. You ask the question of,
Yep.
Why do people say this shit about my father? Or why does this person say this about
here we
me?
go.
And how come nobody sticks up for me like that? And how come?
What does anyone do? What? Has Dave Rose ever said that? No, he hasn't. That's just a simple answer. I'm going to save you the fucking time. No, Dave Rose has never said, "Oh, can someone fight on my behalf?" YR has. Many other people have. Scott has. But Dave Rose certainly hasn't done so. In fact, the one-man army has faced multiple people countless times, and all those who try to use the word wolf packing, well, sorry, that was created by YR, and it is one of the most homosexual statements I've ever fucking heard. Don't ever use that fucking term in front of me. Simple. Let's continue.
And you ask that question.
Because if we really want to go into it, remember those times in 2015, 2016 where I would say something supposedly controversial on Joe Cronin's show and you'd have 5 people yelling at me at the same time, all saying different things, and, I'd try to address one person and then 4 other people start to fucking yell at me like I'm not addressing them. It's like, well, I'm not an idiot. I can go through one person at a time and explain these sorts of things. But Dave Rose, right again. Let's continue.
Dude, you're breaking up, bro. Jesus.
Why?
Dude, you're breaking
Yeah.
up. Where you going? Are you under a bridge?
Yeah, I'm under your bridge.
All right, well come by, dude.
All right.
Well, everyone knows your address now, thanks to me. So there you go.
I'll come by right now.
We know Ken has this is not.
Well, what I know is that Filthy Mouth Gamer certainly isn't one person to trifle with, and he loves to go up to Salem, Massachusetts every year to celebrate Halloween. He also likes to eat ass, so he's a little odd. Would you like to tussle with that guy in the street? I don't think you would. Let's continue.
First time thing with your bad phone connections, brother. This is like a big.
Yes, Ken, you are an evil and worthless person because your phone sucks. Right, that makes perfect sense in the mind of somebody like Tony, who looks like a mole and has the brain of a squirrel. Ooh, shiny. Easily distracted. Let's continue.
Thing with you.
I think I should put some of that money that I get from the donors
Exactly.
back into...
You should buy a new phone with some of the money that your donators have
Or you could just reinvest it into a show.
given you. Why do you have bad connection on your phones forever?
Because he doesn't live in some little shithole and stays home all day. He has to move around. Through the city where you've got fucking 100-story buildings there kind of blocking the reception. Something like that?
I'll answer you. Maybe because it's the coverage that I get from the provider I'm currently with. So now I want to ask you a question and get an answer. Is that possible?
Sure.
No, that's not, Ken.
Why do you sit there and ask the
Preview
question of why doesn't anybody support me like that? Why do you guys say shit about my father like that? Why do you guys call me out like that? Why can't I review people and just have you people watch the review and enjoy it? And
What
not
are you
ask questions?
referencing to?
Well, because you sat there the other night on your
It's
stream and you were
referencing,
like,
not referencing.
why are they talking about my father? Why do people treat me like this?
No. That was Danny, one person talking about my father. You think there's multiple people going to talk about my father? Even Dave didn't touch it.
Well, regardless, you were asking that question. You said, why does it...
I never...
And Ken actually talked about this earlier when he called in, is that he's going to keep trying to deflect and all this. Dave didn't do this, Dave didn't do this. But the fact is, well, I didn't hear this personally, but I trust all those that did, is that apparently he was actually saying, like, apparently 4 weeks ago, 3-4 weeks ago at least, he was doing a stream and apparently randomly brought up my dad and just started to laugh at his physical condition and so forth. And, well, a lot of people did get back to me saying, yeah, that's not very cool of him. Some people were actually a lot madder than that. But, yeah, that is what happened. And Ken is referring to this, or at least he's going to attempt to before, while Tony decides to continually cut him off and disallow him from actually getting to that point. But we certainly do witness that. But before we do, we just got a donation. So let me just get, there we go. This is a good one. A little donation here, and what is the message? It says, I predict this will be Bob Barker's last year to live. Ha 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 ha! The price is wrong, bitch! And that comes from Soothsayer and Prophet Casey Yates. So, that's unfortunate. I love Bob Barker. I mean, what's his name? God damn it, what's that guy's name? The current one. He was on the Drew, was it Drew? Something, I can't remember his name. But he's the current, I guess he's the current Price is Right guy. And he was on that other show. Come on, guys. Why am I so stupid today? I'm obviously very focused here. I want to keep going. But, hold on. I've got to fucking say this. But, Casey, please don't wish this man ill health. Price is Right. Drew, what was his name? Drew Carey. There we go. Big fat guy, big thick glasses. There's only one fucking host for Price is Right. And that's got to be fucking Bob Barker. And for you to fucking say that stuff, I'm a little concerned. And I hope that your previous predictions don't come true, because you do have a record for calling the death of a celebrity. I think that's maybe your mutant power, that you're capable of purposely inflicting death on celebrities, which, I mean, isn't necessarily a bad thing, but go for the bad ones, man. Like, come on, Hollywood is full of, a bunch of pedophiles. So, yes, Drew Carey. And Festlove, why are you rolling your eyes at me? Don't suck your lips at me either. Okay. But well, there is only 18 days left, 19 days until the end of December. Stay safe, Bob Barker. Hopefully, the Casey curse won't hurt you. But there doesn't seem to be many who can stand up to it. Because every time he calls it, they're done. All right, let's continue on here. I don't want to think any more about the potential of Bob Barker leaving this planet. I mean, he's encouraged everyone to spay and neuter their pets. And I mean, if anything, Tony should have been spayed quite a long time ago. Not neutered, because he doesn't have any balls, but spayed, as in prevented to allow his vagina to put out any offspring. But, yeah, let's get back to this here and listen to this pathetic nature, and it's going to get good.
No.
You say, why are you going after my father? Didn't you ask that question? Like,
No.
why?
I said to Danny, that's going to be the stupidest thing you ever could do, is make fun of a war hero.
There's been a lot of supposed war heroes And they claimed it was that one guy that got exposed. He said he was part of like SEAL Team 6, and then it wasn't true, and and you know, people ridiculed him. It's certainly worthy if you don't deserve the praise that you apparently claim. So again, who are we to even judge what praise war heroes get, and who is a war hero, right? Like, what, you get the Victoria Cross? Well, I think that's only Canadian, but I'm speaking from a Canadian perspective. Again, Tony was the guy who was doubting that Scott understood dog tags and didn't even bother. He could have easily just Googled Canadian dog tags. Simple. And realized that, yeah, you break them at the bottom. Leave one with the body and one for, DND. And they'll get it to the family and stuff. He didn't even bother to fucking Google it. Could have taken 5 seconds for him to understand, yeah, Scott is actually telling the truth. He knows what fucking Canadian dog tags are like. Nope. Couldn't even fucking do that. God damn it, Tony. Is it the glasses that prevent you from reading? Because, like, honestly, like, maybe you take, you learn through osmosis. So what do I need to do? Shove a book up your ass? Like, how are you going to fucking bother to ever educate yourself? Because 1 month at fucking community college don't cut shit. Okay, let's continue.
So,
You asked the question and said, why are you bringing my father into this, correct?
no, I read a text message that Danny sent me that he talked about making fun of my father with Agent Orange.
Tony, you forget some things you say.
Okay.
Do you know that or not?
Yeah, you're going to ignore that later, Tony, but yes, you do ignore a lot of, and forget a lot of different things. And, that fentanyl weed that you're smoking clearly is having an effect on your mind. Clearly. I would never want to live in such a daze where I can't even forget what I said yesterday. Apparently, Tony's cool with that.
What is it that I forgot?
You did. You sat there and you asked the question, why are you going after my father? I don't bring your family into it. Why are you mentioning my father, who's a war hero? You very much said that, definitely.
Because of the text message that Danny sent me talking about my father.
I understand that. And what I'm saying is, like, I can't understand why you don't see that. And maybe it's because you forget some of the things.
Why don't I see what?
It's not a maybe, Ken.
Why that guy was there, and you scratch your head, and you're honestly asking the question, why are you coming at my father when I don't go after your family? And you sit there and wonder what shit about certain things and said certain things, and then a week or
like what? Prove examples. Proof. Don't
right
just
now,
say shit.
Let me finish what I'm saying, and I'll explain it to you. You sit there and you say something 2 or 3 days, and then 2 or 3 days later, you're like, why is this person saying this about me? Why are you attacking me? And it's like, dude, you don't remember saying what you said about that person 2 nights before? You were like, why is Dave saying this and Dave saying that? And you're talking about fathers. You mentioned his father the other night out of the blue.
But Dave didn't mention my father.
I understand that, but
Okay, so here's the thing. Like, now Tony is only listening and hearing what he wants to hear. So what Ken is referring to is that apparently, again, 3-4 weeks ago, out of the blue, out of the random, on his show, and again, I didn't witness it. If I did, I'd probably have a recording of it and would have certainly played it back multiple times. But, oh, God, did I fuck up? Son of a bitch. I'm going to have to reload that clip. Basically, 3-4 weeks ago, Tony was out of the blue, started to mention my dad and was making fun of his mental condition. So, yeah, fucked up there. Dave fucked up there, but I've got the clip here. So, again, loaded into Windows Media Player.
7 years now, 6 years.
And just get it loaded up to where we were. Wasn't that much in, sorry. We'll get back to this. I'm somewhat well prepared, but the problem is multi-button mice. If you're a little rough, can press a key and then you move on to the next file. So, yes, my fuck up. Yes. Well, let's get back down to it, bobbers.
I'll buy it for you. From your face, bro.
Like, Maybe it might be here and there. It's not like a set, like, oh, you work every. It's like, you know.
Just give me a second.
Shit ton more.
There's no answer in that one.
Dude, you're breaking up.
Okay,
Where you
so
going? Some of the money that your donators have given you. Why do you have bad connection on your phones forever?
Okay, so before.
All right, I'll come by right now.
We know. Jesus.
All right. Well, I kind of corrected that fuck up slightly, but hey, we'll get right back to where we were in just a short moment. Patience. And yes, let's all laugh at Dave Rose. Ah, yes. At least I'm not getting sniffed by Biden. That's for one. Nor am I a narcissist like Tony is, as you can see on the left there on the graphic. Back to the chat here. Jacob RP still hasn't made a donation yet of 100 pesos. He says, put the bottle down, Danny. It won't correct your mistakes. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you getting in a fight with Danny now? Is he embarrassing you in the chat? You guys can always, I guess, well, actually not yet. I'm not going to take any calls yet. But if you guys want to fucking slap it out on the show, I'll give you permission to do so in a slight while. But we have to get back to this now, yes.
Why? Out like that? Why can't I review people and just have you people watch the review and enjoy it? Not
What are you
ask questions?
referencing to?
Oh, yeah.
Well, because
We're
you sat
almost
there the
We're
other
almost
night
there.
on your stream and you were like, why are they talking about my father? Why do
There
people
we
treat
go.
me like this?
No. That was Danny.
44 minutes, 52 seconds as a personal note to myself. I think it's 2 minutes before they finally get into it, but very difficult to scroll through Windows Media Player. Should have picked a different media player, but regardless, we're back on it.
One person talking about my father. You think there's multiple people going to talk about my father? Even Dave didn't touch it.
Well, regardless, you were asking that question. You said, what?
Well, let's just rewind at least a year or two ago when Tony basically said, as soon as your dad dies, Dave, I'm going to remind you every single day that your dad died. I'm going to say, like, I can't remember exactly what he said. It was something like, I'm going to rub it in your face, or it was just something along the lines of, like, oh, your dad's dead. Your dad's dead. So he basically said, if you guys remember, and I'm sure many do, because many here have been along for a long time, here for a long time. 41 viewers, oh my God. But yeah, he did say that, and, I think that people should at least remember it. Well, let's continue. 44 minutes, 40 seconds.
Why
I never said, no.
You say, why are you going after
These are my timestamps, not his show timestamps. So.
my father? Didn't you ask that question? Like,
No. I said to Danny, that's going to be the stupidest thing you ever could do is make fun of a war hero. So...
You asked the question and said, why are you bringing my father into this, correct?
No. I read a text message that Danny sent me that he talked about making fun of my father with Agent Orange.
Tony, you forget some things you say.
Okay.
Do you know that or not?
Sure. What is it that I forgot?
You did. You sat there and you asked the question, why are you going after my father? I don't bring your family into it. Why are you mentioning my father, who's a war hero? You very much said that, definitely.
Because of the text message that Danny sent me talking about my father.
I understand that, and what I'm saying is, like, I can't understand why you don't see that, and maybe it's because you forget some of the things.
Why don't I see what?
Why that guy was there, and you scratch your head, and you're honestly asking the question, why are you coming at my father when I don't go after your family? And you sit there and wonder what shit about certain things and said certain things, and then a week or
like what?
Day,
prove examples. Proof. Don't
right
just
now,
say shit.
Let me finish what I'm saying, and I'll explain it to you.
He won't let you, Ken.
You sit there and you
Spoiler.
say something 2 or 3 days, and then 2 or 3 days later, you're like, why is this person saying this about me? Why are you attacking me? And it's like, dude, you don't remember saying what you said about that person 2 nights before? You were at
42 viewers, 42.
You were like, why is Dave saying this and Dave saying that? And you're talking about fathers. You mentioned his father the other night out of the blue.
But Dave didn't mention my father.
But you're not listening to what he's saying. You're not. I didn't mention your father, but Ken is saying, but you, Tony, a few weeks ago, so this was yesterday. So again, 3-4 weeks from what has been told to me. Out of the blue, random, starts talking about my dad. So that's what Ken's referencing here. Tony's listening just to what he wants to hear, not to what Ken's actually saying.
There.
I understand that. But
So what are you talking about, Ken?
He's trying to explain it to you. If you keep your mouth fucking shut and just wait for the grown man to actually explain it to you, provide the context necessary, and more importantly, look, Zoomer, you got to deal with the fact that you have to have patience. Okay, you have to have patience. If an explanation can't be made in one sentence, you stupid fucking Zoomer millennial. I know they're not the same thing, but I'm still joining them together. You're going to have some patience. It's just like going to the DMV. Oh, long line. Picked the wrong time to come. Going to have some patience, okay? You got to have to wait. They go through 30 people. Might be 4:30 before you finally get in there, even though you got there at 12. But that's the way it's going to be. Just wait. Have some patience. Show your maturity. Yes. And just wait. Is that so fucking difficult? Of course it is. Of course it is for those that are inferior to me. And yes, all these people could say, oh, that's narcissism. No, it's factual. Okay? I've earned this right. And yeah, somebody can't talk economics. Don't get your panties in a notch and get mad that I know more about it than you do, because it's just a fact. You might know more about, I don't know, some topic that I'm not interested in. That's fine. But when it comes to what I'm talking about, if you can't step up, ship out. Let's continue.
And
You did listen to me. You mentioned
dude, I'm
the
gonna
other.
have to hang up on you in a minute.
Oh, so basically you're not getting your way, and you're instantly threatening now, Ken, to disconnect him because you're not listening to him.
You're just
You
making no sense.
Can't.
You're
You just
making
wanna-
no sense. Dave did not bring up my father. Danny
That wasn't the point, though.
did. He always did.
He did, bro. I'm not saying he did. You don't get what I'm saying, bro. Like, sit
I
there
guess
and
I
listen.
don't. I guess I don't.
Instead of being like the mediator every fucking time, sit there and listen for a minute, bro. Like, you don't have to fucking get frustrated and mad because
I'm
you
trying to
can't-
understand you, bro, but you're wasting time. You're just making no sense and you're showing no proof.
Bro, the bottom line is you say things that you forget that you say. Okay? You
I would.
mentioned-
I mean, if you stream 60 hours like I do, which you've never have, you would forget too. I don't
You
stream
don't-
60 hours, Ken. I don't stream 60 hours, brother. Why don't
stream
you
60
count? Why don't you do the math and count it out? Because we've counted it out again, and I've done 70 hours in a week, not just 60, Ken. 70.
Are you gonna yell over me? Are you just gonna yell over each other? Is that what we're
No,
gonna
but
do?
I'm gonna talk and say what I have to say.
Okay, well, you don't do 40 hours a week, let alone 60. And I
No?
can explain. If you want to sit there and yell at me about it, then I'm not going to be able to explain it
Go
to
ahead,
you.
explain how I don't do 40 hours a week.
Dude, you would have to do, okay? You would have to do 8 hours every day to fucking hit 40 hours a week.
Ken, you're an idiot. I stream 7 days a week, fucker.
Dude, that doesn't matter. Yo,
Do the
bro.
math. If
Somebody's getting a little testy about being questioned on the math.
I stream 7 days a week and I do 5-hour streams, how many hours is that, Ken?
That's 35. 7 times 5 is 35.
And
Dude, I'll do the math with you right
do
now.
the math. 5 times
Indoor voice, please. Indoor voice.
7, Ken.
Instead of you talking
Oh,
over
God,
me,
dude. Sorry, dude. I had to hang up on him.
He had to hang up on him. He couldn't handle just being questioned.
We're not going nowhere, dude. He's an idiot.
Says the guy who tried to argue with me about the benefits of impossible meat and not understanding the absolute basics in nutrition and health.
What's up, YR?
Yo,
What's up, brother?
And here we have YR calling.
yeah, man.
No, I hung up on him.
Well, I totally just found out.
Dude, you really gonna hang up on me, bro? Like, really?
Trying to put YR on the call. Hold on.
No, I don't want to talk with YR. I'm talking with you.
Oh, that's why. Well, that's why I switched calls.
Dude, I'll do the math with you.
Okay.
Very easily. All right? You sit there and you do 4 or 5 hours a day. Nobody's questioning that. Yes, you do it every day. You do. But you're not doing 40 hours a week, bro.
Oh, my
You're not
God.
doing 60 hours a week.
Ken, do the math, brother.
Take your shows. I'll tell you right now. Go and take your shows that you do every day. Add up the times to the shows you do every day in a week. And it is not 40 hours, bro. It's not 60 hours.
Ken,
all right?
can you
It's
listen
not-
to me this time?
It's
Can I
not,
talk?
dude.
Can I talk?
Right.
Or are you going to talk?
Yes, but I'm saying.
Okay, so here's the deal. Ken, I do easily 5 hours a day because I stream multiple times a day, Ken.
Okay,
Right?
okay.
And
I'm
I
not-
stream Monday through Sunday, Ken.
Okay, I get that.
Can you let Ken talk? Let Ken talk.
It up.
Can he talk? Can he talk? Can I talk?
5 days a week at 5 hours. What is that?
No, Ken. 7 days a week, Ken. There's 7 days in a week.
Yeah.
Relax with the cockswax. It's okay. It's okay. This guy works, actually. Ken works. So he knows how many days are in a week. He's not all fucking, brainwashed and, well, not brainwashed, but the word would probably be having a cloudy mind. Because when you're smoking that fucking fentanyl-style weed that comes from China and shit, of course it's going to fucking mess up your fucking mind. And that's what we're witnessing right now. Now, before we continue, we just got an awesome donation. So let me just quickly pull this up here. Read the message. And yeah, certainly we need a epic dance-off. From the one and only, it's Bullseye. And this is quite the message, so I'm going to read it out. Taking my time and doing it only as eloquently as Dave Rose can do. So bear with me here. Let me just have a sip of water. This is like performing Shakespeare. I must do it well. Quote, I hope to bring this up, Tony. Just committed a logical fallacy called begging the question. So proud of my unofficial son, because everyone said that he's my son. So, whether or not it's biological or he's adopted, Bullsey's my son. And I love the fact that this man he's got a great eye for logic, and he certainly is quite enticed when it comes to understanding the intricacies of logic. So already he's starting off fucking firing the cannon. So logical fallacy called begging the question. And I love talking logic. I love it. So we're already starting good. Ken asked, why do you need to measure yourself to others? Tony says, 'cause I review people. End quote. 1, that's a cop-out. 2, it doesn't address why he does it. It's assuming the premise is true, but not realizing his reason, which he could say, but is too narcissistic to admit. God damn, you've got fucking diamond eyes. He continues. Same thing as we are listening to now between Ken and Tony. Some may call it deflection. This is true, but if you were to ask a person that has dealt with people like Tony, here are multiple reasons that are more than likely why he does that. Quote, he measures himself to others because he wants to try and dig out someone's worst qualities and compare it to his own to make himself feel deeply superior. Quote, he measures himself to others to create a false reality of himself because he wishes he was the other person. End quote. And then he finishes off by saying, or the last one, which is the last one. I'm thinking he wrote this on a phone, so that's okay. Quote, he reviews these people because the same people humiliated him. I'll say that once more so it resonates. Or he reviews these people because these same people humiliated him. End quote. Now, I got to say that's fucking... Your assessment's fucking spot on in each of those examples that you just gave, because they all have substantial potential for actually being the exact reason for doing this. But I will have to say the second reason certainly did fit quite well his modus operandi. And it certainly is just so reflective of what he's doing. So your breakdown of this was fucking spot on, you know, quite impressed with you being able to just nail it down exactly where it needs to be. And even the last, because I think it might be a combination of several of the points that you just made, but that last point was fucking awesome, because this is exactly the same situation that I've sort of highlighted and made point of, is that he reviews people because he feels that they humiliate him. Now, it could be Scott, could be one of these guys from, you know, the former jail community and all that. Or it could be somebody like myself who certainly hasn't acquiesced to his fucking statements or his impositions or anything like that. So, and, you know, we know that I've certainly done a lot to, I guess, humiliate the guy, if you want to call it that. And, you certainly make good points in all three of those statements there. So, which one it is? I think it actually is a combination of several. But each one of those points fucking spot the fuck on. So, great job on that one. I do appreciate that sort of input, because it's... I mean, it saves me time having to explain it, but I also love when somebody can provide a different perspective about a situation. And, yeah, many often than not, thoughts align. But regardless, you're still getting words that are different than mine, and you're getting a separate analysis. So, thank you for the donation. Bullsy, we're going to go back to the chat here real quick. Jacob RP wrote a novel, says, I feel like Ken, Tony, and Joe and all these people should just find a way to make good, funny content instead of fighting over views and how many days are in a week and this and that, cheap heat. Yeah, I haven't been watching this entire video. I've talked about this. Is whatever issues happening between Ken and Joe, just leave it at that. If it's going to be resolved, it'll be resolved amongst them, you know, grassroots and fucking naturally, and it's nobody else's business but theirs. But don't try to push it just like Wire's been doing it, which has caused more harm than good, and that's a simple fact, Wire. But people like you who continue to try to push this shit for people to just cooperate. Are you not listening to this? Are you not listening to what Tony is saying about Ken right now? And you think that he's just going to drop all this shit because what? Tony said an apology? Yeah, I shot at you. I missed, but I apologized. Yeah, granted, I shot your house, and now you got to fucking patch up those holes and stuff. But yeah, you know, I apologize, so it's perfectly fine, right? Fucking unreal. Let's continue.
Oh, you just said to me, Ken, I do 5 hours a week and on the weekends.
Back to the math lesson.
Didn't you just say that?
Ken, I do 5 hours a day, 7 days a week.
5 times 7, 35.
Ken.
Also, I can talk about this and calculate in my mind at the same time. It's not that difficult, actually. Math is not that difficult. I will say this. Math teachers, in the majority of cases, do suck because they can't teach math properly. Once I taught myself math properly, I fell in love with it. I could understand the world. And it's funny. Some scientists, despite what has been said, they actually do believe in God. And then they're saying, well, when they're interviewed, how can you consolidate that view? God, and yet you're a mathematician, a scientist. It's like all you got to do to understand God is look at numbers. That's a simple fact. But yes, I don't expect people like Tony to be able to understand that sort of thing. But let's continue to hear his diatribe.
Hey, so add that up. 5 times 7.
35, right?
Yes. Oh, good for you. Yes.
Minimum.
Oh, it's minimum now. Oh, I think we're getting into some sort of convenience here. What are you going to say to excuse yourself?
Minimum, bro. I do multiple streams a day.
That's not always the case.
But you're going around, you're saying you do 60 hours a week, dude.
Remember, divide by 2 because all the dead air. So if he's saying 60, it's 30. But regardless.
Like, you're not even close. What are you talking about? You're doubling the amount of time you say you...
And he's going to get real angry here. He's going to get real angry because he doesn't like to be criticized about how many hours he's doing. You're going to hear this. He's going to drop Ken off the call the second time, and he's just going to go on and on about, oh, Ken, you were wrong. And just listen. Just listen. Come on.
Dude, do you realize that?
I do minimum 5 hours a day, minimum.
Okay,
and I
so
do,
like
and
30
I do,
to 5 hours
no. And I do 2 streams a day, bro. Right?
Dude, okay, I get that. Some days you do. I'm not questioning. I'm not saying you don't.
Now, good for you for all that time that you apparently spend on the internet there. But Ken works at least 60 hours a week, like real life work. Not just like I sit on my ass, have my girl make food for me, fucking order food, play video games. No, it's like he's actually out there working. And then, consistently, he does his Saturday night show. And yeah, sometimes when he gets the chance, he'll do another show. But he's consistent on Saturday nights. He's also consistent providing for his family. So you can claim, oh, I did 60 hours a week streaming, but who you're providing for? Meanwhile, you're being provided for. You got like a personal support worker coming in, getting those seat sores all, scrubbed off and this and that. But what are you doing to make the world a better place? What can you point to and look at and say, I did this and I'm happy with it? Really?
Okay.
I'm saying add up all the times that you live stream. It's not even over 40 hours.
It's easily over 40 hours.
No, it's not. Go add it up. The proof is all there, dude.
We'll add the proof up right now.
Go ahead.
Oh, you gotta prove it right then and there. This is how desperate he is for affirmation. I gotta prove it right now.
Because I've done it when I compared my streams to Joe, Ken.
Oh, so this is not the first time that you want to claim that you have some sort of superiority because you just put about a bunch of shit out constantly, consistently, yet nobody watches, nor do you have the number of viewers that, say, Joe does. Forget about the subs, the number of views, live views that Joe does, or me. But Joe, we're talking about Joe. And you still want to say, oh, well, I'm the better performer. I should be featured on a show, but also Joe sucks. That's what he's saying in the same breath.
Go to Monday and count how many
We're
hours
going.
you slept.
And do you know the ones that I private, right? There's streams that I privated as well.
Oh, you private videos now. Apparently you were shitting on me because I realized too late that Blonin's kids, well, one of the kids was unmasked during Halloween, and didn't sit right with me for that kid to have their face shown. I should have been more prepared, but also I can also blame Blonin for not warning me that the kid would not have a mask. I knew the older kid would. Didn't know about the younger kid, and it would take time for me to go back and remove that stuff. But that's the only one that I've physically removed. Well, it's privated. That's what it is. There is the dark show, which is again so dated. I mean, if you really want to have a laugh about how bad things were back in '96 on the internet, yeah, I could make them on private, but they're still there. But that's a totally different thing. That was wrestling when Monetize This was on Wednesday and stuff. No community drama, nothing like that. It was all just fucking really just a hangout, really, a glorified hangout. But every other video that I've done stayed up, other than the ones that were flagged by YouTube, for example, that said, oh, you can't question what happened on November 4th or, what happened in January 6th. You can't question that at all. And yeah, your video is 2 years old. Now your channel is struck. Okay, so apart from that, and there have been a couple that Scott did strike. That's a simple fact. Everything else has stayed up. Meanwhile, Tony, it's convenient for me to remove 2 months worth of videos where I talk shit about some guy who is part of this community of people who were formerly incarcerated, because it's going to really make me look bad and get me in trouble and potentially threaten my life. So, being the coward that he is, he removed those. But, it's very convenient for him to say, oh, well, you don't know about this. He'll say it later after I think Ken's off the call. Oh, well, I also do Twitch. You don't count that, but you're not counting that either. You're not advertising that. It's not seen. So, again, very convenient. Very convenient for you to control the narrative and say how many hours you do. Let's continue.
So let's do it. Let's check. Let's check
You're
right
not
here.
doing 60 hours a week.
Let's
You're
check.
not.
Let's check right
You're
now.
not. You're not.
Okay.
I know you're not.
2 hours today plus today's stream is, well, that's an hour. So three.
Listen to this guy struggle with the math.
Dude, can I do the math or are you going to talk?
How about this? I could be talking to somebody like Ken, and I'm still calculating things in the background. I don't need to do one task at a time. So, yeah, this is kind of sounding a little sad there that you can't handle having a conversation while you add up simple numbers.
Let's do the math, and then we'll put the money where your mouth is.
Do the math. Do you need permission to do math? Do the math. You can still hold a conversation, can't you? You can't? Well, you might be retarded. Let's continue.
Okay.
Right.
I owe you $100,000 already, so we're already.
You do, and you still joke around about that. You're the one who made the fucking bed. In fact, what kind of person is so desperate that they're willing to say, "Oh, I bet you $100,000," and then when they get found out, "Oh, well, yeah, I still owe you that." Why don't you put your money where your mouth is and just pay him the fucking money?
On the tab for that.
This whole thing that you do with everybody and make yourself look right at the end of it. The bottom line is you don't do 40 hours a week. You definitely don't do 60 hours a
Bro,
week.
can I do the math and can I count with you and we'll see what we do?
Yeah.
All right, so let's do the math. Today, 3 hours plus another hour because we did a bunch of streams. There's 3 streams up right now plus an hour today. So that's 3, 4, 5 hours. Yesterday, 5 hours. Another day ago, 3 hours, so that's the same day. So yesterday I did 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours. Then the 2 days, 6 hours. 2 days, 7 hours. So that same day I did 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I did 14 hours in one day.
You really have to count it through? You just can't, dude, I dream about math. I can make these calculations like, I wake up in the middle of the night, oh shit, I gotta go take a piss. Oh, these math equations come to my mind and I just fucking do them. Like, yeah, it's a little weird. But dude, you're struggling at the basic. Like, you can't even fucking calculate when someone's talking to you. Is that bad?
Ken.
What are you talking about? I'm looking at your shit right now.
Shout out to Bird in the chat.
7-hour stream 2 days ago plus a 5-hour and 41-minute stream, Ken. I'm everybody's seeing it right here, bro.
I'm looking at your
That's
stream.
14 hours in one day, bro. 3 days ago, 5 hours. 3 days ago, 3
Very emotional.
3 hours.
Dude,
4 days ago, 4 hours and 12 minutes. 5
Indoor voice.
days ago, a half hour. 4 days ago, 6 hours, 6.5. 6 days ago, 4.5. 6 days ago, 4. 7 days ago, 10 hours, Ken. So add all that up, and I guarantee you it's more than 4.
Well, first of all, divide by 2 for amount of dead air. And then again, remember, it's Tony who can't do shit.
40 hours, brother.
Oh, I'm not 15 videos in like you are already without adding up the first thing you said. That is wrong. You didn't fucking live stream 14 hours in one day. I'm looking at it right now. It didn't add up to 14 hours. You're just blowing numbers and just jotting numbers up in the air.
Yep.
You sit down and you
All
write it
right,
all
so
down.
Ken,
and you put
add
down
up 7 hours and 13 minutes plus 5 hours and 41 minutes. What do you got?
Ladies
Dude,
and
if you're
gentlemen, let
sitting
me
there
just
and you add up
pause
these-
the
Ken, answer my
clip here.
question.
And we have Foulmouth Ken back.
You know, listen, I saw what RP said in the chat, and in a way, he's right. It is a petty fucking thing to go fighting over how many hours somebody does a week.
You didn't
Which
start the
that
fire.
whole fucking, huh?
You didn't start the fire. It was always burning.
Yeah, but you know, it is petty to bring that up, and that's not where I wanted that conversation to go to. I wanted to explain to him why, you know, because he did ask that question of like, why is this guy bringing my father into this? And I wanted to answer him and tell him, you probably don't remember, which I know you don't remember, you know, talking shit about Dave's father like 2 or 3 weeks ago, because a lot of people remembered it, and it was like being talked about amongst a lot of people, like, yo, you heard what he said about Dave's father, like. And this was when you guys weren't arguing. So that's the point that I wanted to get to him, plus the shit about me that he was saying, right? And I didn't want it to go to an argument over fucking stupid numbers of how much somebody live streams in a week. But unfortunately, you know, listen, me and him have gotten into arguments like that a million times before about certain things. And he's been wrong in the past where you couldn't convince him he was wrong until you showed him. Or other people said, no, dude, you said this or you said that, or you showed him like the proof of it. You know, he'll stay convinced no matter what, unless he's shown proof. You know, so he does believe the things he's saying and shit, which like it bears no fucking. It's like whatever. The bottom line is, I didn't want the phone call to go towards the hours of how much he live streams. It's fucking petty bullshit. But you know, he seems to like really take that to heart. No, like that's like a main.
Oh, we haven't even heard that yet. After he forces you off the call the second time, he just bitches for the next half hour. Like, who are you to tell me like how many hours? Like, I was trying to calculate, but you were just confusing me. Like, I was really trying to calculate the numbers.
You know, I don't understand how he could say that. And who are you to question, you know, how much I do or this or that when he fucking reviews all these other people questioning what they do. I don't get why he can't have it put on him, you know? But, okay, I guess, whatever. But, you know, my point is, I don't want to make it about a fucking numbers thing with him. But unfortunately, that's the way the phone call went, and he hung up on me. So, you know, what am I going to do?
Well, you try to be respectful, and he certainly, again, he was demanding respect, but he doesn't show any, so why would you return any?
Yeah. Well, anyway, I just wanted to say that, and I'll let you get back to the reviewing.
Oh, there's more, and just wait till he throws you off the call the second time so you can hear his bitching and moaning, complaining that, oh, Ken, like, how dare you criticize me on the number of hours? Like, yeah, I might not be as good as math than you, but, like, you can't even criticize that, dude. Like,
you know, he was reviewing you live, I guess, and
probably.
And he's like rebuttaling what you're saying about me, about the donations to me and how I use it and everything. And I'm like, okay, you know, like rewind 20 minutes and you can hear what I'm saying. But you know what? It doesn't matter how you defend yourself or what you say. I think he's going to believe what he wants to believe. And that's it. Plain and simple.
It's called delusion and somebody who's mentally ill.
Yeah, there's probably no reason to fight it, you know, because it's like whatever at this point. But all right, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Bird Band.
Ken, if you're still
there goes
on,
Ken. Oh, he just left. I was
damn.
trying to get you in.
No, I have a response for his question. Like, why is Tony doing this? I have a response. He's a fucking narcissistic pussy who didn't get coddled enough as a child. So, yeah. I mean, what's funny is I heard half of this. What you're playing, I heard half of this live. And it does get freaking juicy. And I died.
Oh, we're getting there.
So I don't have to be here from the beginning to know what the hell you're reviewing. You're reviewing Tony being a fucking faggot. And
It's just about to hype up because as soon as he kicks him off the second time, he just bitches for the next fucking 30 minutes, just like, oh, Ken, how dare you say that? Ken, how dare you?
How dare you, Ken? Like, ooh, Wild Stallion. Ooh, I smoked too many dabs. Oh, yeah. I'm going to get off. I just wanted to call in and say, Tony, you're a pussy faggot bitch who will die sooner than me. So anyway, Dave, have a good night, buddy.
No, thank you. And remember, donation line's always open. All right, there goes Birdman. So, let's continue. Had some great comments in the chat there. Who said it? Who said it? Out with the Cow says, "Damn, Dave, you really did a number on Weed Cottage. He is scary obsessed." Yes. Well, live run free in their minds, and they just can't stand the fact that I won and they lost. And that for them to say, "Oh, move on," or, leave YouTube, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I won, you lost, you relegate to fucking Tony's chat of all places. And you're not going to affect Joe from having me on his show. You're not going to affect Ken with him calling into my show. And hey, you never know. Maybe I'll be on his show. You never know. I mean, it's perfectly fine with me, apparently, unless he's put it on a show here, but we all know he's not. So, again, and the funny thing also that I do much enjoy is like, oh, why is Dave Rose excused from his actions? Well, you wanted to make me the doxer, I became the character you wanted me to be. I wasn't the doxer. But that's what you wanted me to be. So, of course, I'm going to make my character, again, it's just like Devious. Instead of Devious Dave Rose, it's Dr. Dave Rose. But regardless, I'll play whatever character you want me to play, as long as it's a heel. So there you go. You got the proof too. Like, I'm willing to prove to you that I'm capable of doing what I claim to be capable of doing. Like, are you people that stupid? Of course you are. Do you deserve to be ridiculed for your stupidity? Abso-fucking-lutely. So, and Tony's chat is the honestly, it's like I don't know if you've ever went to we have the Ontario Science Center in Toronto, but there's other places and stuff. You can see, like, for example, we'll have a bunch of fucking roaches and centipedes and stuff in a big bowl, and kids are allowed to go and touch them and let them crawl over them and witness worthless life. But that's what basically Tony's chat is. It's just cockroaches and centipedes, fucking gnat flies, just garbage, really. It's not the bottom of the barrel. It's what is fucking congealing below the bottom of the barrel. But I do very much enjoy ridiculing them. Let's continue. I said let's continue.
Sitting there and you add up the hours that you're...
Ken, answer my question. Just answer this easy question for me. 7 hours plus 5 hours and 41 minutes. What do you get, brother?
That's 12 hours and 40 minutes or so.
Okay, what video is that? Where is that?
2 days ago, Friday Smoke Sesh, Alan Holman.
5 and 7 is 12.
5 hours and 41 minutes. Then 2 days ago, on the 41. Same day, 7 hours and 13 minutes. Do the math, brother. What do you get?
That's
that doesn't show that on here.
54.
It's the same day, bro, 54. Or else it would say a different day.
You did one for 7 hours and 13 minutes and one for 5 hours and 41 minutes. Is that
and what do you get?
Is that what you're talking about?
And what do you get? 13 hours.
No.
Okay, and what's your point, though?
That's what I said. I did 13, 14 hours on one day, Ken.
Minutes. 12 hours,
that's
54
great,
minutes.
and I see that. But
okay, so what are you trying to say? I didn't do it?
I'm going to just say that your math is wrong.
Okay, you can laugh all you want, but what I'm trying to say is you don't do 60 hours.
Again, I'm doing multiple things, watching the chat, fucking playing this stuff. I'm still able to calculate this stuff in my head. Okay? And I did smoke a little bit of weed, so.
A week, and that's blatant.
Okay, Ken, sure. Sure, bud.
So you don't do 60 hours a week.
Sure, bud.
So you could just chirping out numbers.
Cool.
Because you don't do 60 hours a week.
Cool, dude.
And you're no better than anybody else.
Okay.
And
ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have the one, the only, the one who yields the gladius. It's Bullseye.
Yeah. The donation I made, I kind of want to give a deeper analysis to that because I'm listening
You
to...
have the floor, good sir.
Tony. Yeah, thank you. Tony, yeah, I know I already explained the begging the question part, but I want to get into a deeper analysis to why Tony may do things like that. Of course, I already said that he throws the shit at the wall and hopes it sticks. That's part of the reasons. He's always done that.
True.
But I kind of want to say that we all also acknowledge this, but I think we also kind of forgot forgot is that Tony thinks he's the star of everything, right? So everything he does, says, is kind of more like, oh, look at me do this, because he kind of actually thinks the world revolves around him. That's why he does the shit he does. I remember specifically where people talked about on Nicky Nine's stream where he talked about how he threatened this old man because he took his parking spot and he said, "Hey, shoot you." You're thinking everything he does is gold. It's kind of the tough talk. He also does this.
That's the first I've ever heard of that. He threatened to shoot somebody for taking their parking spot?
Well, I'm not entirely sure this is what I heard, and I'm only going off of what I
Okay,
know
well,
from-
allegedly. All we have to say is allegedly, and we're cool. Okay, legally and
Allegedly.
morally. But yeah, there we go.
Yeah, but it's something I heard about. Overall, he does things he thinks he's cool for doing.
Yep.
So, and I've seen this, and I'm comparing this to a lot of the things I've seen on Twitter and the internet. And I think internet is partially responsible for people's behaviors like this, including Tony's. It gave him a sense of safety to say the shit they do. Because if you can't really catch the person, right? You can't punch them in the face because they're saying it on the internet. Otherwise, they would be punched in the face. Back in the day, I would know that you get decked in the face for saying your mama, something like that, right?
Yep.
So it kind of gave a safe space for them to say the shit they want. That's why Tony gets away with it. He's a 5'3" midget. You think he can win a fight? No.
Well, he claimed that apparently he could kick your ass, which is hilarious when you've already shown the photos of you winning wrestling competitions. Like, this guy's never gone into wrestling stuff. And it's like, okay, he can supposedly do a high kick, but that, that MS isn't going to help. Now, meanwhile, what happens when Bullseye closes the fucking range and puts you in a fucking headlock? You really think you're going to get out of that one?
Well, let's say this. I'm pretty much made it to state when I wrestled. So he doesn't have a chance, but that aside, even if we wanted to say he could kick my ass, that doesn't really matter. It's at the end of the day just him tough talk. He could say that because it's his safety to say it. Plus, I'm in Arizona and he's in Massachusetts. I'm going to waste my time to fly over to kick a guy with rickets in the ass, really. Who really can't fight for shit. I know he can't fight for shit. I've heard him. I've seen him. I've talked to him. I mean, what else do you want me to say about that? But I've seen the same things on the internet, and you've seen that too. It's with people like Psychopath, Bullfrog, almost anybody. They had a certain safety saying this shit behind the internet. And I've seen this with commies, right? And all of them just seem like they could say whatever, this and that and the other, and suffer no consequences. Hell, I've seen the same people talk about hate speech when the same people talk hate speech. I don't mean to get political, but this is one of the things that people talk about, and I see the same things from them. And that goes for MMA, WWE, pro wrestling, anywhere. You get the same shit from everybody you see that at least talk shit like Tony. I've seen it with Joe Cronin. I'm not meaning to dig up Joe Cronin, but he's done the same thing. I've seen Luke Rojas do the same thing, and I don't want to throw this guy in the bus, but C-Man has done the same thing. Regardless regardless if you like these people or not, I'm not saying all these people are bad, but the internet has definitely gave a certain security to people, and definitely has created some narcissistic people to come out on the internet and say whatever they want, suffer no consequences. It provided a security. Don't get me wrong, I love the internet. It provided also for me to talk to people. I learn from people a lot more than I have learned from sitting in the classroom listening to boring lectures.
Yep.
That's one of the reasons why I can't go to college. I can't commit to that. It's just not my thing. I'd rather learn from a book. I've started reading when I was 20 years old. I got more into it because I love learning perspective. I love one-on-ones. That's just how I am. I can learn from individually, not from boring lectures. I mean, I can't learn from blanket statements. It's just boring. I love takes and different takes on what people have to say about certain things like capitalism, socialism, religion, hell, even topics I'm not interested in. Usually I just like listening to people give it a perspective. I learn from people way more than I can learn in a classroom than in a college. Plus, why waste money to spend in a college when you can learn it from in a fucking bookstore anyway? But overall point is, there has been people that went to certain places like the internet, or specifically the internet, not just any place like a bookstore or gym. You don't see people like commies coming out going, fuck you, unless they're in a group of people or like Antifa. The pussies. People like Tony are pussies. It gave them a certain security because the internet has provided that. And if you were to ask me,
Until I came around and then said, "Oh, you're challenging me?" He's like, "Oh, what'd you win, Dave?" Well, you challenged me to find you. You did 6 days worth of trying to fucking drive through my neighborhood and try to dox me. Okay, well, I only need one shot. I don't need 6 days. I need one shot. Boom. There you go. That's where you live, Tony. Oh my God, you found me. Of course I found you. Have you not looked at my track record? Stupid idiot.
yeah, well, you know what I think of that, and I understand your point of view from that. But overall point is people like Tony have always gotten certain security from the internet. If people are willing to talk shit and say all this behind the screen, guess what else they'll say? And guess what else they'll do? People gotten away from doxing. With doxing. They weren't really caught. That's just the way it is. But overall, if you were to ask me what to do with the internet, I would say people have to earn the internet in such a way, like, I guess spend money, but it's for free and people can go wherever they want and say whatever dumb shit they want.
Or yet they demand that you, again, you're doing a free show, but they demand that you do more shows, that they demand that you cover certain things. It's like, but this is a free show. I'm just enjoying myself here. You expect me to do things on your behalf? It doesn't work that way.
Well, they expect certain things to be handed to them, but they live in a safe space, and one of those places
That's
is
a
the
great
internet.
way of explaining it. They live in a safe space. And that's the funny thing is that with Tony, for example, is that they think they're untouchable, but as soon as you fucking break through that fucking fantasy and say, "No, you're not. I found you. Here you are," then the whole world comes apart for them. They can't stand it. How dare you? How could you do that? Like, this is not possible. Like, you shouldn't have done that. It's like, but weren't you trying to do that to me and many other people? I mean, I can look up. In fact, maybe I will, because the fact is, Tony has actually attempted to dox multiple. Well, he actually succeeded in doxing multiple people. Let me get back to that message that I sent to a certain individual who was just curious as to how many exactly Tony had doxed, but there we go. All right, so he attempted to dox me. He successfully doxed Ken. Vikings fan, YR, Scott McKinnon, Danny MT, SE Steve, you Bullsy, Chino, who's one of the boys there at Nicky J's chat, and Jay Diz.
Yeah, but that kind of just proves the point that
That's 10 people,
Yeah.
by the way,
yeah,
audience. That's 10 individuals that we know of.
yeah, but that just kind of just proves what Tony is at the end of the day, a guy who lives in his own world. So that's just kind of what I wanted to.
No, but I'm the
say.
bad guy. He claims that, and you'll hear this. Like, he'll say, "Oh, I only did it to one person one time" in this clip that we're reviewing, but it's a lie. It's a fucking lie. He hasn't done it to one person. He's done it to multiple people. It's like, "Oh, Ken, it was only you." No, it wasn't only Ken. It was multiple people that he tried it on. And it's convenient for him, whether it be the fentanyl-laced fucking weed that he smokes, or because he doesn't want to admit the truth. But the truth is well known. He's done this to 10 people minimum.
Yeah, but I hope that analysis works out at the end of the day.
It certainly does. And I do still appreciate the explanation on the donation, because you certainly did line it up in logical form and give the three best alternatives as to explain his fucking insanity.
Well, he is insane.
Well, I've been looking into this, which is why I put that graphic up there earlier. But he is psychopathic. He's beyond a narcissist. He is actually psychopathic.
Well, I'm gonna get going now. Enjoy the stream.
Thank you. And Skype lines will remain open in case you wish to call in again. So, ladies and gentlemen, there goes It's Bullsy. who certainly won't hold back when it comes to what he thinks, even if he disagrees with me, as we've heard that in the past. But that's how adults operate. Oh, you can disagree with me, I can disagree with you, and we move on. But there's no maliciousness. Malicious. Now, let's continue.
I don't say shit to you
Oh yeah, this is prior to the second disconnect of Ken.
because I let you do your own thing. I'm cool with you. I know you're a good guy. I know that deep down inside, you just want to fucking have fun and do your thing. But you sit here and you judge everybody like you're on some kind of fucking high horse, bro, every day. Who the fuck are you?
That
to sit
means
there and
Ken
tell
hate watching for 60 hours a week.
you to sit there and tell me what I spend my money on that I get donations from people? How the fuck do you...
Slow down there, buddy. Slow down there, bucko. If, I was neglecting my father as much as you neglect all your personal responsibilities every week, I probably would have enough time to be able to be online as often as you do. So cut the shit.
You know what I spend money on and what I don't.
You definitely don't spend it on a new camera.
But if the camera works from the past, then why would he do so? In fact, if you're so obsessed with the man's appearance, Google bareback porn or something, I don't know, just figure it out. I know you're a hobo. But, or the guy could invest in more lights. He doesn't need to get a better camera. That you just don't, your issue is like, I don't think he can. Well, how do you know it's not a 1080p fucking high-def camera? Maybe he just needs more lights. There's been times where he did. But no, you need to see Ken. That apparently is going to prove to you that he's investing in a show that you can see him clearer. What if he gets a better camera but still decides to broadcast in the dark? You're still not going to see much of him. He could just add more lights. You could see him better. But really, are you really that obsessed with seeing what Ken looks like? You really need to have your hand on your cock as you look at a grown man who apparently is over the hill, but certainly you watch, that you obsess over, that you demand to be featured on a show. Oh, we're going to hear this. We're going to hear this, people. Let's continue.
No, so for you to sit there and to judge people, let alone...
Oh, really? Really? See, that's the thing with Tony there, is that apparently, and look, I remember kids like this. Again, Mark Skunty, patient zero. Okay, even before Scott McKinnon. Mark Skunty. Real name, Mark McKinnon. Mark Cunningham. Playing sound clips to make yourself feel better. Back in the 80s, we had these little things where you could buy at a dollar store or something. You pop, 2 AAAs in there, and it had 4 buttons, and it would have different sound effects for it, right? That's what you're doing right now. You're playing a laugh track, and you're trying to make yourself feel better over literally being told the truth, which you feel insulting, but it is the fucking truth. So, you know what? The funny thing is, you're late to the game here, okay? You're not the only one who can do this. So, there we go. Let's listen to the audience laughing. This is everyone that's listening right now. They're laughing at you, Tony. Fucking joke, Tony. That's what you are. But see, it's not very difficult. Again, hey, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming out. Try the quiche. But did you hear about this guy, Tony? Tony Phony Baloney? He's got rickets. See how that works, Tony? See how that works? How about this one? You hear that time that Tony challenged Dave to find him? And, he did so for 6 days, and then Dave Rose came out one day and just literally identified where he lived. I know, it's hilarious. He's pathetic. He's gay. Do you see how that works, Tony? Do you see how that works? Because You're not the only one who can do that. See how that works, Tony? Very easy. Very easy for me. There we go. And yes, we're all laughing at you, Tony, still. But let's continue.
People that you say you respect. God, I hate to see somebody you don't respect. You sit there and you fucking
Yeah, how
say
much
all this-
respect do you show me live?
When do you suck my cock on air, Ken? Like, when do you show me respect? Listen, this is where it gets hilarious.
saying.
How much
You have no
respect
clue-
do you show me
Hey,
live, Ken?
Live. Oh, so that's the condition. It can't be privately and stuff. It can't be that Joe, doesn't really want to bring you up lest he might be attacked by his own viewers or others for, sadly, going back yet again, having way too much of a big heart. Ken knows that. I've always been honest with him. Again, because, real men can be honest with each other. But yes, his big heart has actually caused him a lot of pain. And not just me, who has criticized such a thing, but many people close to him. So, we're going to ignore that.
Dude, you fucking doxed my fucking parents'
Ken,
house.
how much?
You sure goddamn did there. With the justification that Ken wouldn't have me on his show. I can't remember exactly what it was but it was a combination of not being on the show and just being ignored or something. So, instead of acting like a mature adult, leaving a message with Ken, be like, dude, what the fuck? Get back to me when you can if you got the guts. Nope. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to make a video doxing Ken's parents because I'm a fucking infantile child who's having a tantrum. So I must dox Ken. Meanwhile, I've been successful in what I've done because people came after me. Well, I've been successful from what I've done because I'm just not goddamn good. But I've shown myself successful when people have come after me. I didn't bust into this fucking community and be like, yeah, there's a new doxer in town. You better all fucking relax or I'm going to hold you all accountable. No, it was just like, I want to talk conspiracies and politics. Leave me the fuck alone. Oh, you want to fuck around? Oh, I shared something with you and now you want to share it with other people? Talk about my dad? Okay, Scott, I found you. Oh, how could you do that? I'm going to move. Oh, hey, Scott, I found you again. Oh, how could you do that? He moves again. Hey, Scott, I found you. Oh, how could you do that? Again, there's nothing beyond my reach. Again, Tony says, like, what'd you win? Dave, sorry. What'd you win, Dave? There we go, comma. Tony, I won because you challenged me to find you and I found you. Right up to your fucking front door. Simple as that. Whether or not you want to accept it, I am your superior. It's as simple as that. And I am the superior of all your fucking viewers. Simple as that. And we've seen how pussy they are. How obsessed they are. People in my chat even mentioning that. But I keep winning and you keep looking pathetic. Let's continue. He's just about to hang up on Ken, I believe.
How much respect do you show me live right now?
Sitting here.
Danny, I'm glad that you're being patient here, my Russian friend. We will be taking your exclusive call. We've got that line directly to Moscow, which is set up. But just a little bit more patience. I know that you've shown a lot of patience today, so I certainly do appreciate it. So a little bit longer, and then you're going to come in guns a-blazing. Let's continue.
Telling me
So
how
what,
much
we're not
respect-
friends? So we're not friends anymore.
Well, I'd never be friends with anybody that try to dox me or try to threaten me or try to endanger my family. Hence why Scott was dealt with in the manner that he was.
What?
So we're not friends.
We're not friends. Like, dude, like, Really?
Why you say?
I'm not surprised about Ken's response because I'd also be in like, what? Like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, what?
Saying that?
Because you just said I doxed your parents' house.
That was a simple fact, dude. That's like saying water is wet or the sky, sorry, not even. The sun rises in the sky in the east. There we go. I finally got it.
Yeah, I'm talking to you. What you just said. You're like, you're not showing me respect on air.
I said
like,
you don't show me any ounce of respect. You know how much respect I show you on air, bro? How much respect do I show you on air? How much respect?
I sit there and talk shit about you.
So if you don't talk shit about me, that means you're showing me respect. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it is. Because despite the fact that people criticize him privately about even associating with you, he doesn't talk about you publicly, and that is a form of respect. But you can't accept that. This guy needs to be, climbing to the highest mountain and proclaiming your superiority to other people. Is that what I'm understanding here?
Oh,
yeah,
okay. So if you don't talk shit about me, that means you're showing me respect, Ken.
Yeah, I'd have to actually agree with Ken.
Yeah,
Wow,
because there's
that's
a lot
great.
I could
That's
call
great. That's great.
a lot of shit that I could say, but I don't.
That's great. You just throw one-liners out at the end of streams.
Sometimes, but the other day it was directed at Joe, and it was 5 minutes, maybe 10 at most, and it wasn't even mentioning Joe for too often. But okay, it's not like he hasn't done that for other people. Oh wait, he has. So what's your issue here? You don't like the slip the jabs? Slip the jab, Rock. Slip the jab. Well, I slip the jab too. So does Joe. So does everybody. They all slip the jab. It's how it works here on YouTube. Have you not figured it out yet? Stupid. Did you not figured it out yet?
That's what you do.
Whatever that means.
You just throw one-liners out at the end of the stream, bro.
Listen, I respect you. I do.
And I do monologues. And yet the same point is presented. You're a fag, Tony.
I always have since you apologized. And you sit here and you're like, you think that you could judge all these people and say whatever you want and that there should be no repercussions for it.
Indeed. Indeed, he does think that.
There should be no repercussion.
Yeah, Dave, I can try to dox you for the next 6 days, but meanwhile, you come out on day 7, just like God did, and say, today is the day of rest. But I came out and said, today is the day of war, and instantly identified you. So, there's that.
You shouldn't talk about my dad. You shouldn't talk about me. You shouldn't talk about this. You're sitting there and you're fucking...
Bro, hey, Ken, I did 65... I did 65 hours of streaming this week, brother.
Okay.
So what are you talking about?
Okay, my apologies. I actually said goodnight to Bird when apparently it's Danny. Danny, you're leaving? If you need to, if you wanted to say anything, you're free to call in. Get any word that you wanted. I know you wanted to call in. I do appreciate your patience. I was hoping I could get through a little bit of this before I took in your call. And yes, I took other people's calls. But, again, I knew that you wanted to discuss a few things about this. And you are now giving priority, if you are still awake, to call in to address whatever it is that you may have wanted to address. But it is unfortunate we were not able to catch you on here, as I know that you have a few things to say. Yes, Lord Danny. So hopefully maybe he'll call in and won't pass out. But let's continue to play this.
Dude, why don't you go do the math?
Do me a favor.
Let's hold on, stay on the phone. Let's do the math.
Indoor voice. You see what I'm saying?
And let's count it out so I can shut you up and laugh at you.
All what needs to do to laugh at you, Tony, is to see your inhibited stature. That's it.
Showing me that you do 60 hours every week, bro. Show me.
We're on the stream. I'm just saying, this week alone, I did 65 hours minimum.
Oh, so you do that every week, right?
I'm saying I easily hit the 40-hour mark. Yes, every week,
Yeah.
brother.
Yeah!
Every
You can
week,
go back
brother.
and
60
Every
hours a
brother,
week,
fucker.
yeah!
Yeah, every week, baby.
That would be a lie because it's not every week.
The channel, bro. Like, you sound like a retard.
Every
the
week.
proof is on your channel.
Yes,
Go back
the
and
proof
look
is
at
on.
Bang hole. Bird, I want to take that bang hole.
My channel.
You
Go watch and look at all the
Hours a week.
streams that I took down, bro. You won't be able to count them all.
bother you though?
Get out of here,
Get out of here.
dude.
Why does that bother you
You're a
though?
goon. You're a loser.
So he disconnected him.
Get off
Just-
my get
there
off
we
my
go.
screen. Dude.
You're a goon. You're a loser.
Fucking leave me alone. Fucking weirdo.
A weirdo. Like, what are you, 13 years old, calling people a weirdo?
You want to sit here and say that I don't stream 60 hours a week, dude. You want to go do the math. Go do the math. Go do the math. Bro, everybody knows I stream more than anybody, dude.
Quantity does not equal quality. If Nikki Nines decides to go live after 2 months, people are clamoring to watch it. You, not so much.
Everybody knows I stream more than everybody. And I'll hang up on you, Ken. You know?
Yeah, but then again, a good point was made is that if the Paul brothers can stream 3 hours a week and get more viewers than you, then what does that even fucking matter? Doesn't matter about fucking quantity. It matters about quality. Again, they actually are wanted to be watched, just like Ken. Ken sometimes can only do one show a week. Insomniac. But everyone's clamoring to be there, to be on the show. Again, I actually said it. Why don't you have me on your call? So now you're admitting that the consistency that Ken shows is something that you want to be a part of because, well, he does Insomniac. So which one is it? Is he inconsistent? Or is he consistent?
Why? You know why I'll hang up on you, Ken?
Indoor voice, you fucking faggot. Bundle of sticks that must be burned.
Because you don't even put me on your fucking stream, dude.
There we go. Thought he said it earlier. He might have. But here's the crux of the situation. You hear that, Ken? Kenny boy. Ken also might be going live close to 9 o'clock tonight. So keep that in mind as we attempt to carry on the baton with this marathon video ship so that as soon as I'm done, I can pass it off to Ken, and Ken can continue and talk his mind, and everyone know the truth without him calling in and out because he got family. Ken got family. You got to take care of them. Tony, no family. Doesn't even take care of grandma. Gangam, no. You got to neglect the gangnam, put her in the basement. And yes, I don't know why I'm going between French and Spanish, but it's okay. It's okay. Let's continue.
You don't even put me on your stream, dude. So why am I...
Oh! The humanity! You don't even put me on your stream again! How could you? How could you do such a thing? It's just not possible. Oh, Scooby-Doo and Shabba-Doo and something or other and... okay, let's continue.
I'm going to give you free pass to call my stream. You don't even
Free pass? What do you say?
put me on your stream, dude.
Oh, you don't put me on your stream, Ken. My heart is broken. My cock is broken. All 2 inches of it. Right, Tony? Meanwhile, my gripe remains with the American Toilet Federation and why they can't make toilets for the ample gentlemen like myself. But yes, Millimeter Peter here, a.k.a. Tony. Small cock. Low energy.
You won't even answer my call. I'm blocked in your fucking chat.
Oh, the
Get the
humanity!
fuck out of here.
Unbelievable.
Hang up on me? Did you hang up on me, the great Ken?
Well, he's greater than you, yes. And more people like him and more people donate to him. And they, in fact, Well, he's gotten donations of just about anything. I mean, he got a crate full of fucking wine. So there is that.
Oh my god! Bro, I stream 60 hours a week, bro.
Well, dude, like, stop arguing with me. 60 hours a week minus, like, half the time where I'm, like, just walked away or I'm just, like, falling asleep in my seat and I'm, like, you know, like, zoned out or, like, I'm just not even talking or just packing a bowl for the next 40 minutes and not saying anything. But, like 48, 62 hours a week, man.
I streamed 65 to 70 this week.
Oh, you did? Oh!
FF got 39 hours from Wednesday to Saturday, bro. In 3 days, he's got 40
What are you,
hours,
fucking
dude.
Vince Russo?
What
Get
the fuck are you
outta
talking about?
Oh, what
I
are you
streamed
talking about?
40
He's not going to stop here, guys. He's not going to stop. For the next half hour, he's just going to keep going on the same shit, just to warn you.
hours a week easily, dude.
How dare you say that? How dare you? Ken, how dare you? Ken.
Yeah, legend in his own mind, bro. Exactly, Paul.
Which is why you're so desperate in listening to him. And that's Paul 3, by the way, in Tony's chat, who's been ejected from Joe's chat and can't be there. So the jealous little pussy that he is can't go anywhere other than under the barrel where all the cockroaches and centipedes reside. So, of course, Paul 3 goes to Tony. Let's continue.
Fucking exactly, dude.
That's my line, bro.
Fucking exactly. At least Ken confirmed he hate watches. Like, bro, you get.
That's my term. I created that myself, and you owe me residuals. How about that? Let's continue.
The dude got 40 hours he counted in just 3 days, Ken. What are you talking?
No, he didn't. That's just fucking delusion. You don't know math. 40 hours in 3 days? Get the flying fuck out of here. You're telling me that you're doing more than 20 hours a fucking day in 2 days? Get the fuck... Do you know math? No, of course not. You spent 1 month in community college. Get the fuck out of here.
About. Yeah, and if you go back on my streams and you count, you're gonna get all fucked up things because I've taken
Well, I know for a fact that Ken wouldn't get flustered when speaking in a conversation and calculating numbers. We already saw that. He was calculating numbers quite well, as was I. You weren't, though. You were a little bit disturbed, I would have to say.
streams down. I've privated a shit ton of streams.
Yeah, that's right, Bird2393. Paul 3 is a bitch boy, and I'd have to agree. Let's continue.
Streams in the last 2 weeks.
And again, you can see that when he got rejected from Joe. So where's he going to go? Anywhere else. And obviously being the cockroach that he is, who does he approach but Tony himself? Let's continue.
Over 60 streams.
God, dude.
So you're...
Again, he is fucking, like, he's riled up now. He is riled up. How about the simple statement that Ken says, no, I doubt you. I don't believe you whatsoever. Look at the numbers. No, you're not looking at the right numbers. Ken's like, I don't see the numbers that you're fucking talking about. I'm looking at the videos. I'm calculating it. I'm not getting distracted because I can do this while I'm talking to somebody, something that you can't. No, you can't. No, you're out of here. You're getting a little frustrated now, aren't you, Tony? A little frustrated.
You're not gonna have it all on there, bro. But if you just look at this week, that's my average.
You hear that, Ken? If you've looked at this week, Ken, the
week, yeah. 65 hours, bro.
Divide by 2. Remember, dead air. Dead air. And it's close to the dead hair that resides under that handkerchief that he wears over his head like Aunt Jemima. Imagine the smell. Imagine the smell. Especially in that room. God damn, it must smell fucking disgusting. Probably smells like a swamp or something.
Get the fuck out of here. Go live and make a stream about it, Ken.
No. Well, actually, no. Today he will be doing a stream. This was yesterday, though. And there was no immediate response, despite the fact that if you looked at Tony's chat, Many people will say, no, Dave's going to go live right now to address this. He can't give this up. No, I've got better things to do, stupids. But today I had the time to do so, and also I know how to burn time, which means that we're going to burn that time until Ken is ready, hand it off to him like a marathon, and rape your asses. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Bird on the hand.
Quick question, Dave. Do you happen to know who this faggot is? Weed Cottages, Dave can't review or some bullshit.
That's Tab. That's
Tab. Okay.
Yep. I pissed him off a lot. I made him hurt in the poo-poo spot.
I was hoping it was somebody else, but
no, it's a UK. It's another one of these losers. And again, look at what happened with both Wales and England. They lost in the World Cup, just proving yet again that they're a bunch of cucks, that their island should be nuked, and that they're absolutely worthless. So, yes, whether it be shit or Tab, but it was Tab in this point, yes, totally garbage.
Okay,
We're laughing at you.
I was hoping it was Paul 3 because I had a nice little message, but...
Actually, I'll say one thing. Paul 3's not that smart. At least Tab and Shid show a little bit more intelligence when it comes to that. But although it's very transparent because they're just so pathetic when it comes to being trolls. But Paul 3, no, not even that smart. Not even that smart.
Because I now have screenshots that I will add to the file of stupidity, and apparently Tiffany doxes kids. That's supposed.
Yeah, that's the rumor. Apparently, the rumor portrayed by people who are just stupid, but.
Yeah, and supposedly, they're wishing that my child and me get doxxed. Guess what, fag boy? Oh, I thought I got disconnected. Let's try this again. Hey, faggot, do me a favor. Can you fucking do a bad batch of fucking heroin? Because you look like a fucking AIDS patient. You fucking squinty-eyed fuck. Okay? Go fuck off and die. I will put you on the same level as Mark Scamples. Okay? Sorry, Dave, I do that better.
That's actually perfect. That actually sounds, because again, like it's just like Smeagol. Like it's the same story. Is that he gets corrupted by the ring, which is the ring of drama. So he goes from Mark Skunty to or Smeagol to fucking what was it called? What was the creature he eventually he became?
Fuck, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
dude.
Lord of the Rings. Fucking, it's not Smeagol. That was the Hobbit version. It was whatever. But you know what I'm saying. It's just like So he changed into that obsessed and like just became crippled with the obsession over the one ring, the one drama. And we're like hobbits almost because we don't have to deal with that shit. We just fucking carry it to fucking Mount Doom and we throw it in there.
Well, apparently I live in his head rent-free. Like, it's fucking unbelievable. Like, oh my god, Bird flip-flops. I want to dox his child.
How do you flip-flop, though?
I don't know. That's supposedly the rumor. Like,
you've always been consistent with who you support, so I don't really know how it is that you flip-flop. If you were
some
like...
stupid fucking that
say you called in Joe's show and like shitting on Ken, and then you call into Ken's show and shit on Joe, it's like, okay, maybe that's a flip-flop, but... I haven't seen anything from fucking him to do that, so not too sure what that... It's Gollum, by the way. It's Gollum. Latino Heat saved us. But yes, from Smeagol, he turned to Gollum. And yeah, that's what happened with Scott when it came to the drama, and we're seeing the same thing with fucking Tony. He already's got the rickets and the fucking bad posture. It's only a matter of time.
It's only a matter of time till his fucking gam kicks him out of the house. Fuck dying. I just want him kicked out. But, to the faggots who wish my child to be doxxed, you will be found and you will be dealt with.
Indeed.
In Minecraft.
Yes, and in real life, Dave Rhodes will, identify you and re-coordinate a drone to go fly over your house. So.
On that note, Dave, I'm going to do some more digging. You have some fun, buddy.
All right. There goes Bird 2393. So let us continue. And again, Bird, don't feel shy. Donate at your leisure. But donation lines are open. How about that? Now, let's get back to this here. We have Tiff says in the chat, that's why I get to travel from place to place, because I'm able to live rent-free in their heads. Yes. In fact, I'm the, to be quite honest, I'm the Donald Trump of this community, because I've got so much real estate in the amount of people's heads that I live rent-free that I might as well own New York City. It's as simple as that. Especially the fucking, penthouse suites and such. Very, very huge luxury. Huge. When you come with Dave Rose, huge. Best experience ever. So, yeah, that is, in fact, the situation there. I want to address a couple of comments here. Fesloof says, Tony's trolls don't want him to shut the stream down. He just come on here, troll of. Interesting. But yes, I can see that Tony is still live, so I'm sure that there are. I don't want to interfere the the noise with this stream while I play stuff, but I can always assume that those that really hate me, which that's the best thing to do, is check out Tony's chat, because you can see that I've really hurt people in the poo-poo spot. Considering the fact that they've got to wear diapers for the rest of their life now, I've done enough damage that they're never going to forgive me. And they'll forever talk about it. I'm fine with that. I mean, again, real estate mogul, huge, lot of property. So I'm happy with that. If you go to sleep hating me, and I go to sleep thinking about fucking, I don't know, wondrous things that have nothing to do with you, I win. But I certainly do love when people obsess over me, because God damn, is it fucking great. Let me just respond to this private message here. I think I had something else. Nope, that was done. Let's laugh at Tony again. Of course, yes. Loser, Tony, loser. Now, I believe this is a message from the Goon. But let me just quickly check here. Yeah, it is. Stupid Dave. Why don't you just read the fucking message rather than try to remember whose name is what? Again, I only know you. Yeah, of course, I get your donations. It says your name and stuff. I don't know you. I never met that person. All I know is who I met. You call yourself the Goon? That's who you are. Whatever fucking other legal names or what, that's not who I know you as. You're the Goon. Bird, that's who I know him as. That's Bird, right? Latino Heat, that's Latino Heat. That's who I know you as, and that's who I consider to know you as. So, let's just recognize the generous contribution that was just made here. Already, I think I've beat Tony's 6-month record. Sure, he won't feel too happy about that. But let's give a nice little graphic here. I want to show some respect in this manner. Do something cool. I want a nice graphic. Come on. I should have been ready for this one. But then again, Tony will try to make it look like I'm, desperately trying to fucking harass people for donations, as well as others. I mean, he's done this before with other people. But that's certainly not the case. And, well, let's continue. All right, so here we go. Nice little donation. And, again, showing his class and style, we've chosen this animation, and I'll read it out. Since I work, unlike Tony, here's a donation. Actually, just for Tony, I'm going to run the annual MS is BS 5K race. In doing so, I will contribute more to his condition than he ever will. Oh, man, that's fucking beautiful. Oh, that's hilarious, man. This guy can, again, he's going to run an actual race, a 5-kilometer run. Again, a term that, you probably don't understand. You probably don't understand 5 meters, but he's actually going to run in this race for multiple sclerosis, and still would have done more for people in your condition than you've ever done. For shame, Tony. For shame. But then again, you're the guy who wants people to donate so that you can get a steak salad? What? Huh? Here's the thing, Tony. I'm actually making flank steak tonight. And that'll probably be late because I'm still reviewing the stuff, and we're going to be here for quite some time. But at least until Ken goes on. But I make my own food. You can say, oh, you're cheap and blah, blah, Okay, cool. You can say that. Doesn't bear any fucking fruit, but I cook my own food. I don't call anybody out to say, hey, babe, can you make my food? And even if I could, I wouldn't. I'd make my own food. But hey, Tony, I guess not too capable when it comes to simple things like making a sandwich, washing dishes, or wiping his ass, maybe emptying his colostomy bag. But yeah, simple things like that, Tony, just doesn't seem to be capable of. And yet, we further understand how pathetic he is. That's right, audience. The sign says laugh. There we go. You suck, Tony. Let's continue.
Get some juice in your tank, bro.
Get some juice in your tank? Is that gonna ruin the gas tank?
But I ain't some bitch that's just gonna take your call and.
No, you are a bitch, though, Tony. You are a bitch.
Think you're gonna walk over me, bro.
You think you're gonna walk over me? Meanwhile, Ken will go live tonight, have at least 100 people watching, and he's gonna walk all over you. Because these boots were made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. Strangely, I could sing better than Tony, but I never faked touring America. That's right, Tony, you faked touring America. You never toured America. Just a couple states here and there. That's it. Come on.
That's not...
Also, you did not perform against, in front of tens of thousands of people. Okay. Thousands, okay. But that was a big stage at the Vans tour there at 2008. Again, you didn't found your band 13 yards to faggotry. You were brought in much after, used, abused, and tossed away. Yes.
That's not my shit, man. And Ken's and Dave's gonna go live and cover it.
That would be incorrect, as I've already proven. No, I was watching the foosball with the boys. And that was what was important. Also, tomorrow, actual football, which is a game that's much more difficult than baseball, despite Extreme Shaft's faggotry to claim otherwise. But yes, tomorrow we'll have a great game played. Regardless, we will cheer for the game itself, the beautiful game, Croatia versus Argentina. But yes.
And try to schmooze up to Ken.
Schmooze up to Ken? Did I sound like I was trying to schmooze up to Ken earlier? I mean, he even was straight up honest, saying like, yeah, there's times I didn't agree with you, but this is not the first time. There's been times that Ken's been on my show. I've, spoken to him privately on Wire Show. He's been totally honest with me. He's been totally transparent. It's like, no, I didn't agree with that, Dave. I didn't agree with that. But that's the thing, though. We don't even need to rely on that publicly because we talk privately. Now, you think that he's your best friend or something because he talked to you privately. That's pathetic. You're very pathetic in trying to search for somebody to like you. But regardless of what Ken and I have gone through, see, this is what true family goes through. Okay, you can have, and again, you've never had family. You don't understand this. You have a pair of cousins. Okay. They meet at the family Christmas dinner and stuff, and shit gets wild, and they fucking get into a fight where people end up bloody. But duty first, family first, and you either make up or you're going to be beat down until you're forced to make up. That's how it works in a Latin-based family. Could be French, could be fucking Spanish, could be fucking Italian. But that's what's going to happen. And if there's a threat to the family, it doesn't matter if I fucking beat the shit out of my cousin and beat the shit out of me. We're going to unite like a fucking team like nobody fucking expected. This is something that he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand family because he doesn't have family.
And be like, see what I mean? But dude, I don't give any fuck of that. Me and Ken.
Which explains why his desperation to feel a sense of belonging. Now, let's compare to Dave Rose. Okay, is Dave Rose insisting to be on other shows? No. Is Dave Rose trying to, pull a Tony and say, oh, you won't have me on your show? Ken, I'm going to dox you. No. What is Dave Rose doing? Oh, you don't want me around, Drew? I won't pop around your chat. Simple as that. Oh, you don't want me around in your chat? Well, then I won't do it. Or Ken, I'm not going to start shit in your chat. Ken responds with, no. You're totally allowed to be in my chat. If you want to say something, say it. I'm not, it doesn't matter what happened in the past. Everyone knows it. But you should not feel like you shouldn't be in my chat and stuff. And I'm saying, well, I don't want to start shit and all that. It's like, I don't care. I don't care if people think you're starting shit. If you feel like you want to say something in chat, you say something in my chat. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Ken was totally honest about that. So I'm not forcing myself onto other people, as we've seen in the past with Scott McKinnon, for example. But, I mean, like I said, Scott is 1.0, okay? I've even gone as so far as to say that Scott has shown more human remorse than Tony ever will. So when it comes to Tony, for example, he certainly will consider himself some sort of star and expect royal treatment on something he certainly doesn't deserve. Extreme Shaft in the chat says, open up Discord. It is open. Well, I'm not in the Discord chat. I guess you want to call it. No, I don't know. You might try to start some sort of conversation about baseball or some shit like that. I'm not, unless you confirm that you're not going to be talking baseball on the stream, I can't necessarily authorize your attendance here. So I'm going to have to see that note in triplicate as well as it being notarized. But yeah, my Discord is on, but I'm not in my super secret Discord voice channel. So as long as you confirm you're not going to be trying to start up a debate on baseball, because a lot of people didn't like that the other day, I'm willing to consider to allow you in. But let's continue to ridicule Tony.
Hotheads, bro, and that's the truth. And we go at it, and we talk about shit, and we argue, and we yell, and that's just the way it is, bro.
Really?
Why wouldn't he just do the math? Exactly. It's just adding. And that's what was...
But he did do the math, and he was doing the math. So what the fuck are you talking about? That's exactly why I want to come on. Nope, not a chance in fucking hell. No, we ain't talking baseball. No, I don't think so. Not a chance. If you want to talk about Tony being the faggot that he is, feel free to do so. But no, you shall not speak ill will of the greatest sport that ever was created. Let's continue.
Pissing me off, bro. He's like, you don't do 40 hours a week, dude. You don't do 40 hours a week. It's like, bro, are you kidding me? Ken, you watch me every day, dude. And he's like, you stream, what's 5 hours a week, Monday through Friday? I'm like, Ken, what's today? He's like, Sunday. I'm like, dude, I'm streaming all day today. Saturday and Sundays, I do like 10 hours easily. I was like, I stream Monday through Sunday, brother.
Yeah, but your numbers are off, brother. Your numbers are off. Even Ken, Mr. Street Smart's always not smart. Oh, he says stupid things. Okay, cool. But what I just heard is fucking bang, 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 bang on the fucking numbers. Easily able to calculate it. Also not getting easily confused when you did the exact thing where it's like, oh, just stop talking. I'm trying to calculate the numbers. You can't hold a conversation and literally calculate numbers. What are you, fucking retarded? And you want to shit on Ken? Well, if you want to compare yourself to Ken, the guy's a fucking genius. How about that? So stop with your stupidity there, okay? And it's not that hard, okay? It's not that hard at all to calculate things while you're multitasking. But you've never held a job. So, well, at least in recent times, maybe in the past, but still, okay, you asked Ken for the receipts? How about I ask you for your resume? How about I ask you for your receipts? Can I see the pay stub for the last 4 jobs that you've had? Can I do that? Can I see your IRS submissions? Can I see that? We can play that game. I certainly can. I know the math. Ken clearly knows the math, but you don't. Let's continue. No. The fact is, here's the reality. Everyone's laughing at you. Isn't that simple, Tony? Isn't that simple? Just to simply press a button and be like, oh, I feel so, happy. I mean, people are agreeing with me. It's a sound clip, douchebag. It's a sound clip. Do you really need to play a sound clip to feel better? How old are you? 5 years old? Well, old men on the internet. Well, old men on the internet still seem to have more cognizance than you do. Sure thing, Bill.
Dude, 5 hours minimum is what I do. So it's 35 hours minimum. Never mind the second stream that I do, that's always minimum 5 to 8 hours. So
that is not always the case. Because if I look at your numbers right now, that is not what you are saying. But yes, continue to smoke your fentanyl weed and confuse yourself as to exactly what the numbers are. Also, I don't think you ever were cool with math. So that's probably why it's just not cool with you,
So it's 10 hours a day, bro.
No, it's not.
7.
It's not. Then it would be 70 hours a week. And dude, you're not even calculating your numbers properly.
Days a week is 70 hours. Even if I do 10 hours a couple of days plus my regular 5-hour shifts, I'm still pumping out over 40 hours a week.
But 40 hours and 70 hours has a difference of 30. Stupid. That's substantial. Not as quite substantial. Ken, you hear that, Ken? I sure showed you, Ken.
Sorry, brother, but you lose either way, dude, and I'm not gonna sit on the phone.
You lost, Tony. You lost when you tried to fuck around with me. You challenged me to find you, and I found you. You lost.
Why you just talk hogwash and say add it up, and I'm
hogwash, I tell you. Hogwash.
Trying to say, dude, shut up and let's add up all the streams and I'll show you. Come on, bro.
Wild Stallions.
I don't give a fuck, bro. I don't care about anybody. There ain't
Wait.
Look,
wait. You don't care about any. Then what do you care about Ken's opinion or anybody else's for that matter? Clearly you do. Clearly you do care about these opinions. You can't just say you don't and then just continue on with this try because we're at 27 minutes in, 52 seconds into this clip that I got here, and we're going to continue to hear this guy bitch about Ken. So, of course, it means something to you, Tony.
Joint venture got 73 hours for the last 7 days, and a majority of that is spent watching Tony. I appreciate that, bro. 73 hours, bro. So don't sit here and say that you're right, Ken.
But he is.
Because this is a slow week for Stony Tony. 73 hours, bro. I've probably done 90-hour weeks, dude.
90 hours of nothing? Meanwhile, Ken takes care of his family and actually works a real job, and you want to compare it to that?
Like, when am I not streaming, bro? I stream.
Oh, you are. You're something else, Tony. You're something else.
Usually 9, 10 in the morning till 3, 4 in the afternoon, and then 6 to 7 o'clock in the evening till 2 in the morning.
And we're supposed to
So,
worship you for that?
I'm not buying that shit.
Yeah,
You want
nobody
real
was
drama?
selling.
That's real drama. Okay,
Nobody
guys,
was
that's how
selling.
you really do it. All right, not what YI's trying to do. Some fake fucking congealed up drama shit. You want to know how real drama is done, ladies and gentlemen?
You want to know how real drama is done? The Drama Wars, which I won single-handedly against multiple people. That's how it's done. Not you playing clips and shit, which he's going to do right now. Let's continue.
That is a prime example of how you do Class A.
Oh, the sound effect cheered me on. I feel so much better.
Real fucking drama. Thank you. Thank you.
No, nobody's cheering for you, Tony.
Put your money back into your streams, right? You say,
Going back with the money in the stream. Oh, Ken, you got to provide receipts to show me that, in fact, you are reinvesting in this stuff. Did you want a receipt from his internet company for the upper tier internet that he gets so that he can make sure that his streams are good? Again, what does he care about his phone? He's running shows. He wants that connection to go well. Doesn't do streams from his phone. What does he care about that? What about the payments for renting this graphic software that he does? And again, you ever heard of Photoshop? I used it since version 1.1. Yeah, I'm better than you, and you know it, Tony. But now, as of probably 5 years ago, they moved on to a subscription service where you actually have to pay a monthly fee for this stuff. Now, you wouldn't know this stuff, but I do. So, yeah, there are attributed costs to this endeavor and operation. Is it that difficult to understand? It is? Well, then, Tony, I guess the only way for you to deal with this world as it is to fucking kill yourself. Let's continue.
say you put your money back into your streams. But
you hear that, Ken? You got to prove it. You got to prove that you've put money back in your streams. I can prove it by showing that belt again. Should I show the belt again? Because that was a way to put back into the channel. There's that. I mean, there's a lot of others, but I mean, that motherfucking thing is fucking big, heavy, and beautiful. There's that, Tony. Do you want to talk about that, Tony?
what do you put back? What can you show? I'm just going.
Well, I can show the belt. Drew can show the belt. Ken can show the fucking new belt. Heisman Defoe, I think, won the competition of the raps. He can show the fucking award there. The guy that Ken donated to give the kid a good fucking Christmas. He could have his kid take a photo in front of the toy. We could do that. Shall we continue? Because there's many more cases of Ken being fucking way too, big-hearted and giving to people. Straight up. Do you want to go through those receipts, asshole? Because we could.
On what you say, bro. That's all. Nothing. It's not nothing. Like if I said that, I would expect people to be like, "Yeah, all right, Tony," and I'd be like, "Well, you want to see? I can show you my receipts from when I bought my microphone and this monitor and these tablets. I can show you all the receipts."
Oh, I can, and still show that I can't produce anything of quality.
That's what I've done. It's not like it's not anything hating. It's just what it is, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Who you? Wire?
Yeah, why I called for months with his fucking nonsense shit, bro. But Ken, I don't know what Ken was trying to prove. Like, what was he trying to say? I don't do 40 hours a week, bro. I do 40 hours a week, fucking minimum, bro. Minimum. Easily, I do 40 hours a week.
Okay, this is I think about 5 to 10 minutes after Ken was on the show. He's not letting it go. He is fucking... He's chomping on this motherfucker like a bulldog. He will not let it go. He is feeling very emotional, very insulted, and he just can't let it go.
Week, dude. Were my eyes closed 40 hours a week, bro?
You've got mole eyes, so technically it's almost the same thing.
Today we've been streaming since, what, 11? 12? I stream so much I don't even know anymore. Let's see. An hour stream there, 3 hours
You don't know
there.
because
So,
you're
yeah, we've
fucking
been streaming
drugged up,
since,
you
so
fucking
3,
moron.
4, 5. I got 6 hours today, bro. Close to 6 hours on a Sunday.
Whoa, dude.
Yesterday.
Whoa, dude. Like, meanwhile, like, Dave Rose can, like, just do a Kerbal stream, like, go for 6 hours, not even realize how long the time lasted. Talk about science and stuff that, you know, people like Tony wouldn't have any understanding about. And, like, still look smarter than him. Like, whoa.
Hey, I have 5 hours on a Sunday, on a Saturday.
Dude, live your life, dude. Like, why do you have to stream 7 days a week? Like, don't you have better things to do in your life? I mean, you'll criticize Ken, like, Ken, you're not, like, consistent. Maybe, just maybe, I don't know, he wants to spend time with his family. You know, those beings that are part of his blood that he loves, that he wants to be around. Who knows? Maybe an afternoon watching a movie with the kids and the wife. Maybe going out to the park for a picnic. Going out to a restaurant. You know, being a social, normal human as opposed to a sociopath or psychopath, which is what you clearly are. You know, something like that, maybe? Something like that.
So that's 11 to 12 hours, bro. We're going to be approaching just on the weekend.
Meanwhile, Ken actually works a real job and brings in an income as opposed to relies on his lady to bring in income, and also has enough time to stream with his buddies, get together with his cousin, and have fun.
Come on, dude. Like, he's trying to up you.
Laughter very often is the sign of somebody. It's a defense mechanism for many who, when confronted with a harsh decision or a harsh situation, I should say, feel the need to utilize laughter to try to dissuade and to unarm those that they feel threatened by. I've always had a great disdain for those that would try to use comedy or laughter when confronted with a difficult situation, because it just highlights their cowardice. Let's continue.
Yeah. No, it's nothing about that, bro. And then I'd just say, like, why don't you show me any fucking respect?
You hear that, Ken? Why don't you show him respect by praising his name from the topest of the mountains and invite him on your show and whatever else he wants to talk about.
Why don't you show me any respect? Like on Hello?
This is YR calling in now. Not like he's ruined things enough. Nope. Gotta call a little more and just really ruffle some feathers, right, YR?
Dude. The fuck? I'm answering your call, bro. The fuck, bro? Yeah, I can't have a discussion with you when you're not listening to what you're saying, bro. And I'm saying I stream definitely more than 40 hours a week, and you're telling me I don't. And then I'm telling you I do, and then I say, let's do the math, and you don't want to hear it. And I say, Ken, it's easily over 40 hours a week. Not only is it over 40 hours a week, bro, but it's 70 hours a week, like I said. And then you just don't want to accept that fact, bro. I can't help you. Ken's not here. I'm waiting for YR. He called me, and then
I said, was YR.
So call back, YR.
That's what I thought.
I don't know what the fuck you want, but what do you want, bro? Tony's not having it today. Let's get high, guys. Let's get
Oh,
high.
Tony's
I'm
not
just sick
having
of the
it.
fucking bullshit. Like Ken,
Oh, I'm shaking in my fucking boots.
why don't you say any good things about me when we have?
Why did you say things good about me? As we've already know, Ken and I talk. We talk privately. Obviously, we talk publicly. Am I demanding that Ken praise me at every point? No, because I'm a man, not a fucking effeminate piece of shit. So, why do you need this affirmation? Like, I know that, you didn't have the best upbringing, I'd have to say, but come on, dude, are you so desperate for some sort of sense of belonging that you need everyone to pat you on the head, give you a big old hug, and be like, you're important, you're valued? It'd be a total lie, but, I mean, that's what you want to hear, really.
Great behind the scenes talks, bro. We have behind the scenes talks.
Oh, could it be that maybe Ken just wanted to be cool with you so that, he could leave sleeping dogs lie? Yeah, I guess you haven't paid much attention because Ken's done this in the past where it's like, you know what, I don't want to start any shit. I just want to be cool with people. And then there are many, like myself, saying, not the smartest thing to do. No, but Ken does it his way. Okay. Eventually, Ken does realize that perhaps it wasn't the most intelligent thing to do, but again, he'll do that, but he'll recognize that on his own. And he certainly recognized it when trying to support you.
That are great, right? So why don't you show me?
Let's go.
So why don't you show me any respect? And you say because you doxed my parents' house. So
Well, why did you support me after I doxed your parents? I simply just said, I'm sorry, and that's going to fix everything. All the pain that your parents went through, all the fucking concern that you went through. No, just simply saying I'm sorry, which is the millennial Zoomer bullshit. Again, if you say you're sorry. This is what these kids grew up on. Simple fact. In kindergarten, they got into a fight. Blue-haired bitch of a fucking teacher tells the kids, just apologize to each other, and it's going to be okay. So the words apparently are going to make it better, and meanwhile, the next day, the kids are fucking physically fighting again. No, words don't mean shit. Actions do. So this whole idea of like, I said an apology, it's like, but if it didn't even matter in the first place, if it had no value to its, or weight to its meaning, you could say whatever you want. I could say, I'm sorry, and still not actually be, genuine. Actually believing what you're saying. You're just saying it so that you could move on. And this is something I've tried to tell people countless times, which is very unfortunate and very saddening, is that, are you people this stupid? And yes, I do need to treat people like Stepdaddy Dave. Are you people this stupid? Really? You're going to accept words from an individual? I'm sorry. Oh, it's okay. You said you're sorry. Deeds speak. So people can say whatever the fuck they want, but if you're not willing to actually sit back and say, okay, show me what you're made of, then you kind of deserve, what you get from believing that simple words actually mean anything. Words are nothing but hot air. Actions, deeds speak. Let's continue. I said let's continue, you bitch.
So we're not friends then. If you're
So we're not friends. Oh my God. Did you ever actually think you were friends with Ken after what you did? Oh yeah, I attacked your parents, Ken, but we're still friends, right? Are you fucking stupid? Of course you are. You also don't understand again, that Ken tries to be cool with people despite how bad it is. So, no, you were never friends. You could try to convince yourself that in your chats. Oh, well, if you read our chats, you'd think that we were the bestest friends. No, No, you don't understand, Ken. I do, but apparently you don't. So that's a simple fact. And you can delude yourself all you want there, Tony, but he was never your friend. So.
If that's going to be the stipulation that you use, then you're still not over it.
Which means that he's justified, and it means that he was trying to be cool with you. I mean, are you this stupid, Tony?
Regardless of you saying you are.
It's regardless, not regardless. Regardless.
Then you're still not, and we're not friends.
Well, that would be probably one of the most intelligent actions that he would take. So I'd have to agree with that. Let's continue.
Because I respect you, bro, and I show you a
Yeah, that's why I doxed your parents.
shit ton of
Because I went through a tantrum. Ken wouldn't give me attention, so I doxed his parents.
respect on this program. A shit ton, bro. And guess what? The first thing that happens that's fucking bullshit, you have a problem with. Yo.
Oh, this is Wire, I think, calling back in.
Dude.
Well, dude.
Answer your shit, bro.
Wild stands. Wild
Bro.
stands, dude. Well.
Yo. Dude.
Yo.
Hey. What's up?
Hold on, man. Hold on.
So listen to Wire now. Listen to Wire.
Oh, your AC's messed up? Alright, this is, I got Chico from the pen, bro. Yo, what's up, my cousin? How you doing?
Dog, what's up, man? Shit, you know what I'm saying?
It's not
How
the
you doing,
Chico
man?
you
How
doxed.
I'm in the middle listening to the shit. This is the breaking news. Like I just put that shit on my channel, like King called it, man. This is hot butt shit on that drama shit, man. You
I
like
hear
that
you,
drama, man.
dog. I hear you. It's rough out there in the streets, bro.
Ain't nothing.
Dog. Also, Wire, great way to get back into Ken's good graces is to call in after that fiasco and act the way that you currently are. Talk about fucking stupidity, man. Talk about fucking stupidity. Like, are you really this fucking stupid, Wire? Really? After all you did, starting shit, and then you want to continue to push that shit? Really? I mean, you're lucky if Ken will even fucking punch you in the face. So, you really done fucked up.
Like getting the people on the shows that you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
Like,
I feel you,
That's transformation. That's that transformation shit, dog. That's 2023.
I feel you, bro.
Era type shit. You know what I'm saying? For real.
Also, I'm now opening full up the Skype lines. Maybe Danny MT is still awake. But yes, Skype line's fully open now.
I feel you. So, here's the deal, bro.
What's the deal, bro? What's the deal, bro?
So, I just got into an argument with Kenny Bai. I'm sure.
Argument. It's got an R in there.
No, I didn't hear the whole thing. Don't tell me about it. Spoil for me, man, because, you know what I'm saying? I want to fulfill my own opinion to you. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so you wanna,
Yeah.
okay, so you wanna hear,
Right.
okay, I got you.
I get no respect, but, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was just, you know, that wild motherfucker, like, you know, I think he's right. Like, he's apologized to Ken, and Ken has granted you apologies. He's,
Well, yo.
Not shit on him now. Like you did that,
being on the same call together and whatnot. You feel what I'm spraying to you, homie?
I get
But I'm just saying, dog, like, yeah. Like, we all respect, y'all are both East Coasters at the end of the day, so you gotta understand each other, and y'all make it real life. It's not better than that Wire and Dr. Brown real life, I mean, you know what I'm saying? But, like, y'all are right up there with it in the top 5. You feel what I'm saying to you?
Carlos, how can you not hear anyone? What do you mean you can't hear nobody, bro? What are you talking about?
What was he talking about?
What are you talking
the fact
about?
is, this is the guy that has to write in caps because he can't see. He's blind. Blind mestizo.
What is going
Yeah,
on?
what's going on, my friend?
What are you talking? Hold on.
Great job, Wire.
What are you
Great
doing?
job really fucking yourself
Hello?
up.
What are you talking? Hold on.
Yeah, hello,
I'd be very interested to know what that conversation is you get with Ken
They're not
next.
hearing us right now.
No, they hear us loud and clear, Kyle.
I'm so desperate for Ken's affirmation, I'm going to go on to Tony's show and piss Ken off more. Do you recognize how stupid you are? Do you recognize that, or do you need me to remind you? I've got no problem. No problem reminding you. But do you realize how badly you fucked up here? Do you?
This is just a little deaf. What's going on, man?
Oh, I just fucked up my relationship with Ken. How are you doing?
No, you know what I'm saying? But I'm
No, the Quickie Mod. I want to talk to the Quickie Mod. I want to talk to Abu again.
It's a poo, you fucking moron.
I was calling. The New York Jets. I did not make that up. Joe Cronin made up that phrase like a meme. You know.
So here's the thing, bro. Listen, bro. We all know Tony's a big dog these days.
Tony's a big dog. Sorry, this is not that skit from fucking Warner Brothers where you got the big bulldog and the little fucking yappity little shit dog. You're not a big dog, Tony. You're late to the game. Okay, remember that. You're late to the game. We've been around a lot longer than you have. We know a lot more than you do. Fuck, you won't even do the research to learn about this sort of shit about what happened in the past. So, nah, you look really stupid saying that.
I heard what you said, and I think you're just trying to make some drama up. I think
it's drama, not drammer. God damn it, Russia, can you nuke Boston, for fuck's sake? Because this accent alone makes America terrible.
What me and Ken just got into was some real-ass drama.
Oh, those real-ass drama. You don't know what drama is, douchebag. You don't.
I would have never had such grief today about this.
But I guess I know what you're saying because you try.
You are not, yeah. What are you, fucking from Louisiana? You're not allowed to speak that way with that drawl.
I had to throw something out there to see what Joe would say. Like, oh, that scumbag from New York, the Jets, you know.
Yeah, another smart move there, YR. Very intelligent.
Wears a Jets thing. You know that scumbag that you always call him?
Yeah.
You know, to see what he would say. And he kind of was like, oh, yeah, haha.
Yeah, he knows so. I knew he'd do that shit. If I mentioned like a Found Off Network, if I said the name Ken or something, you know what I'm saying? Like, he would totally like boot me off that Discord real quick.
Yeah.
So he be muting people when people bring up Ken on his shows. Like, that's a fact.
Yeah.
We all know that.
I'm just sick of the fakery, the fuckery. There's no more big dogs. None of that shit's.
What do you mean there's no more big dogs? So there were big dogs? Interesting. Very interesting.
That community fell apart.
The community fell apart. Now, can you provide some sort of sources or at least explain yourself further? Because I don't understand it. Also, I've been, according to the faggots there in Tony's chat, apparently I'm the death of the community. I killed the community. Now, I'm still waiting for somebody to provide some sort of explanation as to how that's even possible. Because that sort of confirms my power, doesn't it? But apparently, according to them, I don't have power. But then how do I kill the community? Doesn't make sense to me, but that's what they're saying. I killed the community. So, very weird, very bizarre. Let's continue.
There is no fucking community at the end of the day. Stony Tony's.
No, not all those people that support Ken or Joe. I mean, look at Seth Negan. Donates big bombs to both. So there's no community there. Right? You know, Bird donating to multiple channels. I mean, shit, we could go on and on and on and on. But there's no community? Really? No, see, the thing is, though, there's no community for you. There's no country for old men. Simple as that. You've been expunged. So you're not allowed to, play the reindeer games. You're like Rudolph, but just a freaking loser who doesn't have a glowing nose. You have nothing to add. So, no, of course nobody wants to play reindeer games with you because what do you have to offer? Nothing.
This is the place to be. It's where it's...
No, it's not the place to be. The place to be is everywhere else. Apparently the place to be is here today because I'm getting more viewers than you did today, Tony. Yes. And yes, you went offline a while ago, but still can't compete against me now, can you? Let's continue.
That we're 30 strong. Let's go.
Oh, look at you, so strong. So strongly. So strongly.
Let's
Yo,
go.
kid, I think, well, would you allow Dave Rose to come on the show, man? Talk it out.
Dave Rose? Yeah, right.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's a good response because I'd never waste my time calling into your show.
Like Street Shot, man. You know that Street Shot and Nicky Jam, man. Those are two good
You're lucky
guys,
I
man.
even let you on this call, bro.
You remember that
No, you're just desperate for content. Of course you were going to let him on the call. Come on.
racist thing about Nicky Jam, man? You made up or whatever you talking about?
Yeah, I never made that up, but that was
You stole the idea of trucking from Nicky J. Simple fact.
that was definitely a quote.
Yeah.
Bro, you've missed it.
Keep digging your grave there. Wire, keep digging your grave. I'm sure that Ken will be quite pleased with your statements on this show.
A lot of shit, bro.
Nah, but, you know, Street Shot, he's a good guy. You feel me?
Oh, you played a clip of Danny. Oh, how about I play my own? They're all laughing at you, Tony. They're all gonna laugh at you.
You know, we all talk shit about each other sometimes, every now and then, but Street Shot is not that bad of a person. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, I'm just not gonna sit on a call when
fucked up my
somebody says
chances
I
here
don't
with Ken
stream
and
40
Dave.
hours a week
You know
when
what
I'm
I'm
here
saying?
every day, bro. It's just that's baffling me.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you this, and I'm about. You feel me? Everyone who has problems with each other nowadays, you streams with each other.
So desperate for affirmation, you fuck. You've ruined it. You've ruined it for yourself, Wire. And there are repercussions for your actions. As simple as that. You want to be friends with people, and you pull this shit. Good luck. Good luck.
2, 3, 4 years ago. So what we need to do, motherfuckers, is all come together and go against these troll motherfuckers. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
You are the troll. What do you mean?
Bro, I totally 360 my content on my channel. Everyone hates it, boring, because there's no drama. It's all concerts, so.
Yeah,
Come on.
and so what? That's what you want to do. At the end of the day, bro, like you've never branched out of the community, dude. You could never survive.
I love this. Tony knows apparently about surviving outside the community. It's just so fucking stupid.
Branching out and going into different
Bro,
communities.
That's totally false. I do believe that he did go to other chats as well. So.
What do you think about that Brown thing with Judas Priest there? It was cool, right? I mean, you got to give me that. Come on.
To be honest, I didn't really pay attention to it, brother. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, dude. Like
I'm actually part of several communities that aren't part of this one. I don't advertise it.
I don't really care about Dr. Earl, dude. I'm sorry. Like, that's your thing, and I'm happy for you. But at the end of the day, like, you could never survive doing what I did, bro.
You could never survive doing what I did? Sitting on your ass all day, having your girl bring you food? You're kind of miscalculating here.
You think you're like this troll wizard thing, whatever. Cronin's a fucking gaylord, bro.
I haven't heard that term since the 80s, dude. You weren't even born then, and you're calling him a gaylord? Are you fucking retarded?
The bitch. He's a geek. He's a goon.
He's a geek. He's a goon. And he still has more subscribers and viewers than you'll ever get. And you'll never get on his show, which is why you're so sour about this stuff. Let's just be honest. This is why you're so angry. Oh, he's just a bitch and a goon. Oh, you mean he just won't tolerate your bullshit? Oh. Or have people on his show that really showed how much of a puss you are, i.e. me. Oh. Yeah, of course you're angry at Joe. Of course you're resentful. Because he proved you wrong. Let's continue.
You met up Joe Cronin at the Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh, this is hilarious. Tony, you're living a fantasy, and when reality finally catches up with you, you're lucky if you can get out alive. As simple as that. The shit that you're going to say now, it ain't going to fucking fly when you meet these people in public. Simple fact.
Fucking knock him out.
I would watch that if y'all took a shit together.
Yeah, if you saw me walk up to him, I would knock him clean out.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. You are not a kung fu star. You're not a karate master. okay, you live a fantasy in your own mind, this would never happen. Again, I've talked to Joe. Joe's actually made this public. He's been in actual fights. Not like you, Tony. Like, oh, I did like karate from like 7 to 14. No. We're talking about, okay, I'm outside the bar and this guy's messing with my wife. I'm not taking any shit from this. There was one, he told one story where he ended up like getting like piled on and a bunch of people just started beating on him and he was thrown out of the bar and stuff, but like the guy was still fucking cognizant and stuff. Like, I mean, if it takes all these people to beat the shit out of you and get you out of the bar and yet you're one against many, I think that speaks a lot. And Joe talked about that. So, but Tony never been in any altercation whatsoever.
No, you would buy him a donut. Come on.
Ken, when I seen Ken, I hugged Ken and jumped on him like a backpack.
What the fuck is that going to do? See, if you can't fucking put him into a hold, then what does jumping on the backpack, jumping on him like a backpack do other than make you look gay? What do you expect to do? Ken will put your fucking face out with his fist alone. But you think that somehow you're going to somehow take out Joe? And again, so emotional. Emotional damage! Like, oh, if I saw Joe, I'd take his head off with one clean swipe. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. You live in a fantasy. And when reality catches up with you, you're not going to be able to walk away from it.
I do apologize to Ken, seriously.
When I would see Joe, I'd knock him out, clean out, knock him completely out cold.
This is not a movie. Again, it's not like fucking Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom where they just grab a coconut and hit some guard on the head and he passes out. That's not how it actually works. And obviously, I don't have to say this, but I'm going to have to. You've never been in a real fight in your life, Tony. Never.
Let me give my apologies.
Real fight, not in a fucking, oh, I'm doing karate at 14 years old. No. A real fight. A street fight.
Ken listens to the show.
Ken listens, but he doesn't want to listen to you, bro. He's made up his
Well, I
mind
can
on you.
apologize. He wants to keep me blocked forever, that's fine.
How many times have you guys blocked each other?
Bro, he forgave you for doxing him, so it's like, come on.
Yeah,
man.
bro, and that took months of work to do.
Oh, so you realized what was wrong and you tried to convince him, please take me back because I know I did what was wrong? Because it doesn't sound like that.
That took months, bro. You think I just apologized the next day and Ken was like, hey, you know what, Tony? That's okay.
People are saying don't go.
Oh, so you were desperate for his attention then, is what you're saying. You were desperate for his affirmation, so you chased him for months, begging for him to take you back. Is that what you're saying?
Go on and on about shit.
I mean, because that would be pathetic. You're a grown man, aren't you? I mean, you're not over-the-hill 40-year-old, but you're still chasing after grown men's affirmation, aren't you? Kind of sad, but that's the truth.
About this situation, like, you know what I'm saying? Because I went on and on all day about it. So,
yeah, bro, I played.
Yes, Getty Lee's owl knows. Tony could not KO a 5th grader. Absolutely correct. Factually true. Let's continue.
Played some of that shit earlier, and it was like a gossip girl party, bro. I had no idea what the fuck you were saying, dude. You're way.
Keep bearing yourself, YR. YR, you really done fucked up. You really done fucked up.
Too caught up on things, making things way too much of a big deal, and then you're like idolizing Ken, like, oh, well, Ken said everybody thinks I'm gonna be weird now, so like I'm not weird, guys. Like, come on, Dr. Earl would be alive if dead if I was weird. Like, bro, who cares?
Hey, YR. Hey.
Carlos, I'm never gonna accept Dave's call, bro. He's never.
This is hilarious also. Carlos Ray, the guy who's blind, has to type everything in Tony's chat in caps. Apparently was suggesting that I call in or that I should call in or something like that. Tony actually thinks that I would, and he responds in this manner.
We're gonna call in, Carlos. You think I would accept his call?
Yes, you would with me on the call.
No, I would never accept Dave's
I'm
call.
your
Bigger question is, why the fuck would I call into your show, you stupid fuck, when I can easily address what you're saying on my channel? Are you that stupid, or do you practice?
I'm your OG.
That dude's never going to be on my platform.
Oh my God. How can I ever move on that I won't ever be featured on his channel? Oh wait, I've got my own channel where I can actually talk the truth, review the clips, and actually show how stupid he is. So yeah, no, don't worry about it, Tony. I will never call into your show because there's no need. I'm better than you and you know it.
Never. Ever. He's a scumbag.
You can call me whatever you want, but you can't call me factually incorrect.
And the reason why, the difference between, well, there's a lot of differences, but I never stood by what I did with Ken.
Of course you do, because you just stated it earlier. It's like, oh, well, I'm willing to do this. And it's like, but you're bringing it back. You're bringing it back. But the difference is, I am consistent. I stand by everything that I've done, regardless. Everyone knows this. Everyone.
I apologized directly and furiously.
Typical of the millennial Zoomer. I said words to try to get people to be cool with me. That should be enough. I didn't mean them. You know, I was just trying to get you off my back, but I said these words, so you gotta believe me. I apologized, Ken. You gotta believe me. Meanwhile, I'm fucking thinking, how am I gonna take down Ken next? That's Tony. Yes, yes.
There's the difference.
And I don't stand by the comment I made on.
I stand by what I did. Simple as that. That's consistent. That's consistent. Not this fucking flippity-floppity fucking bundle of sticks, but Dave Rose, who said, I know what I did. I stand by it. Judge me or not. But more importantly, remember, all those that you wish to attack me still associate with me. And, well, like with Ken, he called into my fucking show. We had Joe the other day call into my show. I call into Joe's show. What power do you have over me? None. Let's continue.
Joe show.
I know, I'm not talking
about
that. But Ken called up and we argued, and he's like, why do you have to compare yourself to everybody?
Yeah, it was a valid question that you did not answer.
And I wasn't really comparing.
Of course you were.
It might have sounded like that, but...
It might have sounded like that, but I guess I'm too stupid to fucking explain things. Why don't you just say that, Tony? Just say that. I'm too stupid to explain things. Then people will be like, okay, fucking moron. You know, couldn't explain things. No, but you're not admitting that. You're like, oh, well, Ken, but I'm still right, though. Really?
It was just a situation that was...
You were comparing your stats guy, point blank. You know.
More dick sucking from YR. Making everyone question why should anyone associate with them, but let's continue.
Oh, that?
Yeah, I'm a stats and a facts guy.
No, you're not, because if somebody talking to you while you're trying to calculate a simple sum of numbers frustrates you, well, then no, you're not a facts guy at all. You can't talk to somebody and simply calculate numbers? Like, is it that difficult for you?
100%. 100%. I agree.
100% it is. Okay.
But it wasn't supposed to be anything intended maliciously.
Dave.
You certainly done fucked up there, Wire. That's a certain fact.
Rose and Tony collaboration coming up.
Bro, I don't want to fuck with Joe Cronin. He's a goon.
It's Christmas time.
But you want to fuck with Ken? I don't get it. Oh, is it because Joe is actually in the same city as you are, and Ken would take a couple hours maybe to get there? Is that the reason why? Is that why you don't want to mess with Joe? Or is it because you want to still get on his show? Could it be that?
Bro, be merry and happy and joyful.
I'm wicked joyful over here.
No, you're not. You're resentful. You're envious. You're hateful. And you're jealous. And it's so evident. It's so evident. You were saying, Ken, you don't even have me on your show. I'm blocked. You're not grateful at all. You're desperate. Desperate. For attention and affirmation.
I don't know if you've been I don't know if you just come around today, bro. You've been out of the loop.
I don't know. I don't know. You've been around and the loop and.
Do you really think that YR hasn't been watching what's been going on? Biding his time? Are you that stupid, Tony? Or do you practice? Like we say in Spanish. ¿Sos estúpido o te haces?
4 months, bro, but I've been rocking here steady every day. Dude.
I've been rocking here steady. Ignore the last 2 months of videos that I've deleted because I was scared of this jail guy that I fucked around with, but I've been consistent.
Come on, way longer.
Don't think you're just gonna come around one day and you're like, dude, cheer up, man. What's been going on, dude? You've been pissed off for 7 months, bro. Come on, dude. Dude, we've been rocking it out, having great times here, bro, every day. You know, you're in the chats half the time. Get the fuck out of here. Right. Never.
Crack him down.
Right, Kelly Jersey. Right.
Actually, I blocked that person in my live show today.
You blocked SC?
Whoever that person is.
Oh, why'd you block SC?
Bro, honestly, I haven't talked to SC since I've been 6 months.
Yeah. I got you.
I've mentioned zero anybody for 7 months, bro. I did no drama shows.
But I'm not back with Tony, the worst of the worst. So, yeah. Good job there, Wire. Good job.
I haven't gone live. All the music.
Why can Dave brag and base his entire character around doxing people?
Well, we talked about this when Ken called in early in the show, but because you want it, this is the character you want me to be, so of course I'll be the character you want me to be. Are you fucking stupid? It's oh, Dave Rose is the big doxer. Yeah, that literally is what happened. 2015, when I finally started working with Tommy C. and Joe Cron, well, actually, in 2014 would be quite honest, but 2015 would be the consistent time. Again, actual consistency. From the get-go, I was doxing everyone left and right and, just scaring people. No, that's not what happened. What happened was I did my own thing, but people started to fuck with me. And I let it go, and people started to fuck with me. And I let it go, and people started to fuck with me. And then I let it go, and people started to fuck with me. And I said, you know what? It's time for people to understand that I'm not them. Simple fact. They can think they're tough, but I have real-world skills. Now, of course, they're losers, but I'm not. And I could certainly prove my worth. So, well, people fucked around. And ultimately, the equation states that they found out. Simple as that. So I will live up to whatever sort of fantasy you want me to be, whatever boogeyman you want me to be. Oh, why could Dave claim to be the doctor from day one? Well, that's what you created in your fantasy world, but I'll be that character. I'll be that villain for you if you want. Not a problem. Very easy for me to do so. But I certainly didn't start that way, and if you try to claim it, it's an absolute lie.
But if Tony does it once...
Not once, actually, because if we're going to go back to the list here, and let's go back to the list. Where did I put this? Here we go. All right, so Tony says that he only doxed one person, and he claims it's Ken. Well, this is a fallacy. Absolutely. Well, he tried to dox me, failed. He successfully doxed Ken's parents. He doxed Vikings fan, doxed YR, who's now on the call with him for some reason, doxed Scott McKinnon, doxed Danny MT, doxed SC Steve, doxed Bullsey, tried to actually do character assassination on Bullsey. Don't forget about that. Tried to certainly ruin him. Chino, who hangs out with the boys there with Jesse J and Jay Diz. That's 10 people. Oh, I only try to do it on one person. But you did so out of a tantrum. Nobody was paying attention to you, so you had to act like the bitch that you are. Meanwhile, you fuck with me, you find out. So I don't go around, saying, I'm going to fucking dox you. No, it's like, oh, you wanted to dox me? Well, you failed. Now it's time for me to respond, and I know exactly who you are. Congratulations, you're a moron. Again, I respond. I don't initiate. But Tony, all those 10 people attempted to or successfully doxed. So you can stop with your delusions there, Tony, because everyone sees through it, and we have the evidence of it. We have the evidence. But no, it's not one person, and it certainly didn't start nor stop with Ken. Well, Ken's parents. One thing is threatening Ken, but you go to Ken's parents, of all things? Ken's parents. You got no power in your life. Feel worthless and recognize that. And what do you got to do? Attack Ken's parents. Dude, a cinder block is too kind for you, but, well, we all know where you live now. It's only a matter of time. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Let's continue.
And apologizes, he's still a bad person.
Everyone has apologized to each other.
Can you answer that question, YR?
Yeah, because I'm better than you and you know it.
You apologize. I don't have an opinion.
Listen. Why can Dave brag and base his entire character around his doxing people? You know that Dave bases his entire character around doxing people and like he's the ultimate doxer and all that. But if I do it once...
Not once, Tony. 10 times. But why can I do it? Because you made me that character, baby! You made me! And I will make you! Because I'm better than you! And you know it! In every single way! Challenge me, your God? And I will make an example of you. Entice me to try to find where you live? Oh, and like a bulldog, I shall be tenacious. But the fact is, I'm better than you, and you know it. Better than you. And you know it, Tony. You know it. So, just to remind you of reality. Let's continue.
And apologize. People still bring it up and I'm a bad person and, Dave brings it up every other day. Why is that?
Not every other day.
Oh, no, you're just going to have to interview
Just
Dave.
whenever I need to.
Yeah.
Yes!
No, I don't think so.
Come on, man.
I don't think so, brother.
Tony, thank you for the 35 watching right now.
You're welcome.
And
You're welcome. But it's not about numbers, bro. We don't care about numbers here. We've been doing this for a little bit, man.
That is another lie. Because remember, and I've made this clip played very often. Oh, I bring the numbers. Dave doesn't bring the numbers. I bring the numbers. You can't think that you can just pass on and just ignore what you've said in the past. Ken made a point. It's like, yeah, maybe this guy's forgetting. Yes, in certain extents. In others, this guy knows exactly what he's doing. No, Tony, you said this in the past. Oh, I bring the numbers. No, you don't bring the numbers. I can take the numbers from you at any point, snap my fingers like Thanos. But that's how it is. Okay? So you got to accept that.
And we're past the numbers stage, brother.
yeah.
Really?
We're here every day.
Well,
man.
I did try sending you a $100 donation.
Yeah, and I take a shit every day, but nobody's giving me a prize for that, nor am I demanding one.
Did you get an in?
No, it must have not went through. You must have hit the wrong like .com or something, bro.
Well, like, I don't even know what I'm talking about, but I'm just gonna make some shit up because, like, he's trying to make a joke and, like, well.
Meanwhile, I think I made more than you made in a week just from today's episode alone. And I do appreciate the donations. Thank you very much. Donation line's still open. It certainly pissed Tony off if we got more. But, yeah, that alone, I think, and, you know, that was a note I made earlier, is, 60 hours a week, you get $100. Maybe you got to find another job. Let's continue.
Maybe $1 went through, but not 100. And $1 still didn't go. I remember you
so
did
funny.
that one time. That shit was funny, bro.
Garguts is more talented than you. How about that, Tony?
You sent in $1 and you're like, oh, I meant to press the 100, but I did the 1. I was like, wow, that's great.
Like, wow, it's
Why I put on another concert, Almighty says.
Let me go delete my channel.
But here's the thing, man, about
Again?
the Ken thing is he called in, and I'm not talking about you. My issue with Ken is he called in and he was just like, first of all, Tony, come on. You don't stream like 40 hours a week, bro. You don't stream 60.
Like, I've been talking about this literally for the last 25 minutes, but, like, yeah, you can't say that about me. Of course I stream longer than that, Ken. I thought we were friends, Ken. I thought we were friends. Speaking of Ken, let me quickly check my subscription here. But Ken was set to go live tonight. Quickly check me subscription. No link up yet, but we should be getting it probably, I think, in the next 30 minutes. I think that's what he said, 9:30, 10? 9:45, I believe, he said. So I'm going to try to stretch it out as much as we can. Skype lines are open. We have another 11 minutes to go to complete this review. But yeah, Skype lines are open for anyone who wishes to call in to address anything. But let's continue to ridicule Tony.
60 hours a week. Never mind 40 hours.
Nah, bro. Every time I'm on YouTube, you're always live, so you do stream a lot.
Dude, I stream every day, close to 10 hours a day.
There's a lot of people that stream every day. They've got one of these, these videos, ASMR and stuff. Okay. It's the same fucking video from the day before. They just play it again. 12-hour stream, whatever. It's good for getting to sleep if that's your thing. But there's nothing different.
You know how many watch time hours I have? Over
Multiple.
45,000.
Multiple.
I guarantee you that's more watch hours than Ken or Joe.
I would actually disagree with that, to be quite honest.
Yes.
In an hour.
No. That's impossible. Now to think of it, that's impossible. Especially with Joe. With the videos that he's done and stuff, that's impossible. You're not getting more views than fucking Joe or more watch time. Simple fact. I mean, especially when fucking monetized this goes for fucking 5+ hours. By the way, last monetized this was fucking awesome. I might have to play a few clips from that show, actually. But yeah, and Ken, whose show I didn't watch, he also went live on Friday night. You really think you got more view hours than Ken did? Really?
I mean, in a year. But I'm
like Ken and I did talk about your lack of intelligence when it comes to mathematics, but god damn, are you fucking stupid?
maybe wrong. I'm not sure though, because they do the same thing I do with live streams. But still,
Well, listen,
I have
I'm
a
gonna
shit
go-
ton of watch time, so I do stream.
Oh, I do stream, like, dude.
Okay, cool.
Drama, bro. I don't think it's a big deal. Here's the
I'm
thing.
gonna go to Nikki J's stream and tell him that you were nice to me and stuff, and maybe we could get together, all of us, for Christmas.
Dude, I don't listen, bro. I'm here every day. I got my own platform. I got my own homies here. We got 31
I want
people.
you and Nikki
I
J.
don't,
No, you don't have your own homies. You have people that basically have been expunged from the rest of the community. So these losers with their fake names are forced to congregate in your chat because nobody wants them around. Simple fact. and they can't do shit. Oh, Dave, move on. No, I'm not moving on. I'm still here, and you're never going to win. I won, you lost. So, Tab, Shid, Simo, all these other people that just want to talk shit, you lost already. You might as well move on, because I'm not going fucking anywhere. And again, all these people that you worship, that you wish would expunge me, have accepted me back. Or have just never decided to cut, relations with me. So we had Ken on earlier. Are you guys stupid? Of course you are. Let's continue.
I don't need nobody. I don't need nobody here. I don't need.
Of course you do. You need people to affirm your supposed value, because if nobody does so, you panic and start to get all sad.
Nikki J here, bro. I'm the big dog here now.
He's the big dog here now. Wow. You don't even have enough fucking subscribers as Joe does, or even live viewers as Joe does. He'll have like 350 people sometimes or more live. So you're just talking out of your fucking Rudy Poo ass, basically.
Game's changed, and I don't need to deal with someone like Nikki J, bro.
You needed Ken today on here to get those numbers like you did.
No.
And me too. So I'm your OG, homie. So you need to fucking come on, man.
And somebody else, something else that people need to keep in mind. YR trying to cozy up to Tony there. So it should make you question as to why would anyone want to associate with YR after this fiasco.
Sold me out for $300.
I mean, I pimped you.
You still owe Ken $100,000. Just let's not forget that.
You're out. So what?
Yeah, you pimped me out, and you didn't give me a cut.
But look at you now.
Yeah, look at me now. No co-hosts.
I spawned
who'd want to be one?
A true YouTuber.
Yeah.
Tony from Revere.
Right.
Friends of Ken.
Keep bearing yourself there, Ken. Wire. Keep bearing yourself. Meanwhile, I can do streams on my own. Not a problem.
And behind the scenes and on air.
Again, nobody talks science and space better than I do, doing a fucking 3-hour or plus. I've done them for 6 hours. Kerbal streams. Nobody does it better than Dave Rose. So stop your fucking fantasies. Accept your superior and bow down to your god.
Thank you.
Enemies on air and friends behind the scenes.
Yeah. But Ken, I do apologize for real, man, if you don't accept it.
Yeah, good job there showing up on Tony's show asking for forgiveness from Ken. I'm sure it'll go a lot.
That hurts a lot, you know what I'm saying? But
I just think you didn't do it. It didn't seem like you did it intentionally.
But you admitted that he did. He went on to Joe's show to try to start shit in referencing Ken. Oh, that fat New Yorker and Jets fan and blah, blah, blah. He knew exactly what he was doing.
I was kind of drunk. I was kind of drunk, too. I drunk him up.
I never make excuses for myself when I'm inebriated. I accept such responsibility.
Yeah, but it just seems like you said it to see what Joe would say.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to piss Ken off. That's why I'm kind of like...
That's what it felt like. It felt like you tried to say something to see what he would say, like you always do.
I guess
why did he end the call? Probably got a call from Ken.
8 minutes left for the
Ken probably called him. He ends the call.
Yeah, you're delusional because you'll just admit now, in a moment, oh, no, he's calling back. So your immediate reaction is, oh, well, Ken called him because Ken apparently needs to do damage control. So Ken called him, and he dropped your call just to take Ken's call? No, you're going to get proven wrong in just a moment, which just goes to show how obsessed you are with other people and how much you recognize that they are, in fact, that's correct, Tony, your superiors. Let's continue.
These fuck...
Laughter is, an evidence of a weak mind. Yeah. Come on, play.
Fucking people, bro. I tell you, they're all fucking gone, dude. They're all fucking gone, bro.
No, I'm still here, dude. Still here, doing my thing. If you mean gone mentally, well, you were never here in the first place there, Tony. I was certainly here. Present and accounted for. Quite intelligent, yes, especially politics, economics, things that people in your chat like Fatso, Shid, Tab, and all their alts certainly can't seem to understand, despite the fact that 80% of Canada's exports go to America. But yeah, why should I be concerned about America's economy? You people are fucking stupid. Simple as that. Fucking stupid. I am better than you. And you know what? This is why you are so upset. Because you recognize that, yeah, there are people that are better than you. People who are superior to you. And you can call it ego or arrogance or whatever the fuck you want. But guess what? It's earned. Doesn't matter what you call it. It's earned. You can't talk politics with me? You're a fucking moron. Deserve my contempt. Can't talk fucking, I don't know, economics? Well, then you're a fucking moron and you're below me. Simple as that. Your contempt, the contempt I give you, I should say, is warranted. Let's continue. In fact, it's not just warranted, it's required. There was a time where whores, degenerates, and fat fucks were shamed publicly so that they would change their ways and adhere to the social norms. Yeah, a little dated, but guess what? I'm a little trad myself. So don't think for a fact that I'm not going to take up the old ways, which are the good ways, to reestablish and reassert some sort of stability in this society.
How are you gonna tell me I don't stream more than 40 hours a week, bro?
Because he just did, and you've spent the last 30 minutes basically complaining about Ken saying exactly that.
No, he's calling again. Yo.
Yo, if Ken calls back in, I'm gonna call in so I can.
So I can apologize for being like a turncoat and stuff. Like, hey, Ken, I love you, Ken. Please forgive me, Ken.
Hey, good job there going on Tony's show there.
Give an apology on air. So,
Okay, if he hear.
Yeah, I'll give you isn't this your line? Shitting, you can't wish in one hand and shit in another. Well, you can't fucking pat Ken on the face with one hand and shove your shit in his face with another. See what I'm saying there? You see what I'm saying? You can't fucking want to be cool with Ken and insult him then by going on Tony's show. Do you get this there, stupid? Do you get it?
No, but see, when I hung up on him...
Maybe it's time for you to sail away again, YR. Like, for a long time, because clearly you're not fucking getting it.
Listen, when I hung up on him the first time, and then he hangs up. Bro, when I hung up on Ken the first time, bro, to
I was just proving that I was a pussy and I couldn't handle what he was saying.
Take your call, he said, and then he called me back and he's like, don't hang up on me. I was like, dude, I didn't hang up on you. I hung up on him.
Actually, you did hang up on him. You actually admitted it and you disconnected him. You even ridiculed him, saying, oh, like, he said don't hang up on me. You hung up on him the first time, dude. You hung up on him.
The last time, like, that was the only time I hung up on you.
No, that's false.
So don't think
No, you basically admitted that you did that first time and you were laughing at it.
I just randomly hung up on you a million times.
Not a million times. Twice. Stop with the exaggeration.
I hung up on you the last time. That's it. The first time I tried to take wire.
Oh, so now you're backtracking. You're like that redheaded fucking freak that was, what was it, White House spokesperson, whatever, walking it back, circle back.
His call, and then when you call me back, he's like,
Talk about not being able to take accountability for your actions. But Dave, he's like totally cool with it. Yeah, I take responsibility for my actions. I stand by them regardless of the damage that they've caused, but I know the damage that they've caused, and I still stand by it because I'm not going to, acquiesce. I'm not going to fucking glaze over. I'm not going to ignore the repercussions of my actions. Friday Night Fire doesn't exist because of Dave Rose. It's a simple fact. It's not the outcome everyone wanted. It's simple. That's also true. But it is what it is. Why don't we fucking move the fuck on and just deal with it the way it is? Nikki Nines said it right. You always know what you're getting with Dave Rose. If you don't, you're a fucking moron. But Dave Rose is always straight shooter, and you know what you are getting. And I'm willing to stand up to what I've done. Good or bad, I'm willing to stand up and say, yep, that was me. No lies. Not going to try to delude you. Not going to fucking try to manipulate this conversation. Well, I was this and he was... No. I made my decision, and these are the repercussions for my actions. Are many of you upset that that's what occurred? Of course. But it is what happened. There is no going back. There is no rewind key on the VCR of life. Yes, a very dated saying, which I created myself, by the way. But that's a simple fact. If life is on normal speed, you can't rewind. You can't go back. You have to stand by what you've done and accept it. And accept the repercussions. Good or bad, you accept these things and move on. These two individuals just don't seem to be capable of doing so. Again, after all, Wires continually, for months, tried to get Ken and Joe back together. And as I've explained multiple times, if it doesn't happen organically, don't force it. Because it's not going to happen. And all you're going to do is cause shit between these two people, which will then spread out. So stop it. Jade is in the chat, says, damn Dave, you are still going at it. Shovel must have been shoveling per usual. Meh. YR was helping as well. And feel free to donate there, Jadis. But we got a little bit more to go. 7 minutes, 24 seconds to complete what I had recorded. And of course there's more, but come on, guys. I've been going for 4 hours and 34 minutes. Not going to claim to Ken. I'm not going to call Ken up now and be like, dude, I do 80 hours a week, 7 days a week, 5 hours a day. Ken will be like, dude, that's 35 hours. But that's what I said, 80 hours a week. And Ken will be like, but that math doesn't add up. And he'd be like, no, I know math and you don't, Ken. So, yeah, we'll probably hear something like that. But Skype line's open for any comments that anybody wants to say. I will continue to play this clip. Donation lines are open. All donations truly appreciated. And just remember, every donation I do get hurts Tony in the pooper even more. So he's going to need a bigger colostomy bag every time you donate, because it's certainly going to hurt. Let's continue.
I don't want to talk to YR. Fuck that.
But you just were. Thank you.
So I'm like, okay. All right.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
And?
Yeah, it's just YouTube, bro.
It's just YouTube. I just, I doxed Ken's parents, but it's just YouTube. Like, Ken, I said sorry, dude. Like, it's just YouTube. Like, I know that, your parents got freaked out and, like, they're scared. But it's just YouTube. It's just YouTube.
You won't let me on your show, Ken? I'm gonna dox your parents, but it's just YouTube. It's just YouTube.
Come on, we getting fucked up right now. So fuck it.
I believe that is Joe's donation. Getting fucked up. So you can't use that either. I'm going to have to contact Joe's lawyer to discuss, the fact that you apparently are attempting to steal content, copyright content, by the way, from Joe. And I do know the law more than you do. So I can certainly set up something with him and his representative. Let's continue.
At the end of the day, bro,
Whoa.
Say what you want, bro, but you gotta understand, Ken.
You hear this, Ken? You better understand. You better.
When we're cool behind the scenes, that's cool, bro. But at the end of the day,
we could be cool behind the scenes, but at the end of the day, if you don't suck my cock off, I'm gonna dox your parents again.
when you throw one-line singers out there and, you play my clips, you play the...
Then all bets are off, man. Then all bets are off.
Sorry, I'm terrible at impressions. I don't know why I'm doing a Scott McKinnon.
The Stony Tony breaking, whatever the fuck it's called, breaking. I'll fucking beat the brakes off you. I'll beat the brakes off you, all that stuff. Right? You do talk about me. You do bring me up, Ken.
So you're telling me that no one's ever used that line before, break the brakes off? Nobody's ever used that line?
Right? And it's usually in clips or something like that, right? But it's never like, yeah, dude, like Tony, like, dude, I respect him, man, like, we worked out our differences. You're afraid to give me credence because of the public blowback, Ken. That is the truth, and that's what you're afraid.
Is that why Ken is more than willing to publicly state that he, still talks to me? In fact, even call into my show despite what's happened in the past? He's scared to acknowledge that we still interact with each other? That doesn't make much sense now, does it? Because I'm this big villain. And yet, Ken called in earlier today, called in on previous shows. We talked privately. He's scared. So he's scared to tell me what he thinks about what I've done. No, that would be false because he's never been scared, totally been honest, and in fact has contacted me privately to tell me what he thinks, and in fact has even addressed my actions publicly. So no, Ken is not scared, you dumb fuck. All you're doing right now, Tony, is projecting yourself. You're scared, apparently, as you should be, especially since you're so dumb you start to mess with people that you really shouldn't. But, dude, you're just projecting here. You're super scared.
Dude. You're afraid of people coming back at you when you fucking vouch for Tony. Because at the end of the day, if you looked at our DMs, you would think we're pretty damn good friends, bro.
Or you, who's only been around for 2 years, would recognize Ken has a big heart, which is a little detrimental to him. So he'll be nice to everybody, you dumb schmuck. He'll be nice to everybody to be cool with them. So just because he's cool with you in the chat doesn't mean you're his best friend, which is apparently what you are striving for because nobody likes you, Tony.
And that's for nobody else to see but us. Right?
But you've shown screenshots in the past there, Tony. So don't think yourself so saintly now.
You would think we're pretty good friends, bro. If you looked at our...
No, the statement is you would think that you're pretty good friends. Because I know Ken. And Ken, like I said, his heart's way too big, and it ends up biting him in the ass. But yeah, will he be cordial? Will he be nice? Will he try to wish you well? Yes. Unfortunately, that's one of Ken's traits, is that he's too nice. So you're going to take this now and you're going to claim that, oh, well, like, clearly, like, we're best friends and you should sacrifice yourself to me. You're delusional. Delusional, if that's what you think. If Ken's being cordial with you, you think he's your best friend? No. Ken was raised right. So being cordial, again, you weren't raised at all. But, again, if you weren't cordial with people when you were being raised in the 80s, like Ken and I was, you'd get, slapped to the point where you do a cartwheel because you always show respect. And that's what the family instills in its family members. So, Ken, very respectful, very nice to you.
DMs.
But you take it as him being your best friend.
You would think we're pretty good friends.
Only you did. Only you are deluded enough to actually think that that's the case.
But on YouTube, bro, it doesn't...
On YouTube, it doesn't mention it at all so that he doesn't bring attention to the entire thing. But no, you want more attention, like the narcissist and sociopath and psychopath that you are. You need that attention. So if Ken doesn't acknowledge you, oh, the sky is falling. Because you need that affirmation. You need someone to pat you on the back, give you a big hug and say, you're worth it, Tony. But the truth is, you're not worth it, Tony. You're fucking trash and garbage, and the world would be a better place if you finally decided to euthanize yourself. Now, we already know where you live. Dead-end street, facing the ocean. Not a bad, really shitty, disgusting neighborhood, but, at least, sitting on the end there of that street, wouldn't be too bad to do a little fishing. I'd like to do that. Might have to do that after I visit there, but what's the point even? There's better fishing spots. But more importantly is that, why don't you just make the world a better place? You think yourself so good? Okay. There's a bunch of rocks there on the shore. And come on, dude. I've sent drones out of your area. But a bunch of rocks there on the break of the shore. Grab some rope, tie it around your neck, tie it around a rock, and just walk out into the ocean. Try to swim it out as far as you can and let it just pull you down. And, at least then you'll be guaranteed that you actually made the world a better place. In fact, I'll even give you a medal for that, posthumous, obviously. But I'll give you a medal for actually doing the right thing, doing what a man would do, because you're not one. But if you were, you would certainly, tie yourself up to a rock with a rope from your neck to that rock and just walk out into the ocean and let nature take its course. Let's continue.
Seem that way, and I'm okay with that. But
No, you're not. You're freaking out here, dude. You're freaking out.
What I'm not okay with is that you going with that narrative, and when you play my clip,
I'm not okay with that, Ken. Like you said, I did 59 hours and 55 seconds. I did 60 hours and 1 second. How dare you, Ken? How dare you question me?
Dude, you sound like a bundle of sticks.
and then you don't say, I respect Tony, I think he's cool, like whatever.
Nobody respects you, dude. Nobody does. He was just trying to be nice. Don't you understand, Ken? Don't you understand, Ken?
I thought you were like big friends with him.
Then you would understand that he just tries to be nice. He doesn't respect you, but he's trying to be nice.
Whatever. And you just, in your case, don't say anything? That means you don't hate me? But when you play clips and throw one-line zingers out? Come on, dude.
Zingers? If Ken's doing any zingers, it's against Joe. So, what are you talking about?
It just seems like it's like an undercover one-sided thing, bro.
Undercover?
And I give you mad props on here, and I don't expect it back. But at the end of the day...
Actually, you do. You've already explained that you do.
Hey, don't sit here, bro, and say that I don't stream for you.
30 minutes. 30 minutes of this guy saying, Ken, don't say that I don't stream for like 840 hours a week, man. Like, don't say that, man. Dude, you're fucking obsessed, Tony. Obsessed.
Hours a week, bro. Are you just trolling? At that point, you're just fucking around, right? You can't.
No, as dumb as you actually think that he is, he actually understands math. Which apparently you don't. But yeah, I think that he was quite clear on that sort of thing. And yeah, you kind of sound stupid. So let's continue.
You can't possibly say that, Ken, when every day
can't say
I'm
that,
live
Ken.
every day, bro. And yeah, you can go back on my streams and start counting. And like I said, there's a lot of streams that I don't put up. I could show you my content catalog with all the ones that are public and unlisted.
Well, I could show that too. I don't know what you're planning to prove with that, but I could show that too.
There's so many, bro. Even this week, I did about 3 or 4 streams unlisted.
Convenient for me, man, because like when I said it, Ken, like I did X amount of hours this week, but I've made some private, so you can never verify that that's in fact the case. But like, take my word for it. Like, I made streams private for some reason. Not sure why, but okay.
Ones that I did for like an hour and I was gaming randomly.
I never make my random gaming streams private, so I don't know. What are you hiding?
At night, and I took it down. Like I do.
Why? Why would you do that?
Do that all the time, bro.
So you're admitting your duplicity. Thank you for your honesty.
Are you counting the hours I do on Twitch as well, Ken?
No, you didn't answer. Actually, I should say you didn't announce how much time you were spending on Twitch when Ken was on the call. So convenient of you to mention it now when you could have done so when Ken was on the call. Yeah, very convenient for your attempt to control the narrative. Failing very much, but F- for effort.
Because I stream on Twitch as well there, buddy, right?
Do you know that, Ken? Like, well, dude, do you know that, Ken? That I also like stream on like Twitch. Like, I don't tell you when. I don't even publish it and like hide the videos. But do you know that, Ken? Did you know that, Ken? Yeah, I also do on Twitch.
So it's like, bro, you ain't even counting my Twitch streams, bro. Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, but you didn't really announce them when he was on the call either, so you were calculating all these numbers and stuff. Oh, like Ken, like I can't actually add numbers while you talk to me. Strange. But you at that point couldn't also just open up your Twitch window and start to show the videos you did? Oh, no, of course you couldn't. Of course you couldn't. Be too inconvenient for you now, wouldn't it? But now, now that Ken's off the call, convenient to mention it.
You're exactly right, Tony. Absolutely. Undeniable fact.
And this is what Tony lives for, is for people in his chat, the rats and cockroaches that they are, who have nowhere else to go but Tony's chat because they've been expunged from everywhere else. He needs that affirmation. So they give him the affirmation and just pump him up with a little suggestion. Come on now, Tony. Come on. Only 3 minutes left. You can do it.
Fetterman won. Anything's possible. Any narrative can win. Yes, any narrative can win. And I'm sick of that shit, bro.
Oh, we got a feisty Tony here.
I'm sick of sitting back and letting fucking people.
Well, then get mad at your rickets there, because if you have to sit back because you can't stand for more than 5 minutes straight, or drive a car and plow the snow as you said that you do. but you can't do it for too long. Dude, really? Really?
Carry their fucking narratives that have been going on far too long about me. It's time to fucking end it. It's time for people to get fucking pushed back down where they belong.
Push back down where they belong. You're the newcomer here. Okay, they're whippersnapper. Okay, we the OGs, and you the nobody. So push back down. No, I've always been higher than you. In fact, I've been higher than most people. Simple fact. People can hate me for it, but in fact, I encourage and endorse that. But the fact is, they can only get mad when they recognize that I'm correct. Just like you, Tony. You recognize that I'm better than you, and you know it. And this bothers you, Tony, and it bothers most of the people that watch you. You can't stop me. You can't take me down. No matter what you've tried in the past, you can't do shit. Meanwhile, you challenge me to something, and I lock you down exactly where you are. I've even proved that I can take over fucking U.S. drones. Simple fact. So, why do people keep doubting me? I keep proving myself correct, but these people have been hurt in the poo-poo spot so badly that even their colostomy bags can't take the amount of shit that is being expunged from them. And this is why you hate me. Because I'm better than you. You're goddamn fucking right. Let's continue.
None of this fucking hippy-dippy fucking, oh, let's praise you, because that's what we always done.
And nobody's praised you, Tony, except for your fucking cocksucking audience there. But again, who are you? Who are you again? Oh, it's not gonna happen anymore. Seriously, who are you? Again, can you remind me who you are? Oh, the guy that's apparently gonna knock Joe out with one shot? Really? You jumped on Ken's back like a backpack, and somehow that's gonna convince people that you could kick his ass? Yeah. Again, have you not seen the size of this guy's hands? Are you that stupid?
Nah, dude. Nah, dude.
Now, you can say nah all you want, okay? It's actually no, but doesn't prove you correct now, stupid.
There ain't no powder puff cheerleaders on this squad.
What the fuck is a powder puff cheerleader? Somebody explain that to me, please.
Go to the other side if you want a powder puff cheerleader.
Oh, I got more views than you did today. That's a fact.
Carry that truth torch, Tony, brother. Exactly. That's what I'm doing. And I'm not throwing anybody under the bus doing it.
You certainly did throughout your entire episode.
Simply just being the king of consistency. Yeah.
No, but I'm your emperor. And certainly you're not consistent, because taking a shit every day multiple times doesn't make you a winner. It just makes you regular. Do you understand how that works? Of course not. Well, let's continue.
Yes. The double standards are everywhere. Exactly, bro. 100.
Exactly, bro. Like double standards. Like, yeah, I'm not at fault here. Like it's everyone else's fault but mine. Ken doesn't love me.
No, nobody loves you. Nobody loves you.
100%. It's 100%, bro.
Tis not. Tis not. Come on. You're almost done here, Tony. Almost done. You can do it. Really, Tony? Really?
I thought I fixed this shit, bro.
Well, you thought wrong. How about that?
Sorry, but
Stupid.
I'm not going to sit back and like, dude.
I'm not gonna sit back and let people say anything about me. Like I'm gonna attack you.
You ain't shit, Tony. You're not shit. Simple as that. You want to go up against Ken? Some of his viewers are quite dedicated. And, well, I already know where you live, and if not, they can always contact me. But the point is, do you really want to keep spouting your mouth off when you realize that some people are crazier than you are? And they might actually pay you a visit? Are you that stupid there, Tony? Because if you are, you might deserve exactly what's coming to you. Let's continue.
And it's almost like an insult. Shout out to the 40 hanging out. And it's almost like an insult to me when you say like, no, Tony, you don't stream as much as you don't do that. You're not streaming 40 hours a week, Tony. You're not streaming every
And you're still going on about what Ken said. Wow, pathetic.
day, bro. Like, it's almost insulting for you to say that to me because you're not here every day, maybe. And
You're not here. Like, you don't know the shitty shows that I do, so, like, you don't know, dude.
not watching every day, bro. But yeah, I'm streaming multiple
Well, hold on a sec. Didn't you say that Ken watches everything you do? I think you did. Let's continue.
times a day, bro. Fucking heavy, bro. Heavy. And that's what I said. I said this. I said, bro, if you stream more than 40 hours a week, you should be able to ask for donations and nobody should say shit.
No, because there's people like the Paul brothers who do a 2 to 3 hour show a week. They get donations. Millions of people tune in, and they can easily ask for donations without a problem because people will donate. Also, you work 60 hours a week at least, according to your words, and you don't even make more than $100. Dude, people in Bangladesh make more money than you are purporting to. So, think about that.
That should be the new rule. Has everybody remember when I said that shit, bro? And why did I say that shit? Obviously,
Nobody cares why you say that shit.
because I'd stream more than 40 hours. Durr.
Okay, 60 hours and only $100 for those 60 hours? Dude, you're a moron.
Durr.
A dur indeed. A dur indeed. A dur indeed. Now, why you would think that your content has value when you're only getting paid $100 for 60 hours of work? Like, dude, whoa, wild stallions, dude. Like, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Like, whoa, dude. So, please, just stop with this whole idea that somehow the content that you offer is valuable when even your donations certainly show that it's not. Let's continue.
The Ken call was supposed to end with Tony apologizing. Yeah, right? That's the mumbo jumbo technique. Yes. Exactly.
It's mumbo jumbo, not mumble jumble. You stupid fuck.
Exactly. No, Tony, apologize for saying that that the stream's counting us. No. That's not the way it works. Sorry.
You can say whatever you want there, Tony, but sorry, you Valley Girl pussy ass bitch. Reality is not what you claim it to be, it is what we say it is. Simple as that. "30 seconds. Come on, you douche. You got anything else? No? Yes? 15 seconds. This is Tony. Again, oh, I stream 60 hours a week.
Don't take it disrespectfully.
With all this dead air?
Don't take it disrespectfully, but to be honest, bro, I've been disrespected.
I've been disrespected, dude. Like, nobody gives a flying fuck. All right. That clip is done. Skype lines are open for anyone who wishes to call in to address anything. I don't see a video yet up for Ken, but I'm assuming he was potentially waiting for me to get off. But, well, I mean, leave the stream, not get off. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, nothing yet from Ken. And again, I was hoping to pass the baton to him. We outlasted, obviously, Tony, who went for, I think, 7 hours today. But we outlasted him, and we certainly took all his viewers, and he was very sad, yes. Yes. Many people did say in the chat that he was commenting about it, but again, nobody does it better than Dave Rose. It's a simple fact. A simple fact, Tony. You might not want to accept it, but it is the truth of reality. So certainly I did a better job than you could ever do. We did 5 hours and 2 minutes. Look at that. A very enjoyable stream, I must say. I appreciate every single donation that we got. Already beaten Tony's record. 5 hours made close to what he apparently makes in 60 hours. So it certainly speaks volumes. But yeah, Tony, you're worthless. You just might as well accept that. And I know you won't, which is why I actually look forward to you continually deluding yourself and making up whatever fucking stories you want and such. Because it's your demise and your downfall is fucking beautiful. It's totally enjoyable. And, well, there's nothing you can do about it now, can you? So, since it seems to be that we've probably reached the end of our calls on Skype, although Danny was saying previously that he wanted to call in, so I'm going to try to call him up. He probably fell asleep again. This guy falls asleep way too often. He was saying he wanted to call in and address a few things, so I'm going to try to wake him up here. We'll see if it works. Still looking to see when Ken's going live. But he did say he was going live tonight. Unavailable, probably again sleeping, but yep, I wanted to at least consider potentially who might want to call in. So I think I did a good job. I certainly know that many people did enjoy it. I do very much appreciate having Ken on the call earlier multiple times, having Danny call in, and everyone else I'm forgetting. But, yeah, Tony, you're pathetic. And it's so easy to make an example of you. But you just have to accept that. I'm better than you, and you know it. You know it's all about the power! That's not the song I want. Let's try that again. Where are you, song? It's not about the boom. It's about, I'm better than you. That's right. So we're going to end off the show this way. Tony, you're not going to win ever. That's so. Oh, you blocked me in Tony's chat, and I can still see you. Joe Cronin uses disabled people. Oh, what a great creative name in Tony's chat. You're done. Shit tab, you're done. And I'm still here, bitches. I'm still fucking here. There's nothing you can do about it. Ken loves me. Joe loves me. Everyone loves Dave Rose. Scissor me. Ass ball. And I'll be here long after you're gone. Woo! So keep your eyes open for a little bit of Foulmouth Ken tonight or Joe Cronin reviewing some Monday Night Raw. I am your intellectual savior, Devious Dave Rose. And I will see you next time.